Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the episodes. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. It started as a minor irritation, just a phone call late at night, some static on the line, and then a disconnected tone. I figured it was a wrong number or a prank, something kids do for fun. The second call came the following night, a bit later, around 1 a.m. This time, a voice on the other end whispered, "I see you." I hung up, heart pounding but convinced it was still some cruel joke. By the third call, my irritation turned into worry. The voice, low and menacing, said, "Nice pajamas, Jane." My blood ran cold. How could they know what I was wearing? I began locking all the doors and windows, checking them repeatedly before going to bed. I even bought heavier curtains for the living room, pulling them shut tight every night. My husband, Tom, tried to reassure me. "It's just a prank," he said, though he started keeping a baseball bat next to the bed. The calls continued, each one more specific and personal. "How's little Emily? She looks so sweet when she's sleeping." My hand shook as I slammed the phone down, rushing to check on my daughter. I went to the police, but they didn't take me seriously. "Probably some kids having fun," they said. They promised to look into it but offered no real solution. Nights became torturous. Every ring of the phone sent me into a panic, the whispered threats echoing in my mind long after I hung up. I started noticing odd things around the house, footprints in the garden, a window left slightly ajar, though I knew I had locked it. Paranoia set in, and I began to doubt my own sanity. I installed security cameras and motion sensor lights around the house. Tom thought I was going overboard, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. One night, the phone rang just after midnight. "Did you enjoy the movie tonight?" the voice hissed. I had taken the kids to see a film earlier that evening. My legs gave out, and I sank to the floor. I decided to stay up, watching the security footage, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever was doing this. Hours passed, the house silent except for the occasional creak. At 3 a.m., I saw a shadowy figure moving near the backyard fence, just out of the camera's full view. My heart raced as I woke Tom, but by the time we got outside, the figure was gone. We reported it to the police again, and this time, they sent a patrol car to circle the neighborhood. It made me feel a little safer, but I knew it was only a temporary solution. The calls kept coming, each one more invasive. "I liked your blue dress today, Jane. Wear it again tomorrow." My hand shook as I hung up, feeling violated and exposed. Emily started having nightmares, waking up screaming about monsters under her bed. I knew it was because of the stress I was under, but it didn't make it any easier to console her. I began to dread nighttime, the silence and darkness becoming my enemies. I hardly slept, jumping at every sound, every creak of the house. One evening, as I was putting Emily and Jake to bed, the phone rang. I answered reluctantly, the familiar chill running down my spine. "You look tired, Jane. Maybe you should rest." I snapped. "Who are you? What do you want?" I screamed into the phone. The voice on the other end chuckled softly, then the line went dead. I couldn't take it anymore. I called a private investigator, desperate for help. He promised to dig into it, to find out who was tormenting me. Days turned into weeks, and the investigator reported no significant leads. The phone calls continued, a relentless torment. One night, after putting the kids to bed, I heard a noise outside, a faint rustling near the back door. My heart pounded as I grabbed Tom's baseball bat and crept toward the noise. The phone rang again, its shrill tone piercing the silence. "Are you coming to greet me, Jane?" the voice whispered. My blood ran cold as I dropped the bat and ran back to the living room. I called the police, my voice shaking with fear. They arrived quickly, searching the yard and surrounding area but finding nothing. "We'll keep a closer watch," they promised. Tom and I decided to sleep in shifts, one of us always awake to watch over the kids and the house. The lack of sleep took its toll, and I felt like a shadow of my former self. The investigator finally called with some news. "I found something. A man named Mark, recently released from prison. He used to live in your neighborhood." My heart sank. Mark had been arrested years ago for stalking. He had harassed several women before being caught. I remembered him vaguely, always lurking around the neighborhood. I gave the investigator everything I had, but without solid evidence, the police couldn't do much. The patrols increased, but the calls continued, each one more threatening. "Do you miss me, Jane?" Mark's voice was unmistakable. I felt a wave of nausea, memories flooding back. He had always been watching, waiting. One particularly stormy night, the phone rang again. "I'm closer than you think," Mark whispered. Lightning flashed outside, illuminating a figure standing by the fence. I grabbed the bat, telling Tom to stay with the kids. I moved toward the back door, my heart pounding, adrenaline surging through my veins. Just as I reached the door, a loud crash echoed from the front of the house. I spun around, fear and panic colliding. Mark was inside. I confronted him in the hallway, his eyes wild and menacing. "It's over, Mark." "The police are on their way," I bluffed, hoping to buy some time. He lunged at me, but I swung the bat with all my strength, hitting him squarely in the side. He stumbled, then ran out the back door, disappearing into the stormy night. The police arrived moments later, but Mark was gone. They promised to find him, but I knew it would take time. I've always loved hiking alone, the solitude and the freedom of the trail offering a welcome escape from the noise and chaos of everyday life. The forest was my sanctuary, a place where I felt truly alive. I had set out early that morning, the crisp air invigorating as I began my ascent. The trail was familiar, winding through dense trees and rocky outcrops, the path well trodden by previous hikers. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I decided to take a detour, exploring a less traveled part of the forest. It wasn't marked on any map, but that was part of the allure, unexplored and untouched. The trail became more overgrown, the trees closing in around me. I pushed on, the thrill of discovery driving me forward. The air grew cooler, the canopy above blocking out much of the sunlight. After several hours of hiking, I stumbled upon an abandoned campsite. At first, it seemed like any other, a fire pit, a few scattered belongings. But something felt off. The supplies were fresh, cans of food, a half-full water bottle, and a tent still standing. Yet there was no sign of the campers. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. I called out, hoping to find someone nearby. "Hello? Is anyone here?" My voice echoed through the trees, but there was no response. A chill ran down my spine. I decided to investigate further, curiosity getting the better of me. The tent was empty, but everything inside was neatly arranged. It looked as though the campers had left in a hurry, but there were no signs of struggle. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the campsite. I debated whether to continue on or set up camp here. The thought of being alone in an abandoned campsite was unnerving, but the surrounding woods were dense and treacherous. As night fell, I built a fire, its flickering flames providing a semblance of comfort. The forest was eerily silent, the usual chorus of nocturnal creatures conspicuously absent. I ate a quick meal, my eyes constantly scanning the trees. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, set my nerves on edge. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was just my imagination. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The silence was unnatural, oppressive. Suddenly, I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper carried on the wind. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to listen. Mark. The voice was faint, barely audible, but unmistakably real. I stood up, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice betraying my fear. There was no answer, just the whisper of the wind through the trees. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the forest. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and underbrush. Yet, the feeling of being watched persisted. I decided to keep the fire going all night, its light and warmth my only defense against the encroaching darkness. I sat with my back to the tent, my eyes never leaving the forest. Hours passed, the silence only broken by the crackling of the fire. My mind raced, replaying every horror story I'd ever heard. What if the campers had been taken? What if whatever got them was now after me? Just as I began to doze off, a loud crash jolted me awake. I jumped to my feet, the flashlight trembling in my hand. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice barely more than a whisper. The beam of light swept across the trees, finally landing on a figure standing at the edge of the campsite. My blood ran cold. It was a man, his clothes dirty and torn, his eyes wide and unblinking. "Please, help me," he said, his voice hoarse and desperate. He stumbled forward, collapsing near the fire. I rushed to his side, my fear momentarily replaced by concern. "What happened?" I asked, helping him sit up. His hands shook as he gripped my arm, his eyes darting around the campsite. "They're out there," he whispered. "They're watching us." "Who?" "Who's watching us?" I demanded, my heart pounding. He shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I don't know. We thought it was just a story, a legend." He told me he was part of the group that had set up the campsite. They had heard tales of the forest, of people disappearing without a trace. They thought it was just a local myth until they saw them. "They look human," he said, his voice trembling. "But their eyes, they're not. They come at night, from the trees. We tried to leave, but they wouldn't let us." My mind raced, trying to make sense of his words. Was he delirious? Hallucinating? But the fear in his eyes was real, and it mirrored my own. "We have to get out of here," I said, helping him to his feet. "We'll head back to the main trail, find help." He nodded, his grip on my arm tightening. We began to pack up, moving quickly and quietly. The fire cast long shadows, and every sound seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. As we started down the trail, the man suddenly stopped. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears, hearing only the rustling of leaves. "They're coming," he said, panic rising in his voice. We broke into a run, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly as we stumbled through the underbrush. I could feel them now, a presence closing in around us, unseen but palpable. The man stumbled and fell, dragging me down with him. "Go!" he shouted. "Save yourself." I hesitated, torn between helping him and saving myself. He pushed me away, his eyes filled with terror. "Run!" he screamed. I turned and ran, the forest a blur around me, my only thought to escape the unseen horrors pursuing us. The trail seemed endless, the trees closing in like walls. I could hear them now, whispers on the wind, footsteps in the darkness. My breath came in ragged gasps, my legs burning with exertion. Just as I thought I couldn't run any further, I burst through the trees and onto the main trail. I stumbled, falling to my knees, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked back, expecting to see them emerge from the forest. But there was nothing, just the silent, dark trees. The feeling of being watched slowly faded, replaced by a cold, empty fear. I never saw the man again, nor did I return to that part of the forest. I had been looking forward to this retreat for weeks. An isolated cabin in the mountains, rented through Airbnb, promised a perfect escape from the stress of city life and my demanding job. The cabin was quaint and cozy, with a rustic charm that immediately put me at ease. The view of the surrounding forest was breathtaking, and the silence was a welcome change from the constant noise of the city. I spent the first day exploring the area, hiking through the woods, and enjoying the serenity. The fresh air and solitude were exactly what I needed. As night fell, I settled in with a good book, the crackling fire adding to the cozy atmosphere. The silence was absolute, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle of leaves outside. It was around midnight when I first heard it, a faint creaking sound, like footsteps on the porch. My heart skipped a beat, but I brushed it off as the wind or an animal. The next morning, I found muddy footprints near the front door. They were too large to be mine, and I hadn't seen anyone else around. A chill ran down my spine, but I convinced myself it was probably just a lost hiker. That night, the noises returned this time, closer and more distinct. Footsteps creaking on the wooden floors, followed by a soft tapping on the window. I held my breath, heart racing, but saw nothing when I peeked through the curtains. I called the cabin owner the next day, expressing my concerns. He dismissed them, assuring me the area was safe and that it was likely just animals. His nonchalance did little to ease my fears. Determined not to let my imagination ruin my retreat, I spent the day hiking and photographing the beautiful scenery. The forest was peaceful, a stark contrast to the unease I felt at night. That evening, I double-checked all the locks and windows before going to bed. I kept a flashlight and my phone within reach, just in case. The noises began again, louder and more persistent. The footsteps seemed to be inside the cabin now, moving from room to room. I lay in bed, paralyzed with fear, clutching my flashlight. I finally mustered the courage to investigate. The living room was empty, but the front door was slightly ajar. I knew I had locked it. My hands trembled as I closed and locked it again. I barely slept that night, every creak and rustle keeping me on edge. The next morning, I found more muddy footprints, this time leading from the back door to the woods. I called the owner again, more insistent this time. He continued to dismiss my concerns, suggesting I was overreacting. Frustration and fear gnawed at me, but I had nowhere else to go. I decided to set up a makeshift alarm system, tying string with bells around the doors and windows. It was a crude setup, but it made me feel slightly more secure. That night, the bells jingled, waking me with a start. My heart pounded as I grabbed the flashlight and crept towards the noise. The front door was wide open, the string broken. Panic set in. I called out, "Who's there?" but was met with silence. The cabin felt oppressive, the shadows darker and more menacing than before. I closed the door and barricaded it with a chair, my hands shaking. I stayed up the rest of the night, too scared to close my eyes, listening to every sound. The next morning, I decided to leave. I couldn't stay another night in that cabin. I called the owner to inform him, but he seemed more annoyed than concerned. As I packed my things, I found something that made my blood run cold, a crumpled note under my pillow that read, "I see you." The handwriting was jagged and unfamiliar. My mind raced. Someone had been in my room while I slept. The thought made my skin crawl. I hurried to gather my belongings, desperate to leave as quickly as possible. With my bags packed, I headed to the car. As I approached, I noticed the tires were slashed. Panic set in. I was stranded, alone, with no cell reception to call for help. I ran back to the cabin, heart pounding. I locked myself inside, trying to think of a plan. The nearest town was miles away, and it was already getting dark. As night fell, the noises began again. Footsteps circled the cabin, growing closer with each pass. The lights flickered, and I felt a presence outside the windows. I stayed in the corner of the living room, flashlight in hand, eyes darting to every shadow. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, suffocating. The front door handle jiggled, then the back door. Someone was trying to get in. I grabbed a kitchen knife, my hands trembling, ready to defend myself. Suddenly, the front window shattered. A figure climbed through, silhouetted by the moonlight. I screamed, brandishing the knife, my voice shaking with terror. "Stay back!" I shouted, but the figure kept advancing. Desperation took over, and I lunged forward, slashing wildly. The intruder stumbled back, clutching his arm. He fled through the broken window, disappearing into the night. I was left alone, shaking, the knife still in my hand, blood dripping onto the floor. I barricaded myself in the bathroom, the only room without windows. I called the police, my voice barely a whisper as I explained the situation. They promised to send help, but it would take time to reach me. Hours passed in agonizing silence. I jumped at every sound, every creak of the cabin. Finally, I heard sirens in the distance, growing closer. The police arrived, finding me huddled in the bathroom, exhausted and terrified. They searched the area but found no sign of the intruder. I showed them the note and the slashed tires, but there were no other clues. The officers escorted me back to town, where I booked a room in a hotel. I couldn't stop shaking, the events of the past few days replaying in my mind. The police continued their investigation, but the intruder was never found. The cabin owner was questioned but claimed to know nothing about it. The experience left me scarred for life. The fear stayed with me long after I returned home. Living alone on a farmhouse miles from the nearest neighbor had always been a source of pride for me. The isolation and self-sufficiency gave me a sense of peace and accomplishment. That sense of peace shattered one stormy night when the power went out. I was reading in the living room, the wind howling outside, when the lights flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness. I sighed, grabbing a flashlight from the drawer. Power outages were common in storms like these, and I was well prepared. I had candles and an old oil lamp to light my way. As I lit the lamp, I heard a noise, a faint creak of a floorboard upstairs. My heart skipped a beat. I dismissed it as the house settling, a noise I had grown accustomed to over the years. But then I heard it again, louder this time, footsteps, unmistakably human, moving slowly across the wooden floor. My blood ran cold. I lived alone. There shouldn't be anyone else here. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Had someone broken in? But how, with the storm raging outside? I grabbed my old hunting rifle from the closet, my hand shaking. It hadn't been fired in years, but it was loaded. I crept towards the stairs, trying to keep my breathing steady. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, moving from room to room. I strained to listen, trying to pinpoint the intruder's location. I knew the farmhouse inside and out, every creaky floorboard and hidden nook. I decided to use that to my advantage. I turned off the flashlight, relying on my memory to navigate in the dark. I made my way to the kitchen, where I kept a second oil lamp. Lighting it carefully, I felt a sense of dread creeping over me. The footsteps were now in the hallway above, heading towards the stairs. I needed to think fast. I decided to set a trap, something to alert me if the intruder came downstairs. I scattered some old cans and bottles across the bottom step, hoping the noise would give them away. With the trap set, I moved silently towards the back door. The storm outside was ferocious, but I had to check if there were any signs of forced entry. The door was locked, and the windows were all intact. How had someone gotten inside? My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. The footsteps paused at the top of the stairs. I held my breath, every muscle tense, waiting for the clatter of the cans. Instead, the footsteps started descending, slowly and deliberately. My heart pounded in my chest as I crouched behind the kitchen counter, rifle at the ready. The cans rattled, a loud, jarring noise that made me flinch. The footsteps paused again, then continued, more cautiously this time. Whoever it was, they knew they were not alone. I steadied my breathing, preparing myself for a confrontation. The light from my lamp flickered, casting eerie shadows across the room. I gripped the rifle tighter, my palms sweaty. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to sound more confident than I felt. There was no response, just the sound of the storm outside and the steady drip of water from a leaky roof. Silence stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. Then, a whisper, barely audible over the storm, "John." My blood turned to ice. How did they know my name? I peeked around the corner, seeing a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. They were tall, dressed in dark clothing, their face obscured by the dim light. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaking. The figure took a step forward, and I raised the rifle, aiming at their chest. "Stay back." The figure stopped, their posture relaxed, almost nonchalant. "You don't remember me, do you?" The voice was calm, almost familiar, but I couldn't place it. My mind raced, trying to connect the voice to a face. "Who are you?" I asked, my grip tightening on the rifle. The figure laughed softly, a chilling sound in the darkness. "It's been a long time, John," they said, taking another step forward. "You thought you could forget, but some things never stay buried." Memories flooded back, memories I had tried to forget. An old friend, a falling out, threats made in anger. "Tom?" I whispered, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. "That's right," he said, stepping into the light. His face was gaunt, eyes sunken, a shadow of the man I once knew. "You took everything from me, John." "That was years ago," I said, lowering the rifle slightly. "I thought you moved on." "We both made mistakes." He shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. "You moved on," he said, his voice cold. "But I didn't. I lost everything because of you." The anger in his eyes was palpable, a festering wound that had never healed. I tried to reason with him, my mind racing for a way out. "Tom, you don't have to do this. We can talk, find a way to make things right." But I could see he wasn't listening. He lunged at me, and I fired the rifle. The shot echoed through the house, deafening. Tom stumbled back, clutching his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. I ran past him, towards the front door, but he grabbed my leg, pulling me down. We struggled on the floor, the storm outside raging as fiercely as the battle inside. I managed to break free, kicking him hard in the chest. He fell back, hitting his head on the corner of the table. I didn't wait to see if he was unconscious. I bolted for the door. I ran into the storm, the rain lashing my face, the wind howling in my ears. I stumbled through the mud, heading towards the barn where I kept an old radio. I reached the barn, my heart pounding. I locked the door behind me and frantically tuned the radio, praying for a signal. "Mayday, Mayday," I shouted. "This is John Davies. I need help." Static crackled, then a voice. "This is Ranger Station Alpha. We hear you, John. Help is on the way." Relief washed over me. I was finally safe. I think back on the whole thing and just want to forget it all, but I can't. The night had started off perfectly. I was out with my closest friends, celebrating the end of a long work week. We laughed, danced, and drank, enjoying the lively atmosphere of our favorite bar. As the night wore on, the crowd grew larger and the noise level increased. I remember stepping outside for a breath of fresh air, feeling the cool night breeze on my face. That's when I noticed my phone was missing. I must have left it inside, I thought, and turned back to get it. But when I tried to re-enter the bar, the bouncer stopped me, saying it was at full capacity. Frustrated and slightly tipsy, I decided to wait outside, hoping one of my friends would come looking for me. Minutes turned into what felt like hours, and the chill in the air became more biting. I texted my friend Jess using a payphone nearby, asking her to come get me. No response. The streets were getting emptier, and a sense of unease started to creep in. I decided to walk a few blocks to the nearest convenience store, hoping to grab a coffee and wait until I could contact my friends. The dim streetlights cast long shadows, making everything look more sinister. That's when I saw him. A man standing under a flickering street lamp, watching me. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. I reached the convenience store and bought a coffee, feeling slightly better under the harsh fluorescent lights. But when I stepped outside, the man was still there, leaning against a wall, staring directly at me. Panic set in. I started walking briskly in the opposite direction, my mind racing. I could hear footsteps behind me, matching my pace. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. I turned a corner, hoping to lose him, but he was faster. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my arm, pulling me into a dark alley. I struggled, trying to scream, but a cloth was pressed over my mouth, the sickly sweet smell overwhelming my senses. I blacked out. When I woke up, I was in a dimly lit basement. My head throbbed, and my mouth felt dry. Panic surged through me as I realized my wrists and ankles were bound. The basement was cold and damp, the only light coming from a small, barred window near the ceiling. I struggled against the ropes, but they were tight, cutting into my skin. I tried to remember everything I knew about escaping restraints. I twisted my wrists, trying to create some slack, but it was no use. Tears of frustration and fear blurred my vision. Footsteps echoed above me, and a door creaked open. The man from the street entered, a sinister smile on his face. "Good, you're awake," he said, his voice chillingly calm. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer, just watched me with those cold, calculating eyes. "You'll find out soon enough," he said, and left, locking the door behind him. I was alone again, my mind racing. I knew I had to stay calm and think clearly. I scanned the room, looking for anything that could help me. There was an old, rusty nail sticking out of the wooden beam nearby. I inched my way over, the rough floor scraping my skin. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to grasp the nail with my fingers. It was painful, but I worked it back and forth, loosening it from the beam. Finally, I pried the nail free. With trembling hands, I started working on the ropes binding my wrists, using the nail to fray the fibers. It was slow, painstaking work, but eventually, I felt the ropes give way. Freeing my wrists was a small victory, but I still had to untie my ankles. I worked as quickly as I could, the fear of the man returning driving me on. Just as I freed my ankles, I heard the door open again. I quickly hid the nail behind me, pretending to still be bound. The man entered, carrying a tray of food. He set the tray down and checked the ropes on my wrists. Satisfied they were still in place, he turned to leave. As he did, I lunged, driving the nail into his leg with all my strength. He screamed, stumbling back. I didn't wait. I ran for the door, my heart pounding. The basement stairs were steep and narrow, but I took them two at a time, adrenaline fueling my escape. I reached the top and slammed the door behind me, locking it from the inside. I could hear him pounding on the door, his shouts muffled by the thick wood. I found myself in a dark, unfamiliar house. I had to find a way out. I ran through the rooms, searching for an exit. Every door seemed to be locked, every window barred. In the living room, I found a phone. My hand shook as I dialed 911, praying for a signal. The operator answered, and I quickly explained my situation, my voice trembling with fear and urgency. "Stay on the line," the operator said. "We're sending help." I could hear the man still pounding on the basement door, his shouts growing more desperate. I barricaded myself in the living room, stacking furniture against the door. I could hear sirens in the distance, a faint glimmer of hope in the darkness. The pounding on the door stopped, replaced by a tense silence. I listened, straining to hear any sound, any sign of a man. The sirens grew louder, closer. Finally, I heard a crash as the front door was broken down. "Police!" someone shouted. Relief washed over me as officers stormed the house, guns drawn. They found me huddled behind the barricade, shaking and exhausted. I pointed to the basement door. "He's down there," I whispered. They moved quickly, breaking down the door and subduing the man. Paramedics arrived, checking me over, but I was mostly unharmed, just bruised and terrified. I called my friends, tears streaming down my face as I told them I was safe. The police took my statement, and I learned that the man had been stalking me for weeks, planning my abduction. The thought made my skin crawl. My friends and family were devastated, guilt-ridden for not realizing something was wrong sooner. But all that mattered was that I was alive, thanks to my quick thinking and a lot of luck. It took me a long time to feel safe again. The nightmares were relentless, and every creak of the house sent me into a panic. But I refused to let him take anything more from me. I moved to a new city, started therapy, and slowly rebuilt my life. The scars, both physical and emotional, would always be there, but I was determined to live, not just survive. I had always loved the ocean, its vastness, the rhythm of the waves, the sense of freedom it gave me. So, when I discovered the secluded beach, I thought I had found my personal paradise. The beach was hidden away, accessible only by a narrow, winding path through dense forest. It was perfect, quiet, untouched, and, best of all, far from the crowds. That evening, I decided to head out for a sunset surf. The waves looked perfect, and I wanted to make the most of the last light of the day. I grabbed my board and made my way to the water. The surf was incredible. The waves were just right, and I lost myself in the thrill of riding them. Time seemed to stand still as I caught wave after wave. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A group of men had appeared on the beach, standing in a loose circle. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe they were just locals or other surfers who had found the same secluded spot. But as I paddled back out, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The men weren't dressed for the beach. They wore dark clothing, and their stances were tense, their gazes fixed on me. I tried to ignore them, focusing on the waves, but the unease grew. I decided to catch one last wave and head back. As I rode it in, I could see the men more clearly. There were 4 of them, all watching me intently, their expressions unreadable. When I reached the shore, I hesitated, unsure of what to do. The men didn't move, just stood there, blocking the path back to my car. My heartbeat quickened, and I felt a knot of fear tightening in my chest. I forced a casual smile and nodded at them as I walked up the beach, my board under my arm. "Evening," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. They didn't respond, just continued to watch me. I kept walking, hoping they would move or lose interest. But as I got closer, they stepped forward, forming a loose semicircle around me. "Nice night for a surf," one of them said, his voice low and rough. "Yeah," I replied, trying to sound nonchalant. "Beautiful sunset." My mind was racing, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. They were too close to run, and there was no one else around. "Not many people come here," another man said, his eyes narrowing. "How'd you find this place?" His tone was accusatory, almost threatening. "Just exploring," I said, my throat dry. I like finding new spots. I took a step back, but they moved with me, closing the gap. I could feel the tension in the air, like a coiled spring ready to snap. "We don't like strangers here," the first man said, his voice hard. "Especially ones who don't know when to leave." The threat was clear, and my fear spiked. "I was just leaving," I said quickly, trying to keep my voice calm. "I'll get out of your way." I took another step back, but they advanced, their faces set with grim determination. My mind raced, trying to come up with a plan. The path to my car was blocked, and the ocean was at my back. I was trapped, with no clear way out. "You think you can just waltz in here and take over our spot?" the second man snarled. "Think again." He reached out, grabbing my arm with a bruising grip. Panic surged through me, and I yanked my arm free, stumbling back. "I don't want any trouble," I said, my voice shaking. "I'll go." "Just let me go." The men exchanged glances, and then the first one nodded. "Run," he said, his voice dripping with menace. "We'll give you a head start." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and ran, my feet pounding the sand. I could hear their laughter behind me, but I didn't look back. My only thought was to get to my car and escape. The path through the forest was narrow and dark, the fading light making it hard to see. Branches scratched at my arms and face as I pushed through, my heart racing. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps crashing through the underbrush. They were gaining on me, and I knew I had to think fast. I veered off the path, hoping to lose them in the dense foliage. The forest was thick and disorienting. I stumbled through the undergrowth, trying to stay quiet. My breaths were ragged, and I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I found a small hollow under a fallen tree and crawled in, trying to make myself as small as possible. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't find me. "Where'd he go?" One of them shouted, frustration evident in his voice. He can't have gotten far. They spread out, searching the area. I stayed perfectly still, every muscle tensed. Minutes felt like hours as they combed the forest. I could hear them calling to each other, their voices angry and impatient. I knew I couldn't stay hidden forever, but I had to wait for the right moment. Finally, the footsteps began to fade as they moved further away. I took a chance and crept out of my hiding spot, moving as quietly as possible. I had to get to my car and get out of there. I made my way back to the path, keeping low and listening for any sign of the men. The forest was eerily silent, the only sound the distant crash of the waves. When I reached the edge of the forest, I could see my car parked where I had left it. Relief washed over me, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. I sprinted the last few yards, my eyes scanning for any sign of the men. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. I could see movement in the trees and knew I had to hurry. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into gear. As I sped down the narrow dirt road, I saw them burst out of the forest, shouting and waving their arms. I didn't look back, my only focus on putting as much distance between us as possible. When I finally reached the main road, I slowed down, my heart still racing. I drove straight to the nearest police station, my mind reeling from the events of the night. The officers took my statement and promised to investigate, but I could tell they were skeptical. A secluded beach, a group of men, it sounded like a bad movie plot. I never went back to that beach. Ever. It started innocently enough. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. The same man seemed to be around every time I left my apartment. He was always there, lurking in the background. I noticed him the first time when I went for my morning jog. He was sitting on a bench, reading a newspaper. I didn't think much of it at the time. The next day, he was there again. Same bench, same newspaper. I began to feel uneasy, but I told myself it was just my imagination. I started to change my routine, jogging at different times, taking different routes. But no matter what I did, he was always there, always watching. One evening, I decided to confront him. I walked up to him, trying to seem casual. "Do you live around here?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. He looked up, his eyes cold and empty. "Just visiting," he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. His voice sent a chill down my spine. I hurried back to my apartment, my mind racing. Who was this man? Why was he following me? I called my best friend, Jess, and told her everything. "You need to report this," she said, her voice filled with concern. "This isn't normal, Rachel. You can't ignore it." The next day, I went to the police. They took my statement, but without any concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. They promised to keep an eye out, but I didn't feel reassured. I decided to move. I found a new apartment across town, hoping that a fresh start would help. For a few weeks, it seemed to work. I didn't see him, and I began to relax. But then, one night, as I was coming home from work, I saw him. He was standing across the street, watching my building. My heart sank. He had found me again. Panic set in. I rushed inside and locked the door, my hands trembling. I called Jess, barely able to speak through my fear. "He's here," I whispered. "He found me." Jess insisted on coming over. She stayed with me that night, her presence a small comfort. But even with her there, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next morning, I found a note slipped under my door. "You can't hide from me," it read. My blood ran cold. How had he gotten so close without me noticing? I called the police again, but they still couldn't do much without more evidence. They suggested getting a restraining order, but I had no idea who this man was. I installed security cameras around my apartment, hoping to catch him on video. Days passed with no sign of him, and I began to hope that he had given up. Then, one night, I was woken by the sound of footsteps outside my window. I crept to the window and peeked through the curtains. There he was, standing in the courtyard, staring up at my window. My heart pounded in my chest as I called the police. They arrived quickly, but by the time they got there, he was gone. They checked the footage from the security cameras, but it was too dark to make out his face. My fear turned into paranoia. I barely slept, constantly on edge. Every noise, every shadow made my heart race. I felt like a prisoner in my own home. Jess suggested I stay with her for a while, and I gratefully accepted. Her apartment was in a busy area, and I hoped it would be harder for him to find me there. For a while, things seemed to improve. I started to relax, thinking maybe he had finally given up. But then, one night, Jess and I came home to find a note taped to our door. "You can't escape me," it read. The police were called again, but there was little they could do. I felt helpless, trapped in a nightmare with no way out. Jess tried to stay positive, but I could see the fear in her eyes too. One evening, I came home to find my apartment ransacked. Drawers were pulled out, clothes thrown everywhere. But nothing was missing. It was like he was sending a message. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't keep living like this. I decided to hire a private investigator, hoping they could find out who this man was and how he kept finding me. The investigator, Tom, was a former cop. He took my case seriously and began looking into my stalker. For the first time in months, I felt a glimmer of hope. Days turned into weeks, and Tom made progress. He found out the man's name was Peter, a drifter with a history of stalking. But finding him was proving to be difficult. One night, I got a call from Tom. "I think I've found him," he said. "He's staying at a motel not far from your old apartment. I'm going to confront him." I waited anxiously for Tom to call back. Hours passed, and I heard nothing. I tried calling him, but there was no answer. Fear gnawed at me, and I didn't know what to do. The next morning, I got a call from the police. Tom had been found, badly beaten, but alive. He had confronted Peter, but things had gone wrong. Peter had escaped again. Tom was in the hospital, recovering. He apologized for not catching Peter, but I told him it wasn't his fault. He had done more than anyone else to help me. With Peter still out there, I knew I couldn't stay. I packed up my things and moved to a new city, changing my name and starting a new life. It was the only way I could feel safe. For a while, things were better. I found a new job, made new friends, and began to rebuild my life. But the fear never completely went away. I was always looking over my shoulder, always on edge. Then, one night, I came home to find a note on my door. "Found you," it read. My heart sank. He had found me again. I called the police, but they couldn't do much. I realized that I would never be truly free of him. I would always be running, always hiding, always living in fear. But I wasn't going to let him win. I decided to fight back, to take control of my life. I enrolled in self-defense classes, got a guard dog, and armed myself with knowledge and strength. Peter might still be out there, but I refused to live in fear. I would be ready for him if he ever came again. I fled under the cover of darkness, my heart pounding in my chest. The cult had been my life for years, but the fear and manipulation had become unbearable. I knew I had to escape. The forest surrounding the compound was thick and treacherous. I stumbled over roots and ducked under branches, every sound amplified in the still night air. I had no plan, no destination. All I knew was that I had to get as far away as possible. The cult's reach was long, and their punishment for defectors was severe. After hours of running, I finally reached a road. Exhausted, I flagged down a passing car. The driver, a kind-looking woman, hesitated but then let me in. "Are you okay?" she asked, concern etched on her face. I nodded, too terrified to explain. "Just need to get away," I muttered. She drove me to the nearest town, and I thanked her profusely before slipping away into the night. I found a motel and used what little money I had to rent a room. As I lay in the uncomfortable bed, my mind raced. I was free, but for how long? They would be looking for me. The next morning, I decided to move again. I couldn't stay in one place for too long. I took a bus to another town, hoping to stay ahead of them. Days turned into weeks, and I kept moving. I found temporary work at diners and stayed in cheap motels. I was always looking over my shoulder, my fear never fully abating. One evening, as I was working at a small cafe, a family came in. They seemed friendly, and the mother, Susan, struck up a conversation with me. She could sense my unease. "If you ever need a place to stay, we have a spare room," she offered. I hesitated but then accepted. I was tired of running and needed a break. Susan and her family welcomed me into their home. For the first time in months, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe I could finally rest. But the peace was short-lived. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard a noise outside. My heart raced as I crept to the window and peeked out. In the dim light, I saw a figure standing by the edge of the yard, watching the house. Panic surged through me. They had found me. I quickly packed my things, careful not to wake Susan and her family. I couldn't put them in danger. I had to leave before the cult members got any closer. As I slipped out the back door, I could hear footsteps approaching. I ran, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had no idea where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stop. The town was quiet at this hour, and I felt exposed. I ducked into an alley and waited, listening for any sign of pursuit. Minutes passed, and then I saw them. Two men from the cult, their faces familiar and terrifying, walked down the street, their eyes scanning the area. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't see me. They passed by the alley without noticing me, and I let out a silent sigh of relief. I had to keep moving. I slipped out of the alley and made my way to the bus station. I bought a ticket to the furthest destination I could afford and boarded the bus, my heart still racing. The bus ride was long, and I dozed fitfully, my mind filled with nightmares of the cult. When I arrived in a new city, I felt a momentary sense of relief. But I knew it wouldn't last. I found a cheap hostel and tried to blend in with the other travelers. I dyed my hair and changed my appearance as much as I could. I had to stay ahead of them. Days turned into weeks, and I kept moving. I was always vigilant, always on edge. I couldn't afford to let my guard down, not even for a moment. One night, as I was walking back to my hostel, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I turned and saw a man watching me from across the street. It was one of the cult members. I quickened my pace, my mind racing. How had they found me again? I needed to get out of the city, and fast. I returned to the hostel, grabbed my bag, and slipped out the back. I made my way to the train station and bought a ticket to the next town over. On the train, I tried to calm my racing heart. I couldn't keep running forever. I needed a plan, something to stop them from finding me. I decided to go to the police. I had been avoiding them, afraid they wouldn't believe me, but I had no other choice. I had to try. At the police station, I told them everything. The cult, my escape, the men who were following me. The officers listened and took my statement, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. They offered me a temporary place to stay, a safe house, while they investigated. It wasn't much, but it was something. At the safe house, I felt a brief sense of security. But it was fragile. I knew they were still out there, looking for me. One night, I woke to the sound of someone trying to break in. My heart pounded as I grabbed a kitchen knife and crept to the door. The door burst open, and I saw one of the cult members standing there, his eyes wild with anger. "You can't escape us," he snarled. I slashed at him with the knife, and he recoiled, blood dripping from his arm. I took the opportunity to run, fleeing into the night once again. I didn't stop running until I reached a public place filled with people. I called the police and told them what happened. They promised to send more protection, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. I'm still running, still looking over my shoulder. The cult is relentless, but so am I. I will keep moving, keep fighting, until I am truly free. It was supposed to be a routine visit to the bank. I had just gotten off work and needed to deposit a check. The sun was shining, and the day felt normal, uneventful. I walked into the bank, greeted the teller, and stood in line. The bank was moderately busy, a few people ahead of me, and a few behind. The usual hum of transactions filled the air. Just as I reached the counter, a sudden loud noise shattered the calm. The doors burst open, and several masked men stormed in, guns raised, shouting commands. Everyone down on the floor. "Now," one of the robbers yelled, waving his gun menacingly. My heart pounded as I dropped to the floor, trying to stay calm. The robbers quickly took control, locking the doors and disabling the security cameras. The leader, a tall man with a scar on his cheek, barked orders at his accomplices. I lay there, my face pressed against the cold tile floor, listening to the chaos around me. People were crying, whispering prayers, and holding onto each other. The leader began pacing, his eyes scanning the room. "No one needs to get hurt," he said, his voice cold and detached. "Do as we say, and you'll all be fine." I glanced around, assessing the situation. There were 5 robbers, all armed and all wearing masks. They seemed organized, but there was an air of desperation about them. One of the tellers, a young woman, was pulled to her feet and forced to open the vault. The rest of us stayed on the floor, too scared to move. I knew we couldn't just wait and hope for the best. We needed a plan, a way to keep everyone calm and get out of this alive. Slowly, I began to formulate an idea. "Stay calm," I whispered to the person next to me, a middle-aged man who looked like he was on the verge of a panic attack. "We'll get through this." The man nodded, taking deep breaths. I knew that keeping everyone as calm as possible was crucial. Panic would only make things worse. The robbers were getting agitated. The vault was taking longer to open than they anticipated, and the tension in the room was palpable. I needed to act soon. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice shaking slightly. "May I speak to your leader?" The robbers turned towards me, surprised by my boldness. The leader walked over, his eyes narrowing. "What do you want?" he demanded, his gun pointed at me. "I'm Tom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I work in conflict resolution. Let me help keep everyone calm. The last thing you need is a room full of panicked people. He seemed to consider this for a moment, then nodded. Fine. But don't try anything stupid. I stood up slowly, hands raised to show I meant no harm. I moved around the room, speaking softly to the hostages, reassuring them. Gradually, the atmosphere shifted from panic to cautious calm. I kept an eye on the robbers, noting their movements and interactions. The leader was clearly the one in charge, but there was tension among them. They were not as unified as they appeared. The vault finally opened, and the robbers began filling bags with money. The leader was still watching me, but he seemed slightly less hostile. "You're doing great," I whispered to a young mother clutching her child. "Just keep breathing. We're going to get out of this." The leader approached me again. "What's your plan, Tom?" he asked, suspicion in his voice. "My plan is to keep everyone safe," I replied. "You don't want this to turn into a bloodbath. Let's work together to make sure it doesn't." He stared at me for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. "Just don't try anything funny." I knew that keeping the robbers somewhat cooperative was key. If they felt in control, they were less likely to become violent. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the front of the bank. I heard the faint sound of sirens in the distance. The police were arriving. The robbers panicked, shouting at each other. The leader grabbed me, pulling me towards the front. "You said you'd keep this under control," he snarled. "We can still do this peacefully," I said, my mind racing. "Let me talk to the police. We can negotiate." He hesitated, then shoved me towards the door. "Fine. But if this goes south, it's on you." I stepped outside, my hands raised. The police were positioned behind their cars, guns drawn. "I'm Tom," I called out. "I'm here to negotiate." An officer stepped forward, her eyes never leaving mine. "What's the situation in there?" she asked. "We have hostages," I said, my voice steady. "But no one has been hurt. The robbers want safe passage out of here. We need to keep this calm." The officer nodded, lowering her gun slightly. "Let's talk," she said. "But we need to ensure everyone's safety." I returned to the bank, relaying the message to the leader. The tension was still high, but there was a glimmer of hope. We continued negotiating, slowly building trust. Hours passed, but finally, the robbers agreed to surrender. The hostages were released, and the robbers were taken into custody. As the last hostage left the bank, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. We had made it out alive. When I first met Jack, he seemed perfect. He had just moved into the apartment across the hall, and his charming smile and friendly demeanor instantly drew me in. We bumped into each other in the hallway one morning, and he introduced himself with a warm handshake. "I'm Jack," he said. "Just moved in. Nice to meet you." Over the next few weeks, we kept running into each other. In the elevator, at the mailboxes, even at the local coffee shop. It felt like fate. Jack was everything I had been looking for in a partner. He was attentive, kind, and always knew how to make me laugh. We started dating, and it felt like a dream come true. Our first few dates were magical. He took me to nice restaurants, planned romantic picnics, and always seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. My friends were thrilled for me. "He sounds amazing," they would say. And he was. At least, at first. As we spent more time together, little things started to nag at me. He was secretive about his past, always deflecting when I asked about his previous jobs or relationships. One night, curiosity got the better of me. While he was in the shower, I snooped through his things. I found a box hidden in the back of his closet, filled with old photos and documents. The photos showed a different side of Jack. In some, he looked angry, almost violent. There were court documents too, mentioning restraining orders and charges of harassment. My heart pounded as I put everything back. Who was this man I had let into my life? I decided to confront him, but I needed to be careful. The next evening, I casually asked him about his past relationships. He grew tense, his eyes darkening. "They didn't end well," he said, his tone sharp. I knew I had to end things, but I was afraid. Jack had a dark side, and I didn't know how he would react. I decided to break up with him in a public place to stay safe. We met at a busy cafe, and I nervously told him that I needed to end things. His charming facade slipped, replaced by a cold, menacing glare. "You can't just leave me, Mary," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "We're meant to be together." I tried to stay calm, standing my ground. "It's over, Jack. Please respect that." He didn't say anything, just stared at me with those piercing eyes. Over the next few days, I noticed him everywhere. Outside my apartment, at the grocery store, even at my workplace. It felt like he was always watching me. I told my friends about my suspicions, and they urged me to go to the police. But without concrete evidence, I knew it would be hard to get a restraining order. One night, I heard strange noises outside my door. My heart raced as I peeked through the peephole. Jack was there, just standing and staring at my door. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, he was gone. They took my report but said there wasn't much they could do without catching him in the act. My anxiety grew with each passing day. I installed extra locks and even started carrying pepper spray, but I still felt vulnerable. One evening, I came home to find my apartment door slightly ajar. I cautiously entered, calling out, but there was no answer. Everything seemed in place, but I felt a chill run down my spine. As I moved through the apartment, I found a note on my bed. "You can't hide from me, Mary," it read. My hands trembled as I called the police again. The officers arrived and searched the apartment, but there was no sign of Jack. They advised me to stay with a friend, but I was determined not to let him drive me out of my own home. I decided to install cameras inside and outside my apartment. I needed evidence if I was going to get the police to take this seriously. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak and rustle sounded like a threat. I watched the camera feeds obsessively, my nerves on edge. Around 3 a.m., I saw him on the camera by my front door. He was picking the lock, his movements slow and deliberate. I called the police, my voice shaking. This time, the police arrived quickly and caught him in the act. Jack was arrested, but the fear didn't go away. I knew how manipulative he could be. I pressed charges and got a restraining order. The court proceedings were terrifying, but I had to stand up for myself. Jack's true nature was revealed in court, and he was sentenced to prison. Even with Jack behind bars, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I moved to a new apartment and changed my phone number, trying to start fresh. My friends supported me through the ordeal, but the trauma lingered. I sought therapy to help deal with the lingering fear and paranoia. Slowly, I began to rebuild my life. I made new friends, found new hobbies, and started to feel like myself again. But the memory of Jack's obsession haunted me. I became more cautious, always aware of my surroundings. Trust was hard to come by, but I learned to listen to my instincts. Years passed, and the fear lessened, but it never fully disappeared. I would occasionally check online to make sure Jack was still in prison. One day, I received a letter. My heart stopped when I saw the sender's name, Jack. Inside was a single sentence, "I'll see you soon." Panic surged through me, but I refused to let it control my life. I reported the letter to the police and took extra precautions. I wouldn't let Jack's shadow dominate my life. I had escaped him once, and I would do it again. I was working the night shift as a janitor in a high-rise office building in downtown Chicago. The building was quiet, as usual, and I was just doing my rounds, emptying trash bins and vacuuming the carpets. It was a pretty standard night until I got to the 15th floor. I stepped out of the elevator with my cleaning cart, the lights dimmed for the night. The silence was comforting, like every other night. I headed to the first office and started my routine. As I was finishing up, I heard a faint noise, like someone talking. I ignored it at first, thinking it might be coming from another floor. But then I heard it again, louder this time. I paused, trying to listen more closely. It was definitely coming from down the hall. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to check it out. I walked quietly down the hallway, the voices getting clearer. They were coming from one of the larger conference rooms. As I got closer, I realized the door was slightly ajar. I peeked through the crack and saw 3 men inside, all dressed in black and wearing masks. They were armed with guns and were rifling through the drawers and cabinets. My heart started pounding. I knew I shouldn't be there, but I was frozen in place, unable to move. One of the men looked up, and I quickly ducked back, hoping he hadn't seen me. I backed away slowly, trying to get back to the elevator, but my foot caught on the edge of a carpet and I stumbled, making a noise. The talking inside the room stopped. I heard footsteps approaching the door. Panicking, I looked for a place to hide. There was a supply closet a few feet away, and I darted inside, closing the door as quietly as I could. I could hear them now, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. They were looking for me. My heart was beating so loudly I was sure they could hear it. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't find me. "Did you see anyone?" one of them asked. "Yeah, someone was definitely out here," another replied. "Find them. We can't let them leave." I stayed as still as possible, clutching a mop handle like it was a weapon. The footsteps grew louder, and then they were right outside the closet. The doorknob turned, and I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the worst. The door creaked open, and I felt a cold breeze as it swung inward. I opened my eyes just a sliver and saw a pair of boots. One of the men stood there, scanning the room. He didn't see me tucked behind the door. After what felt like forever, he turned and walked away. I exhaled slowly, trying to calm myself. I knew I needed to get out of there, but I didn't know how. I waited until I couldn't hear their footsteps anymore, then quietly crept out of the closet. I headed for the stairwell, thinking it might be safer than the elevator. As I pushed open the stairwell door, it made a loud creak. I cringed, hoping they hadn't heard it. I started down the stairs, moving as quickly and quietly as I could. I was almost at the next landing when I heard the door above me burst open. "There he is," one of them shouted. I ran faster, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps getting closer. I reached the 12th floor and shoved open the door, darting into the hallway. I needed a place to hide, but the offices were all locked. I kept running, looking for anything that might help. I turned a corner and found myself in another hallway, this one lined with cubicles. I ducked into one, trying to catch my breath. I could hear them in the stairwell, searching for me. I needed a plan, and fast. I spotted a phone on one of the desks and grabbed it, dialing 911 with shaking hands. The operator answered, and I whispered as quietly as I could, explaining what was happening. They told me to stay on the line and that help was on the way. I heard footsteps again, closer this time. I hung up and crouched lower, praying they wouldn't find me. One of the men walked past the cubicles, looking around. He was so close I could see the sweat on his forehead. He stopped, looking right at the cubicle I was hiding in. I held my breath, my heart pounding. He took a step closer, and I knew I was done for. But then, a noise from the other end of the hallway caught his attention. He turned and walked away, heading towards the sound. I took the opportunity to move, crawling on my hands and knees to another cubicle further down. I needed to keep moving, to stay ahead of them. I could hear sirens in the distance, getting closer. I just needed to hold out a little longer. I made it to the end of the hallway and found a small storage room. I slipped inside and closed the door, hoping it would buy me some time. The sirens were louder now, and I could see flashing lights outside the window. I heard the men shouting, panicking as they realized the police were arriving. I stayed hidden, listening as they ran down the hallway, trying to escape. The sound of their footsteps faded, and then it was quiet. I waited, afraid to move. Finally, I heard voices, but these were different. The police were here. I slowly opened the door and stepped out, hands raised. An officer saw me and rushed over, guiding me to safety. They searched the building and found the men trying to escape through a back exit. They were arrested, and I was taken outside, where I finally felt like I could breathe again. I sat on the curb, shaking, as the officers asked me questions. I told them everything, from the moment I saw the men to the chase through the stairwell. They reassured me that I was safe now, but I couldn't shake the fear. It was a night I'd never forget. What started as a normal shift turned into a nightmare. I was just a janitor, trying to do my job, and ended up in the middle of a robbery. I had just left a 4th of July party at my friend's house. It was late, around midnight, and I was driving home on the back roads. The air was still warm from the day, and the fireworks had left a smoky haze in the sky. I felt relaxed and a little tired, ready to be home. As I turned onto a long, deserted stretch of road, I noticed headlights behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. There weren't many cars out this late, but it wasn't unheard of. I drove on, the road winding through the countryside, surrounded by fields and occasional patches of woods. The car behind me got closer, its headlights glaring in my rearview mirror. It felt a bit aggressive, but I figured they just wanted to pass. I slowed down slightly, hoping they'd go around me. Instead, they stayed right on my tail, matching my speed. I sped up, trying to put some distance between us, but they sped up too. My heart started to race. It didn't feel right. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease, telling myself I was being paranoid. But the car kept tailgating me, almost bumper to bumper now. I took a deep breath and decided to turn onto a smaller road, hoping they'd go straight. I signaled and turned, but they followed me. The road was even darker here, with thick trees on either side. I could barely see beyond the reach of my headlights. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This was no coincidence. Whoever was driving that car was following me. I pressed harder on the gas, the engine revving as I tried to put some distance between us. But the car behind me kept up, relentless. I took another turn, this one sharper, hoping to lose them. My tires screeched on the pavement, but the car stayed right with me. I was driving faster than I ever had on these roads, the scenery a blur. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't want to take my hands off the wheel or my eyes off the road. I took another turn, then another, weaving through the back roads. Each time, the car followed, unwavering. I spotted a narrow dirt road up ahead and decided to take it, hoping it would throw them off. I turned sharply, the car bumping and jolting on the uneven surface. The headlights behind me disappeared for a moment, and I felt a flicker of hope. But then they reappeared, bouncing along the dirt road, still on my tail. Panic set in. I was running out of options. I didn't know these roads well enough to navigate them at high speed. I needed to find a way to lose them, and fast. I saw a sign for an old service road, barely visible in the darkness. It was narrow and overgrown, hardly used. I made a split-second decision and turned onto it, branches scraping against the sides of my car. For a moment, it seemed like I had lost them. The headlights disappeared, and I breathed a sigh of relief. But then I heard the sound of an engine, and the headlights appeared again, closer than ever. I pushed the car to its limits, the wheels slipping on the loose gravel. The road twisted and turned, barely wide enough for one car. I prayed I wouldn't hit a dead end. The car behind me was so close now that I could see the driver's face, twisted in anger and determination. I spotted an old barn up ahead, its silhouette barely visible in the dark. I took a sharp turn and headed towards it, hoping to find some cover. I drove around the back and killed the engine, plunging myself into darkness. I sat there, heart pounding, trying to stay silent. The other car sped past, the sound of its engine fading into the distance. I waited, afraid to move. Minutes passed, and I didn't hear anything. Finally, I dared to breathe again. I started the car, keeping the lights off, and slowly made my way back to the main road. I drove carefully, keeping an eye out for any sign of the car. I finally made it back to a more populated area, my hands still shaking. I didn't stop until I reached home, locking the doors and windows behind me. I never found out who was driving that car or why they were following me. The next morning, I checked my car for any damage from the night before. There were scratches and dents from the branches, but nothing serious. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my stomach. Driving those roads was never the same after that night. The memory of being chased, the headlights in my rearview mirror, haunted me. I always took the longer, busier routes from then on, never trusting the dark, deserted roads again. I don't know what would have happened if they had caught me, and I don't want to know. I'm just glad I managed to get away. I was babysitting for the Bakers one Thursday night. They lived in an affluent neighborhood, the kind with wide streets and big houses. Their daughter, Lily, was sweet and easy to watch. It was supposed to be an ordinary job, keep Lily entertained, get her to bed, and wait for her parents to come home. I had no idea how wrong I was. Lily was already in her pajamas when I arrived. Mr. Baker gave me the usual instructions. Bedtime at 8:30, snacks are in the kitchen, call if you need anything. Then he left, and it was just me and Lily. We played some board games, and then I let her watch a movie while I checked my phone. Everything seemed normal until I noticed Lily kept glancing at the front door. I asked her if something was wrong, but she just shook her head. I didn't think much of it at the time. After dinner, I told Lily it was time to get ready for bed. She protested a bit but eventually went upstairs. I tucked her in, read her a story, and she fell asleep pretty quickly. I went back downstairs and settled on the couch, ready for a quiet night. Around 9 p.m., I heard a noise coming from outside. It sounded like a car door slamming. I thought maybe Mr. Baker had forgotten something and come back. I went to check, but when I looked out the window, I didn't see anyone. I closed the door and went back inside, feeling a bit uneasy. A few minutes later, I heard the noise again, this time louder. My heart started pounding. I knew the Bakers weren't supposed to be home yet. I looked out the window again and saw a man standing by a car in the driveway. He looked like Mr. Baker, but something felt off. I decided to ignore it and went back to watching TV. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. I jumped up, my heart racing. I opened it just a crack and saw the same man standing there. He smiled at me, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Hi, I'm here to pick up Lily," he said. Mr. Baker asked me to. Something didn't feel right. I hesitated, and he pushed the door open wider. "It's okay," he said, stepping inside. "I'm a family friend." I stepped back, unsure of what to do. "I need to call Mr. Baker," I said, trying to sound confident. He smiled again, but this time it was more like a smirk. "There's no need for that," he said, shutting the door behind him. "He knows I'm here." I backed away, my hands shaking. "Please, I need to call him," I insisted. He grabbed my arm, his grip tight and painful. "You're not calling anyone," he said, dragging me into the living room. He shoved me onto the couch and stood over me, his eyes cold and menacing. I glanced towards the stairs, thinking about Lily sleeping upstairs. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. "You're going to sit here quietly and not make a sound," he said. "If you do anything stupid, the girl gets hurt." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I nodded, too scared to speak. He sat down across from me, the gun never leaving his hand. We sat there in tense silence for what felt like hours. I kept thinking about Lily, hoping she wouldn't wake up and come downstairs. I didn't know who this man was, but it was clear he wasn't a friend of the Bakers. Eventually, I heard footsteps on the stairs. My heart sank. Lily appeared at the top, rubbing her eyes. "I heard noises," she said sleepily. "What's going on?" The man stood up and pointed the gun at her. "Come down here, Lily," he said, his voice smooth but threatening. She looked at me, confused and scared. "Do what he says," I said, my voice barely a whisper. She came down the stairs slowly, her eyes wide with fear. The man grabbed her arm and pulled her to him. "We're leaving," he said. "And you're coming with us." I didn't know what to do. I was terrified, but I knew I had to protect Lily. "Please," I begged. "Let her go. She's just a child." He ignored me and started dragging Lily towards the door. I couldn't let him take her. Summoning all my courage, I lunged at him, trying to wrestle the gun from his hand. There was a struggle, and in the chaos, the gun went off. The sound was deafening. I felt a searing pain in my shoulder and fell to the ground. Lily screamed. The man kicked me aside and grabbed Lily, dragging her out the door. I tried to get up, but the pain was too much. I could hear the sound of the car starting and driving away. I crawled to the phone and called the police, my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial. I told them what happened and begged them to hurry. The police arrived within minutes. They called for an ambulance and started searching the area for the man and Lily. I was taken to the hospital, my mind racing with fear for Lily. It took hours, but the police eventually found them. The man had taken Lily to an abandoned house a few miles away. She was scared but unarmed. The man was arrested and charged with kidnapping and assault. I found out later that the man was a known criminal who had been stalking the Bakers for weeks. He had planned to take Lily and hold her for ransom. The Bakers were horrified and grateful that Lily and I were safe. The experience left me shaken. I still babysit, but I'm much more cautious now. I always make sure the doors are locked and keep an eye out for anything unusual. It's scary to think how close we came to something terrible, but I'm grateful we got out of it safely. I was camping in the forests of northern Michigan, seeking solace amidst the towering trees and tranquil wilderness. It was supposed to be a peaceful night, just me and the sounds of nature surrounding my van. But when I woke up, I found myself in the middle of a nightmare. As the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, I stirred from my sleep, blinking away the remnants of a restless night. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized something was wrong. There were voices outside, low and guttural, interspersed with the snap of twigs and the rustle of leaves. Heart pounding, I peered out the window of my van and saw them, a group of men, dressed in camouflage and brandishing rifles, surrounding my campsite. Fear clutched at my chest as I realized I was surrounded, trapped in my own little slice of wilderness. I didn't know what to do. Should I confront them? Or should I stay hidden inside my van and hope they went away? My mind raced with fear and uncertainty as I weighed my options. But before I could make a decision, one of the men spotted me. He shouted something to the others, and suddenly they were closing in, their faces twisted with anger and hostility. I panicked, scrambling to lock the doors of my van as they pounded on the windows, demanding that I come out. I felt like a trapped animal, my heart pounding in my chest as I searched frantically for a way out. But there was nowhere to run. The men had surrounded my van, cutting off any possible escape routes. I was completely at their mercy, and I didn't know what they were capable of. Then, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, one of the men produced a shotgun from his pack and aimed it at my van. My blood ran cold as I realized they were serious, that they were willing to use violence to get me out. I didn't know what to do. Should I try to reason with them? Or should I fight back and risk getting hurt? My mind raced with fear and indecision as I tried to come up with a plan. But before I could make a decision, the situation took an unexpected turn. From out of nowhere, a voice called out from the trees, clear and commanding. It was a park ranger, drawn by the commotion. He demanded to know what was going on, and the men reluctantly backed off, their anger tempered by the presence of authority. I breathed a sigh of relief as the ranger approached my van, his expression stern but sympathetic. He listened as I explained what had happened, and he assured me that I was safe now, that he would take care of everything. As the men slunk away into the forest, their anger replaced by sullen resentment, the ranger helped me pack up my things and escorted me out of the woods. I was shaken but unharmed, grateful to be alive. But as I drove away from that place, the memory of what had happened lingered in my mind, a dark shadow cast over the beauty of the forest. I saw a beautiful, old piano for sale in a small shop in Las Vegas. I couldn't resist. It was a grand piano, with a rich, dark finish and ivory keys that felt smooth under my fingers. The shop owner said it had a history, once owned by someone famous, but he didn't say much more. I didn't care about the history, I just wanted the piano. I had the piano delivered to my apartment the next day. It fit perfectly in my living room, and I spent hours playing it, losing myself in the music. It wasn't until a week later that things started to get strange. One evening, I came home from work and found my front door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it. I stepped inside, cautiously. Nothing seemed out of place, but the piano lid was open. I never left it open. I felt a chill but dismissed it, thinking I must have forgotten. That night, I woke up to the sound of someone playing the piano. The notes were soft, almost ghostly. I grabbed a flashlight and went to the living room, but no one was there. The piano was closed. I stood there, heart pounding, convinced I was losing my mind. The next morning, I found a note on my doorstep. It said, "We know you have it. Return it, or else." I had no idea what it meant, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was about the piano. I called the shop owner, but his number was disconnected. I went to the shop, but it was closed, the windows boarded up. That evening, 2 men showed up at my door. They were dressed in dark suits and looked serious. One of them showed me a photo of the piano and asked if I had it. I lied and said no, but they didn't believe me. They pushed past me and searched my apartment. When they saw the piano, one of them smiled. "You have something that belongs to us," he said. "We need it back." I tried to explain that I bought it from the shop, but they didn't care. They insisted that the piano once belonged to a notorious mobster and that it had something valuable hidden inside. They demanded I let them take it, but I refused. It was my piano, and I wasn't going to give it up. The men left, but they made it clear they would be back. I was terrified. I couldn't sleep that night, jumping at every sound. The next day, I went to the police, but they said there wasn't much they could do without more information. I felt helpless. A few nights later, I woke up to find the men in my apartment again. This time, they weren't alone. They had brought tools and were determined to take the piano apart. I tried to stop them, but one of them grabbed me and held me back. They dismantled the piano piece by piece, but they didn't find anything. Frustrated, they turned their attention to me. They demanded to know where the hidden item was. I had no idea what they were talking about. They didn't believe me. One of them pulled out a knife, and I thought that was the end. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. The men froze. The knocking grew louder, more urgent. They exchanged glances and then fled out the back door, leaving me shaken and alone. I ran to the door and opened it to find a neighbor, concerned about the noise. I was too scared to explain and just thanked him. I called the police again, but by the time they arrived, the men were long gone. The police took my statement and promised to keep an eye on my apartment. They suggested I stay somewhere else for a while, but I had nowhere else to go. I was too scared to stay, but I didn't want to leave my home. A few days later, I received another note. It said, "Last chance. Give it back, or you'll regret it." I decided I couldn't stay any longer. I packed a bag and left town, staying with a friend in another city. I decided to take a solo trip into the Oregon wilderness to clear my mind. I had always loved hiking, and being out in nature helped me find peace. I picked a remote trail that promised solitude and beautiful scenery. My backpack was loaded with supplies, and I planned to camp for a few days. The first day was uneventful. The forest was thick and green, the air fresh and cool. I found a good spot to set up my tent and made a small fire. As the sun set, I felt a sense of calm. I cooked a simple meal and ate while listening to the sounds of the forest. The next day, I decided to explore further into the woods. I followed a narrow path that seemed rarely used. After a few hours of walking, I noticed signs of human activity: trampled grass, discarded food wrappers. It struck me as odd since this area was supposed to be isolated. As I ventured deeper, I heard voices. They were rough, angry. I crept closer, staying hidden behind trees. Through the foliage, I saw a group of men. They were heavily armed and carrying animal carcasses. Poachers. My heart raced as I realized the danger. These men were breaking the law, and they wouldn't want any witnesses. I started to back away slowly, careful not to make any noise. But then I stepped on a dry twig. It snapped loudly, and the men turned in my direction. I froze, hoping they wouldn't see me, but it was too late. One of them shouted, and they all began moving towards me. Panicking, I ran. My heart pounded in my chest as I crashed through the underbrush. I could hear them behind me, cursing and shouting. They were getting closer. I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands on the ground, but I pushed myself up and kept running. I reached a small clearing and hid behind a large rock, trying to catch my breath. I could hear them nearby, their footsteps heavy on the forest floor. I stayed as still as possible, praying they wouldn't find me. But then I heard one of them say, "She's got to be around here somewhere." Fear gripped me. These men were dangerous, and I was alone, deep in the wilderness. I had no way to call for help. I decided to move again, staying low and quiet. I headed towards a creek I remembered passing earlier, thinking the water might help cover my tracks. I reached the creek and waded in, following the water downstream. The cold water numbed my feet, but I didn't stop. I could still hear the men searching behind me. The creek led to a dense part of the forest, and I hoped it would be enough to lose them. Hours passed, and the sun began to set. I was exhausted, cold, and hungry, but I kept moving. The forest grew darker, and the sounds of the night began to surround me. I found a small cave and decided to hide there for the night. I curled up, trying to stay warm and quiet. The next morning, I cautiously emerged from the cave. The forest was silent, and there was no sign of the poachers. I felt a small sense of relief, but knew I wasn't safe yet. I needed to find my way back to my camp and get out of the woods. I retraced my steps, staying alert for any signs of the men. As I got closer to my camp, I noticed smoke rising in the distance. My heart sank. It was coming from the direction of my campsite. I approached cautiously and saw that my tent and supplies were gone, burned to ashes. I was devastated. Everything I had brought was destroyed. I had no food, no shelter, and no way to call for help. I realized I had to keep moving, to find a way out of the forest and reach safety. I tried to stay calm and think clearly. I remembered a ranger station a few miles away. It was my best chance. I began walking, trying to conserve my energy and stay hidden. Every sound made me jump, fearing the poachers might still be out there. I walked for hours, my body aching and tired. Finally, I saw the ranger station in the distance. Relief washed over me, but I didn't let my guard down. I approached carefully, scanning the area for any signs of danger. When I reached the door, I knocked frantically. A ranger opened the door, and I collapsed into his arms, sobbing. I explained what had happened, and he assured me I was safe now. They called the authorities, and soon, the forest was swarming with law enforcement. They found the poachers' camp and arrested them. I stayed at the ranger station for a few days, recovering from the ordeal. The rangers were kind and supportive, helping me through the trauma. I realized how lucky I was to have survived. The wilderness, once my place of peace, had turned into a nightmare. I eventually returned home, but the experience stayed with me. Last summer, my friends and I decided to go camping in the Utah desert. It was supposed to be a getaway from our busy lives. Just 4 of us, Tom, Sarah, Jake, and me. We packed our tents, food, and some gear, and drove out to a remote spot far from any town. The landscape was beautiful, with red rocks and wide open skies. It felt like we had the whole world to ourselves. We set up camp near a small canyon. There was a sense of peace there, just the wind and the distant sound of birds. As night fell, we built a fire and sat around it, talking and laughing. The stars were so bright, and everything seemed perfect. After a while, we turned in for the night, excited for the hike we planned for the next day. Around midnight, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first, just a feeling that something was off. Then I heard it, voices. Low and urgent, coming from somewhere nearby. I unzipped my tent quietly and peered out. I could see shadows moving in the distance, too far to make out clearly but close enough to worry me. I nudged Tom awake and pointed. His eyes widened, and he whispered that we should wake the others. We huddled together, trying to figure out what to do. The voices grew louder, and we could see flashlights moving closer. Sarah suggested we stay quiet and hope they pass by, but Jake was scared and wanted to pack up and leave immediately. Before we could decide, the men were upon us. There were 6 of them, all armed. They surrounded our campsite, their flashlights blinding us. One of them, a tall man with a grizzled beard, stepped forward and demanded to know what we were doing there. We explained we were just camping, that we didn't mean any harm. He stared at us for a long moment, then told us to pack up and leave, now. We scrambled to obey, packing up our gear as fast as we could. The men watched us closely, their guns at the ready. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely zip my backpack. The tension was suffocating. Finally, we were ready, and the bearded man told us to follow him. They led us through the dark desert, away from our camp. My mind raced with fear. Who were these men? Why were they out here? We walked for what felt like hours until we came to a large fence with a gate. Beyond it, I could see the faint outline of buildings. The bearded man told us this was private property and we had trespassed. He said they were part of a religious community and they didn't like outsiders. I tried to explain again that we didn't know, that we were just camping, but he cut me off. He said we had seen too much and couldn't leave until they decided what to do with us. My stomach dropped. This was worse than I had imagined. They took us inside the compound, to a small building that looked like a storage shed. They locked us inside, saying they would deal with us in the morning. The room was dark and cold, and we huddled together, trying to stay calm. Sarah was crying, and Jake kept muttering that we were going to die. None of us slept that night. We kept listening for any sound outside, our minds filled with terror. As the first light of dawn crept through the cracks in the walls, we heard footsteps. The door creaked open, and the bearded man entered, followed by 2 others. He said they had decided to let us go, but warned us never to return. He said if we told anyone about this place, they would find us and kill us. His eyes were cold and dead as he spoke, and I believed him. They blindfolded us and drove us back to our car, miles away from where we had camped. They left us there, in the middle of nowhere, and drove off without another word. We stood there, stunned, until the dust from their vehicle settled. Then we piled into the car and drove as fast as we could back to civilization. None of us spoke much during the drive. We were too shaken. When we got home, we agreed never to talk about what happened. We were scared of what those men might do if they found out we had. I still have nightmares about that night, about those cold eyes and the feeling of being utterly helpless. I don't know who those men were or what they were protecting, and I don't want to find out. We never went camping again. It was the 4th of July, and I was working the late shift at the convenience store. Most people were out celebrating, so it was quiet, just the occasional customer grabbing snacks or beer. I was behind the counter, scrolling through my phone, when I noticed a man walk in. He had a hoodie pulled up despite the warm night, and he was looking around too much. My gut told me something was off. He came to the counter with a six-pack, and I scanned it, trying to stay calm. He reached into his pocket, and my heart sank when he pulled out a gun. He pointed it at me and told me to give him all the money in the register. My hands were shaking as I opened the drawer. Stay calm, I told myself. I gathered the bills and handed them over. He kept the gun aimed at me, eyes starting to the door. I thought about the store's panic button under the counter, but it was risky. He was too close, and I didn't want to make any sudden moves. He ordered me to get on the floor, and I did. My mind was racing, trying to think of a way out. He moved behind the counter, probably to check if there was more money hidden. I realized this might be my chance. I glanced around and saw the back door to the storage room. It led outside to the alley. As quietly as I could, I started crawling towards the door. I kept my eyes on him, praying he wouldn't notice. He was busy stuffing the money into a bag. When I reached the door, I slowly turned the knob, wincing at the slightest creak. I slipped into the storage room and closed the door behind me, trying not to make a sound. I heard him cursing from the other side of the door. He must have realized I was gone. I looked around the storage room, spotting a heavy metal shelf. I pushed it against the door, hoping it would buy me some time. Then I made my way to the back door and stepped into the alley. The cool night air hit me, and I felt a rush of panic and relief. But I knew I wasn't safe yet. I ran down the alley, heading towards the main street. I needed to find help. I could hear sirens in the distance, probably for the 4th of July celebrations, but I hoped they would come my way. As I reached the street, I saw a police car parked at the corner. I waved frantically, and the officer inside saw me. He got out, and I ran to him, breathless and shaking. I explained what happened, and he called for backup. The officer told me to stay by the car while he approached the store. More police cars arrived, and I watched as they surrounded the building. They went inside, and after a few tense minutes, they brought the man out in handcuffs. He was yelling and struggling, but they had him under control. The police took my statement and thanked me for staying calm. They said the man was a repeat offender, wanted for several robberies. I was still in shock, but I was grateful it was over. I called my boss, who came to the store right away. He was worried but relieved I was okay. He told me to take the rest of the night off, and he closed the store for the night. I drove home, my hands still shaking on the steering wheel. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the gun and felt the fear all over again. I kept thinking about how close I came to getting hurt or worse. But I also felt a strange sense of strength. I had managed to stay calm and find a way out. The next day, I talked to my boss about adding more security measures to the store. He agreed, and we installed better cameras and a more accessible panic button. I went back to work, but I was more cautious, always keeping an eye on anyone who came in. I had been driving for hours, feeling the weight of the road and the fatigue setting in. It was late, probably around midnight, when I finally saw a flickering motel sign in the distance. I decided to pull in, desperate for some rest. The motel looked run down, with peeling paint and a flickering neon sign that read vacancy. I parked my car and walked into the small office. The clerk behind the desk looked bored, barely glancing up as I asked for a room. He handed me a key, room number 12, and I thanked him before heading back out. I dragged my suitcase across the cracked pavement, trying to keep my eyes open. When I reached room 12, I inserted the key and pushed the door open. The room was dark, but I could make out shapes in the dim light. As I stepped inside, I heard a muffled sound. I turned on the light and froze. There, in the middle of the room, was a couple tied up and gagged. Their eyes widened in terror when they saw me. My heart started pounding, and I took a step back, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Before I could react, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around to see a man standing in the doorway, his face twisted in anger. He was holding a knife, and his eyes locked onto mine. Panic surged through me as he stepped closer. "What are you doing here?" he hissed, his voice low and threatening. I was given this key," I stammered, holding up the key as if it would explain everything. The man looked at the key, then back at me. His grip on the knife tightened. "Get in here," he ordered, pushing me further into the room. He shut the door behind him, and I could hear the click of the lock. The couple on the floor were struggling, their muffled cries filling the room. The man walked over to them, glaring at me the whole time. "If you try anything, they die," he warned. I nodded, my mind racing. How had I ended up in this situation? I needed to think of a way out, but my brain felt like it was moving through molasses. The man walked over to me, his knife still in hand. "You're going to help me," he said, his voice cold and calm. "Or you'll end up just like them." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my composure. "What do you want me to do?" I asked, my voice shaking. "First, you're going to take their car and move it to the back lot. Make it look like they left," he instructed. I nodded, taking the keys he handed me. I glanced at the couple, their eyes pleading with me to help them. I gave them a small nod, hoping they understood that I was going to do my best to get us all out of this alive. I left the room and found their car in the parking lot. I drove it around to the back, out of sight. My hands were trembling as I parked it and turned off the engine. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I needed to stay focused if I was going to get out of this. When I returned to the room, the man was waiting for me. "Good," he said, a twisted smile on his face. "Now, you're going to help me with them." He pointed to the couple on the floor. "Untie them," he ordered, but the way he was holding the knife made it clear he didn't want me to set them free. I knelt down and started untying the ropes, my mind racing for a plan. As I worked, I could feel the man's eyes on me, watching my every move. The couple was shaking, but they remained still, not wanting to provoke their captor. Once they were untied, the man forced them to stand. He kept the knife pressed against the woman's side, his eyes never leaving me. "We're going to the car," he said. "You're driving." I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. We walked out of the room, the couple in front and the man behind them, keeping the knife hidden from view. We made our way to my car, and I unlocked the doors, trying to keep my hands steady. "Get in," the man ordered, shoving the couple into the back seat. He climbed in after them, keeping the knife ready. "You drive," he said, pointing the blade at me. I got into the driver's seat, my mind racing for a way out. As I started the car, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The couple's eyes were wide with fear, but they were silent, waiting for a chance to escape. I pulled out of the motel parking lot and onto the dark, empty road. The man kept the knife close to the woman's side, his eyes fixed on me. "No funny business," he warned. We drove for what felt like hours, the silence in the car heavy and oppressive. I could feel my pulse in my ears, my mind racing for a plan. I needed to get us out of this, but I didn't know how. Finally, I saw a gas station up ahead. It was brightly lit, a beacon in the darkness. "I need gas," I said, hoping he would let me stop. The man hesitated, then nodded. "Fine. But no tricks." I pulled into the gas station and parked by the pump. I got out of the car, my mind racing. As I started to fill the tank, I saw the station attendant inside. I knew I had to act fast. I walked towards the station, pretending to go inside to pay. As soon as I was out of the man's sight, I sprinted inside and shouted for help. The attendant looked up, startled, but quickly understood the urgency in my voice. He called the police, and within minutes, the place was swarming with officers. They surrounded my car, guns drawn. The man was forced to drop the knife and surrender. The couple was pulled to safety, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. We gave our statements to the police, and they assured us the man would be brought to justice. The couple thanked me over and over, their gratitude overwhelming. I was just glad we had all made it out alive. I drove away from the gas station, my hands still shaking, but my heart finally beginning to calm. I knew I would never forget this night, and I would always be grateful for the second chance we had been given. The island was shrouded in mystery, its dense jungle canopy hiding secrets just waiting to be uncovered. With my trusty machete in hand, I hacked my way through the underbrush, eager to see what lay hidden within its depths. And then, just when I thought I had seen everything the island had to offer, I stumbled upon a hidden temple nestled deep in the jungle. Its stone walls were covered in intricate carvings, depicting scenes of ancient rituals and ceremonies. Intrigued, I decided to explore further, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the temple's depths. But as I ventured deeper into its corridors, a sense of unease settled over me. The air grew colder as I descended into the darkness, the sound of my footsteps echoing off the walls. I could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on me, as if the very walls of the temple were alive with ancient energy. But then, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I heard the sound of movement up ahead, a soft rustling that sent a chill down my spine. I froze in place, my heart pounding in my chest as I strained to listen for any sign of danger. And then, to my horror, I caught sight of them, shadowy figures lurking in the darkness, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Panic surged through me as I realized that I was not alone in the temple. With trembling hands, I searched for a way out, but the corridors seemed to twist and turn in on themselves, leading me deeper into the heart of the temple. I knew I had to find a way to escape before it was too late. But as I searched for an exit, I stumbled upon a chamber filled with ancient artifacts, golden idols, jewel-encrusted masks, and ornate carvings that seemed to pulse with energy. It was like something out of a nightmare, a testament to the power of the curse that lay dormant within the temple's depths. Panic surged through me as I realized that I had unwittingly awakened the curse, unleashing its wrath upon myself. I knew I had to find a way to break the curse before it consumed me completely. With every ounce of strength I had left, I fought to resist the curse's influence, but it seemed to seep into my very soul, twisting and corrupting me from within. I could feel its dark power coursing through my veins, threatening to consume me entirely. But then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I caught sight of a glimmer of light up ahead, a sign that there was still a chance for me to escape. With renewed determination, I pushed myself towards it, ignoring the pain and exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me. And then, finally, I burst through the surface and into the open air, gasping for breath as I emerged from the depths of the temple. I collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and shaken, but alive. I decided to camp alone on a remote beach in Florida. I wanted to get away from everything for a few days, clear my head, and enjoy some peace. I brought my boat, some supplies, and set up camp right by the water. The first day was perfect. The weather was warm, and the sound of the waves was soothing. I spent the day fishing, swimming, and just relaxing. As the sun set, I made a fire and cooked the fish I caught. I felt at peace, away from the noise and stress of daily life. The night was clear, and the stars were bright. I stayed up for a while, just enjoying the quiet before heading to my tent to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind or an animal, but then I heard it again. It was a soft rustling, like someone walking on the sand. I unzipped my tent and peeked outside, but I couldn't see anything. The fire had died down to embers, and everything was dark. I listened for a while longer, but the sound stopped, so I went back to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I felt uneasy. I got out of my tent and walked down to the water. My boat was gone. Panic hit me like a punch in the gut. I looked around and saw footprints all around my tent. They weren't mine. Someone had been here during the night. I tried to calm down and think. I was on a small island, miles from the mainland. Without my boat, I was stranded. I had enough food and water for a couple of days, but after that, I would be in trouble. I had to find a way to escape. I spent the day looking for any sign of my boat. I walked around the entire island, but there was no trace of it. The footprints led to the water and then disappeared. It was like whoever took it vanished into thin air. I felt a growing sense of dread. I was completely alone, and someone had intentionally left me here. That night, I built a larger fire, hoping it would deter anyone from coming near my camp. I didn't sleep much, jumping at every sound. The wind rustled the leaves, and the waves crashed on the shore, but every noise seemed amplified. My mind kept going back to the footprints and the missing boat. The next morning, I decided to explore the island more thoroughly. Maybe there was something I had missed. I found an old path leading into the trees and followed it. It led to a small clearing with an abandoned cabin. It looked like it had been there for years, falling apart and covered in vines. Inside the cabin, I found a few old tools and a dusty, moldy mattress. There was nothing that could help me. As I was about to leave, I noticed a small, carved symbol on the wall. It looked recent, and it sent a shiver down my spine. Someone had been here not long ago. I hurried back to my camp, feeling more paranoid than ever. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I didn't even bother trying to sleep. I sat by the fire, clutching a makeshift spear I had fashioned from a piece of driftwood. The hours dragged by, and every shadow seemed to move. Just before dawn, I heard the sound again. Footsteps, coming from the direction of the cabin. I stood up, heart pounding, and peered into the darkness. I could barely make out a figure moving toward me. They stopped at the edge of the firelight, just out of reach. "Who are you?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. The figure didn't answer. Instead, they took a step forward, into the light. It was a man, his face hidden in the shadows. He just stood there, staring at me. I tightened my grip on the spear, ready to defend myself. "What do you want?" I demanded. Still, no answer. The man just stood there, watching me. Then, without warning, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I didn't follow. I was too scared to move. When the sun finally rose, I felt a small sense of relief. I needed to find a way off this island before the man came back. I decided to build a raft from the driftwood scattered along the beach. It took all day, but I managed to lash together enough pieces to make something that might float. As night fell, I dragged the raft to the water's edge. I didn't know if it would hold, but I had to try. I pushed it into the water and climbed on. It wobbled but stayed afloat. I used a piece of wood as a paddle and started making my way toward the mainland. The water was calm, but the journey was slow. Every splash of the paddle echoed in the silence, and I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the man following me. Hours passed, and I began to lose hope. The mainland still seemed so far away. Just as I was about to give up, I saw lights on the horizon. I paddled with renewed energy, the lights growing brighter and closer. Eventually, I reached the shore, exhausted but alive. I stumbled onto the beach and collapsed, grateful to be off the island. I never found out who the man was or why he took my boat. We planned a camping trip to a spot in California we'd heard about from some friends. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend away from everything. There were 4 of us, me, my boyfriend Mike, and our friends Lisa and Tom. We set up our tents in a nice clearing, surrounded by trees, not too far from a small creek. It seemed perfect. The first night was great. We cooked over the campfire, told stories, and laughed a lot. The next day, we went for a hike and swam in the creek. By the time we got back to the campsite, we were tired but happy. We settled in for another night by the fire, enjoying the peace and quiet. Late that evening, we noticed a faint smell of smoke. At first, we didn't think much of it. Maybe someone else had a campfire nearby. But then the smell got stronger, and we started to see a haze in the air. Mike climbed a small hill to get a better look and came back with bad news. There was a wildfire not too far from us, and the wind was blowing it our way. Panic set in fast. We grabbed our stuff, but we couldn't pack everything. We took what we could carry and left the rest. The path back to the parking area was narrow and rocky, and it was hard to move quickly. The smoke got thicker, making it hard to see and breathe. We could hear the fire crackling in the distance, getting closer. As we hurried along the trail, we came across a group of people. They didn't look like campers. They had backpacks, but they weren't carrying camping gear. They had guns. My heart sank. We were trapped between the fire and these strangers. One of the men stepped forward and told us to hand over our backpacks. I could see the desperation in his eyes. These weren't just looters, they were people trying to survive, just like us. But they had the upper hand. We didn't have a choice. We handed over our packs, hoping they would let us go. But then another man noticed Lisa's necklace, and things got worse. They started arguing among themselves, giving us a chance to run. We didn't wait. We bolted down the trail, leaving our stuff behind. The smoke was thicker now, making it hard to breathe. I could hear the fire roaring behind us, and the heat was intense. We stumbled and fell, but we kept moving. I could hear the looters shouting behind us, but they were getting drowned out by the noise of the fire. We reached a small ravine and climbed down, hoping it would offer some protection. The air was a bit clearer there, and we stopped to catch our breath. Mike checked to make sure everyone was okay. We were all shaken, but no one was hurt. We decided to follow the ravine, hoping it would lead us to safety. The ground was uneven, and it was hard to move quickly. We could hear the fire getting closer, and the sky was a strange orange color. The heat was unbearable, and we were all coughing from the smoke. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon a small stream. We followed it, hoping it would lead us to a larger body of water or a road. The smoke was starting to thin out, and we could see a bit more clearly. We kept moving, even though we were exhausted. We eventually came to a clearing and saw a dirt road. Relief washed over us. We followed the road, hoping to find help. After a while, we heard the sound of engines. 2 trucks appeared, driven by firefighters. They stopped when they saw us and helped us into the trucks. They gave us water and checked us for injuries. As we drove away, I looked back and saw the fire raging in the distance. The firefighters took us to a safe area where we were checked by medics and given food and blankets. We told them about the looters, and they said they'd reported to the authorities. That night, we stayed in a shelter set up for evacuees. It was a stark contrast to the peaceful campsite we did just the night before. The experience had shaken us all. We were grateful to be safe, but also worried about what we had left behind and the people we had encountered. We never found out what happened to the looters. The police took our statements and said they would investigate. The wildfire was eventually contained, but it took days. We lost most of our gear, but that didn't matter compared to what could have happened. That trip changed us. We were more cautious about where we camped and always kept an eye on the weather and fire reports. The memory of that fire and the fear we felt stayed with us. We were lucky to get out alive, and we knew it. From then on, we made sure to be better prepared and more aware of our surroundings. Camping was still something we enjoyed, but we never forgot how quickly things could go wrong. The wilderness could be beautiful, but it could also be deadly. That experience taught us to respect it and to always be ready for the unexpected. I was out on patrol in the national park, just like any other night. My job as a park ranger was to ensure the safety of the park and its wildlife, but that night, I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. As I made my way through the dense forest, I heard the sound of voices up ahead. At first, I thought it might be campers who had stayed out too late, but as I got closer, I realized that something wasn't right. There, in a clearing up ahead, I saw a group of men huddled around a fire. They were armed and dangerous, and it was clear that they weren't there to enjoy the beauty of nature. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized what was happening. These men were poachers, and they were hunting the animals in the park for profit. I knew I had to do something, but I also knew that confronting them could be dangerous. These men were armed, and I was just one person. But I couldn't just stand by and do nothing while they destroyed the park and killed innocent animals. I had to act, and I had to act fast. I crouched down behind a bush, trying to come up with a plan. I knew I couldn't take them on by myself, but I also knew that I had to do something to stop them. As I watched them from my hiding spot, I saw one of the men raise his rifle and take aim at a nearby deer. My heart sank as I realized that they were about to kill one of the park's majestic creatures. Without thinking, I sprang into action. I burst out from my hiding spot and shouted at the men to stop what they were doing. They turned to look at me, surprise and anger written on their faces. But before they could react, I pulled out my radio and called for backup. Within minutes, the sound of sirens filled the air as park rangers descended upon the clearing. The poachers realized that they were outnumbered and outgunned, and they quickly surrendered without a fight. As the rangers took the poachers into custody, I breathed a sigh of relief. The animals in the park were safe, and the poachers would be brought to justice for their crimes. But as I made my way back to the ranger station, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the back of my mind. I had come face to face with danger that night, and it was a terrifying experience that I would never forget. I was driving down this empty highway, miles of nothing but desert on either side. My car had broken down, and I was stranded in the middle of nowhere. I was starting to panic, wondering how I was going to get out of this mess. And then, out of nowhere, this truck pulls up beside me. The driver rolls down his window and asks if I need a lift. I was hesitant at first, not wanting to get into a car with a stranger. But I didn't really have much of a choice. So, I climbed into the truck, grateful for the ride. The driver seemed friendly enough, making small talk as we drove deeper into the countryside. But as we got further and further from civilization, something didn't feel right. The driver kept glancing at me out of the corner of his eye, like he was sizing me up or something. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But then, he started asking these weird questions, like if I lived alone, if anyone knew I was out here, stuff like that. I started to feel this sense of unease, like maybe I'd made a mistake getting into this guy's truck. But before I could say anything, he suddenly pulled off onto this dirt road, miles from the nearest town. I asked him where we were going, but he just laughed and said he had a surprise for me. I felt my stomach drop, like I was in some kind of horror movie. I tried to keep calm, telling myself that maybe he was just taking a shortcut or something. But as we drove deeper into the countryside, I started to realize that something was seriously wrong. The road got narrower and narrower, until it was little more than a dirt track winding through the desert. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the truck started to slow down. I asked the driver what was going on, but he didn't answer. He just kept driving, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. And then, out of nowhere, he stopped the truck. We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but desert for miles in every direction. I knew I had to get out of there, but before I could make a move, the driver turned to me with this sickening smile on his face. He said something about how he liked to take his time with his victims, how he enjoyed the chase. And then, before I could react, he lunged at me, grabbing me by the throat. I fought back with everything I had, screaming for help as he tried to drag me out of the truck. But he was too strong, too determined to see his sick plans through. And then, just when it seemed like all hope was lost, I heard the sound of approaching headlights. It was another car, coming down the road towards us. The driver must have heard it too, because he suddenly let go of me and jumped back into his truck, speeding off into the night. I stumbled out of the truck, shaking with fear and adrenaline. The driver of the other car pulled up beside me, asking if I was okay. I told him what had happened, and he offered to give me a ride to the nearest town. I was too shaken up to refuse, grateful for the chance to get away from that nightmare. As we drove off into the night, leaving the desert and the memory of that twisted truck driver behind, I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if that other car hadn't come along when it did. But one thing's for sure, I'll never forget the terror I felt that night, stranded on that desolate stretch of highway. And I'll never take rides from strangers again. The drive up to the mountains was long and windy, the road sneaking through the rugged landscape like a ribbon of asphalt. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks, eager to reconnect with my daughter after years of estrangement. But as I pulled up to her cabin, nestled deep in the heart of the Colorado wilderness, a sense of unease settled over me like a heavy fog. Parking the car, I stepped out onto the gravel driveway and surveyed my surroundings. The cabin looked deserted, its windows dark and empty. I called out for my daughter, but there was no response, only the distant sound of the wind whispering through the trees. My heart pounding in my chest, I approached the front door and tried the handle, but it was locked tight. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I pulled out my spare key and let myself in, the door creaking ominously on its hinges as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin was eerily silent, the air thick with the scent of pine and something else, something metallic and acrid. I called out for my daughter again, but there was still no answer, only the sound of my own voice echoing off the walls. I searched every room, every nook and cranny, but there was no sign of her. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell of a home. Panic rising in my chest, I rushed outside and scanned the surrounding forest, hoping against hope that she had simply gone for a walk and gotten lost. But there was no sign of her, no trace of her presence anywhere. Fighting back a sense of despair, I resolved to search the area myself, to leave no stone unturned until I found her. I grabbed a flashlight and a jacket and set off into the wilderness, the darkness closing in around me like a suffocating blanket. For hours, I trudged through the woods, my heart pounding in my ears with every step. The only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath my feet and the distant howl of a wolf echoing through the night. And then, just when I was beginning to lose hope, I saw it, a faint glimmer of light in the distance. I quickened my pace, my breath coming in lagged gasps as I stumbled toward the source. As I drew closer, I could make out the outline of a small clearing, illuminated by the soft glow of a campfire. And there, sitting by the fire, was my daughter. Relief flooded through me as I rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. She looked up at me with tear-stained eyes, and I knew that whatever had happened, we would get through it together. But as we sat by the fire, warming ourselves against the chill of the night, my daughter began to tell me her story, and I felt a chill run down my spine. She had been out for a walk earlier that evening when she stumbled upon a group of strange men lurking in the woods. They had chased her through the trees, their eyes filled with malice, until she had finally managed to lose them and find her way back to the cabin. As she spoke, I felt a cold knot of fear form in the pit of my stomach. Who were these men, and what did they want with my daughter? I knew that we had to get out of there, to leave this place far behind us before it was too late. Gathering our belongings, we made our way back to the cabin and packed up the car, our movements frantic and desperate. As we drove away from that isolated cabin in the mountains, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that those men were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next victim. But we made it out safe, my daughter and I, and as we drove down the winding mountain roads, I vowed never to return to that cursed place again. For in those remote mountains of Colorado, there are secrets best left undisturbed, and dangers lurking in the darkness that are better off forgotten. I travel a lot for work. It was supposed to be just another trip, another night in another hotel. This time I was in a city I hadn't visited before. The hotel was one of those mid-range places, nothing fancy, but decent enough. I checked in late, around 10 p.m., after a long day of meetings and flights. I was exhausted. I got to my room on the third floor, unpacked a few things, and decided to take a quick shower. The room was typical: a bed, a desk, a TV, and a small bathroom. Everything seemed fine, but I had this weird feeling, like I was being watched. I shrugged it off, thinking I was just tired. After my shower, I changed into pajamas and started to unwind. I noticed the curtains were slightly open, so I went to close them. As I did, I glanced out and saw a man in the room across the courtyard, on the same floor, standing by his window. He was staring right at me. I quickly closed the curtains, feeling uneasy but trying to convince myself it was nothing. I turned on the TV and tried to relax, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every so often, I'd glance at the window, half expecting to see him again. I decided to double-check the door lock. It was secure, but I put the chain on too, just to be sure. I tried to distract myself with some work, but my mind kept wandering back to that man. I didn't see him clearly, just a silhouette, but the way he was staring felt wrong. I told myself I was overreacting and forced myself to focus on my work. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. I turned off the TV and got into bed, but I couldn't sleep. Every noise seemed amplified, every creak and groan of the building made my heart race. After what felt like hours, I finally started to drift off. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding. I didn't know why at first, then I heard it, the sound of someone trying to open my door. The handle rattled softly, then more forcefully. I froze, my mind racing. The chain held, but the door shook as the person outside tried harder to get in. I grabbed my phone and dialed the front desk. My voice was shaking as I told them someone was trying to break into my room. The person on the other end said they'd send someone up immediately. The rattling stopped, and I heard footsteps walking away. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. I peeked through the peephole and saw a hotel employee. I opened the door a crack, keeping the chain on, and explained what had happened. The employee looked concerned and said they checked the security footage. I didn't sleep much after that. Every sound made me jump. Around 6 a.m., I got up, packed my things, and went down to the front desk to check out. The manager was there and apologized profusely. They said they reviewed the footage and saw a man trying to get into my room, but they couldn't identify him. They offered me a refund and a different room for the rest of my stay, but I declined. I decided to cut my trip short and head home. I didn't feel safe there anymore. As I waited for my taxi, I saw the man again. He was sitting in the lobby, staring at me. Our eyes met, and he gave me a chilling smile. I got out of there as fast as I could. The ride to the airport was a blur. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him following me. Even on the plane, I couldn't relax until we were in the air. I kept replaying everything in my mind, trying to make sense of it. When I finally got home, I locked all my doors and windows and called my boss to explain why I cut the trip short. They were understanding and more concerned about my safety than anything else. That night, I slept with the lights on. It's been a few weeks since then, and I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I check into a hotel now, I make sure to double lock the door and keep my phone within reach. I haven't seen that man again, but the memory of his stare haunts me. I'm more cautious now, always aware of my surroundings. It's a lesson I wish I didn't have to learn the hard way. I was driving through the Rockies during a snowstorm, trying to make it to my delivery spot before the weather got any worse. The snow was coming down heavy, and the roads were getting slick. It was late, and there were hardly any other vehicles on the road. Just me and my thoughts, the radio on low to keep me company. Suddenly, I saw a man on the side of the road, waving his arms. His car was parked haphazardly with the hood up. He looked desperate, and I couldn't just drive past him in this weather. I pulled over, rolled down my window, and asked if he needed help. He told me his car had broken down and he needed a ride to the nearest town. I hesitated for a moment but then unlocked the passenger door. He climbed in, shaking the snow off his coat and thanking me profusely. He looked normal enough, middle-aged, a bit rough around the edges, but who wouldn't be in this weather? We started driving, and he made small talk, asking where I was headed and how long I'd been on the road. Something about him felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I chalked it up to the stress of the storm and focused on the road ahead. After a few miles, his demeanor changed. He got quiet and started looking around the cab, almost like he was casing the place. My nerves were on edge, and I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. Then, out of nowhere, he lunged at me, grabbing the wheel and trying to steer us off the road. I fought back, wrestling for control of the truck. He was yelling something about needing my truck and how he couldn't let me ruin his plans. Panic surged through me as I realized this wasn't just a desperate man, he was dangerous. I managed to elbow him in the ribs, causing him to lose his grip on the wheel. I hit the brakes, skidding to a stop on the icy road. We were both breathing hard, and I knew I had only seconds before he tried something else. I reached for the door handle, but he was quicker, pulling a knife from his coat and pointing it at me. "Get out," he ordered, his voice cold and steady. "Now!" I raised my hands, trying to show I wasn't a threat, and slowly got out of the cab. The snow was falling harder, the wind whipping it into my face. He got out too, keeping the knife trained on me as he moved towards the driver's seat. As he climbed in, I saw my chance. I grabbed the door and slammed it on his leg, making him howl in pain and drop the knife. I kicked it away and yanked the door open, dragging him out and throwing him into the snow. He scrambled to get up, but I was already back in the truck, locking the doors. I started the engine and floored it, the tires spinning for a moment before finding traction. In the rearview mirror, I saw him standing in the middle of the road, shouting and waving his arms, but I didn't slow down. My heart was pounding, and my hands were shaking, but I couldn't stop now. I drove for what felt like hours, not daring to pull over or slow down. Eventually, I saw the lights of a small town up ahead. Relief washed over me as I pulled into a gas station and parked under the bright lights. I got out, shaking, and ran inside to call the police. The cops arrived quickly, and I told them everything. They took my statement and assured me they'd search for the man. I stayed at the station for a while, trying to calm down and collect myself. The snowstorm was still raging outside, but I felt a little safer knowing I wasn't alone anymore. Eventually, I got back in my truck and continued my journey, the fear slowly fading but never completely gone. I kept replaying the events in my head, wondering how close I had come to real danger. The snowstorm finally eased up, and the roads cleared as I made my way out of the mountains. I never saw the man again, and I don't know if the police ever caught him. But every time I drive through a storm now, I can't help but feel a twinge of fear, remembering that night in the Rockies. I was on a cycling tour through the French countryside, enjoying the peaceful roads and beautiful landscapes. It was my dream trip, and I had been planning it for months. I started early each day, pedaling through small villages and fields of sunflowers. Everything was going perfectly until that one day when everything changed. I was about 20 kilometers from the nearest town when I noticed a group of men in an old van driving slowly behind me. At first, I thought they were just being cautious, but they stayed there, always keeping a distance but never passing. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I tried to ignore it, telling myself they were just locals on a slow drive. After a while, they drove ahead and parked at the side of the road. As I passed, I glanced over and saw them watching me closely. Their stares were intense, and I felt a knot form in my stomach. I kept cycling, trying to appear calm, but my mind was racing. I needed to reach the next town quickly. A few kilometers later, I saw the van again, parked at a different spot. This time, one of the men was outside, leaning against the van, smoking a cigarette. He looked at me with a sinister grin as I rode past. My heart started pounding. I had no doubt now that they were following me. I decided to take a detour, hoping to lose them. I turned onto a narrow side road that wound through a dense forest. The road was rough and slowed me down, but I hoped it would be enough to shake them off. For a while, I didn't see them, and I started to feel a glimmer of hope. But then, I heard the sound of an engine behind me. I glanced back and saw the van coming down the road. Panic set in. I pedaled as fast as I could, my legs burning, but the van kept getting closer. The road was too narrow for them to drive fast, which was my only advantage. I saw a small path leading into the forest and decided to take it. I hoped the trees would provide some cover. I jumped off my bike, grabbed it, and ran into the woods. The ground was uneven, making it hard to move quickly, but I kept going, trying to put as much distance between me and the van as possible. After a few minutes, I heard voices behind me. The men were following me on foot. I ducked behind a thick tree, trying to catch my breath without making a sound. The forest was dense, and the light was fading. I hoped the darkness would hide me. I heard them talking in French, their voices getting closer. My heart was pounding so hard I was afraid they would hear it. I stayed as still as possible, barely daring to breathe. They were only a few meters away now, and I could see their flashlights sweeping through the trees. One of them stopped near my hiding spot, shining his light around. I pressed myself against the tree, praying he wouldn't see me. After what felt like an eternity, he moved on, following the others deeper into the forest. I waited until their voices faded before moving again. I needed to get out of there and find help. I knew the nearest town was still several kilometers away, and it was getting dark. I carefully made my way through the forest, trying to stay off the path. Every sound made me jump, but I kept going, driven by fear. Eventually, I found a small clearing and saw a farmhouse in the distance. It was my only hope. I ran towards it, hoping the people inside would help me. When I reached the house, I banged on the door, desperate. An old man opened the door, looking surprised to see me. I quickly explained what was happening, my French broken and frantic. He nodded and ushered me inside, locking the door behind me. His wife brought me some water, and they listened as I told them everything. The old man called the local police, explaining the situation. They told us to stay inside and that they would send someone as soon as possible. The wait was agonizing, every minute feeling like an hour. I kept looking out the window, expecting to see the men any moment. Finally, after what felt like forever, the police arrived. They searched the area and found the van abandoned on the side of the road. There was no sign of the men, but the police assured me they would continue to look for them. They escorted me to the nearest town, where I stayed in a small hotel. I spent the night in a state of constant fear, jumping at every sound. The next morning, I decided to cut my trip short and head back home. The police never found the men, and I never found out why they were following me. But the experience left me shaken. I still love cycling, but now I'm much more cautious about where I go and who I trust. The French countryside is beautiful, but it hides its dangers well. I was lucky to escape, but I'll never forget the terror of that day. I decided to go stealth camping alone in a camper van in a remote part of Utah. The vast, open landscapes appealed to me, and I wanted some time away from the noise of the city. I found a quiet spot off a dirt road, surrounded by desert and rocky hills. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and red, and I felt a sense of peace. That night, I cooked a simple meal and sat by the van, enjoying the silence. The stars were starting to appear, and it was mesmerizing. After a while, I climbed into the van, locked the doors, and settled into my sleeping bag. The quiet of the desert was comforting, and I drifted off to sleep easily. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. At first, I couldn't figure out what had disturbed my sleep. The van was dark, and everything outside was silent. I lay there, trying to calm my racing heart, telling myself it was just the unfamiliar surroundings. Then I heard a faint rustling sound coming from outside the van. My pulse quickened. I strained to hear, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. But the sound grew louder, and I could hear voices, low and urgent, speaking in hushed tones. Panic started to set in. I moved as quietly as I could, peeking through a small gap in the window curtains. In the dim moonlight, I saw a group of men, 4 or 5, creeping around the van. They were armed, carrying rifles and handguns. My blood ran cold. I had no idea who they were or what they wanted, but it couldn't be good. One of them was trying to pry open the back door with a crowbar. I held my breath, hoping they wouldn't get in. My mind raced with thoughts of what to do. I had no weapon, no phone signal, and no one knew where I was. I felt utterly trapped. I heard one of the men say something about a witness. They thought I had seen something I shouldn't have. I realized then that they were here to silence me. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure they could hear it. I had to act fast. I quietly moved to the front of the van and checked the driver's seat. The keys were there. I prayed the engine would start quietly, but I knew it wouldn't. I took a deep breath, readying myself for what was to come. With a quick twist of the key, the engine roared to life. The men shouted in surprise, and I saw them scramble towards the front of the van. I floored the gas pedal, the van lurching forward. A gunshot rang out, and I ducked instinctively, feeling the van swerve. The bullet shattered a side window, but I kept driving. The dirt road was rough, and the van bounced and jolted violently. I saw the men's truck in my rearview mirror, their headlights growing brighter as they gave chase. Fear gripped me, but I knew I had to stay focused. I couldn't let them catch me. I drove as fast as I could, the van's tires kicking up clouds of dust. The road twisted and turned, and I struggled to keep control. More gunshots rang out, and I felt a bullet hit the back of the van. I had to find a way to lose them. Up ahead, I saw a narrow trail veering off the main road. It was risky, but I had no choice. I turned sharply onto the trail, the van barely squeezing through the tight path. The headlights behind me grew dimmer as the terrain became more rugged. The trail led into a narrow canyon, and I knew it was my chance. I turned off the van's lights and slowed down, hoping the darkness would hide me. I could hear their truck still searching, but the sound was getting fainter. I kept driving, deeper into the canyon. Finally, I reached a spot where the trail widened slightly. I pulled the van behind a large rock formation and turned off the engine. My hands were shaking, and my breath came in ragged gasps. I listened intently, straining to hear any sign of the men. For what felt like hours, I stayed there, hidden in the darkness. I didn't hear their truck anymore. I hoped they had given up or taken a different path. I couldn't stay there forever, but I needed to be sure they were gone. As dawn began to break, I cautiously started the van again. The engine noise seemed deafening in the stillness. I drove slowly, carefully making my way back to the main road. Every sound, every shadow made me jump, but I didn't see the men or their truck. Eventually, I reached a small town. I pulled into a gas station, my body shaking with exhaustion and relief. I told the attendant what had happened, and they called the local authorities. I knew I was safe, but the fear and adrenaline still coursed through me. The police took my statement and promised to look into it. I didn't have much hope they would find the men, but at least I was alive. I was on a long road trip through the Midwest, trying to get to a friend's wedding. The drive was taking longer than I expected, so I decided to stop for the night at a small, isolated motel I found just off the highway. It looked run down, but I was too tired to care. I checked in with a guy at the front desk who barely looked at me. He handed me a key and told me my room was around the back. The room was what you'd expect for the price. It was old, smelled a bit musty, and the bed creaked when I sat on it. I set my bag down, took a quick shower, and then collapsed onto the bed. I was exhausted, so I fell asleep almost immediately. Sometime in the middle of the night, I thought I heard something outside my door. It sounded like someone was trying to open it. I got up and looked through the peephole, but I couldn't see anything. I figured it was just my imagination or maybe the wind. I went back to bed, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. When I woke up the next morning, I felt groggy. I got dressed and went outside to get to my car, but it wasn't where I had parked it. Panic set in. I ran around the lot, thinking maybe I had parked it somewhere else, but it was gone. I went back to my room, and that's when I noticed my bag was missing too. My wallet, my phone, everything was in there. I went to the front desk to report the theft. The same guy was there, but he acted like he didn't remember me checking in. He said he didn't see anything and that it was probably my fault for not locking my car. I knew I had locked it, though. The more I talked to him, the more hostile he became. He said there was nothing he could do and told me to leave. Without my car and my belongings, I was stranded. I went back to my room, trying to figure out what to do next. There was no one else around. It felt like I was the only guest at the motel. I decided to walk down the road to see if I could find help, but as I walked, I felt like I was being watched. I saw an old payphone near the edge of the property and tried to use it, but it was broken. When I turned around, I saw the guy from the front desk watching me from the doorway of the office. He had a strange look on his face, almost like he was enjoying my desperation. I went back to my room, feeling hopeless. I tried to think of a plan, but without my phone or any way to contact someone, I was stuck. I heard footsteps outside again and decided to see who it was. When I opened the door, I saw two men standing there, both of them looking rough and unfriendly. They told me they were there to help, but their smiles didn't reach their eyes. I backed away, trying to close the door, but one of them shoved it open and pushed me back into the room. They started going through my things, even though there wasn't much left to take. They found my car keys, which I had left on the nightstand, and one of them pocketed them with a grin. I tried to leave, but the other man blocked my way. They told me I wasn't going anywhere until I paid them for helping me. I had nothing to give them, and they knew it. They started arguing with each other, and I took the chance to slip past them and run out the door. I ran down the road, not looking back. I could hear them yelling, but I kept going. After what felt like hours, I saw a small diner up ahead. I burst through the doors, out of breath, and told the people inside what had happened. They looked at me with a mix of pity and disbelief, but called the police for me. When the police arrived, I told them everything. They went to the motel, but by the time they got there, the place was empty. The guy at the front desk and the two men were gone. They found my car hidden behind the motel, but everything inside it was gone. My belongings were never found. The police took me to the station where I could finally call my family. They helped me get back on my feet, but the whole experience left me shaken. I couldn't believe how quickly things had gone wrong and how vulnerable I had been. I still think about that night sometimes. The feeling of being watched, the hostility of the motel staff, and the terror of realizing I was stranded with no help in sight. It's made me more cautious, especially when traveling alone. I moved to a small town in North Carolina for a fresh start. After a rough year, I wanted peace and a place where everyone knew everyone. It was quiet, friendly, and felt safe. I found a cozy little house and settled in, enjoying the slower pace of life. A few weeks after I arrived, I met Mark at the local coffee shop. He was charming, with a warm smile and easy laughter. He seemed like the perfect Southern gentleman. We started dating, and everything felt like a dream. He took me to nice dinners, showed me around town, and introduced me to his friends. Everyone seemed to like him. But slowly, things started to change. Mark would get jealous over little things. If I talked to another man, even just a cashier, he would sulk or get angry. At first, I thought it was cute that he cared so much, but it started to feel suffocating. One night, after a small argument, he grabbed my arm hard enough to leave a bruise. He apologized right away, saying he didn't mean to and that it would never happen again. I believed him. A month into our relationship, Mark suggested I move in with him. His house was bigger and nicer than mine, and I thought it might help ease the tension. At first, things were good. He was sweet and attentive, but his mood swings grew worse. He would snap at me for the smallest things, like not folding the laundry right or taking too long at the store. One evening, I found a box in the attic while I was looking for some old photos. It was full of letters and pictures from his ex-girlfriends. Some of the letters were desperate and pleading, asking him to stop following them or to leave them alone. My stomach turned as I read through them, realizing I wasn't the first. That night, I confronted him about the box. He exploded in anger, throwing things and screaming at me. He called me names and accused me of snooping and not trusting him. I was terrified. He stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind him. I knew then that I had to get out. The next day, while he was at work, I started packing my things. I moved quickly, my heart pounding. I had just finished packing when I heard his car pull into the driveway. Panic set in. I grabbed my bags and ran out the back door, slipping into the woods behind the house. I hid behind a tree, watching as he stormed inside, calling my name angrily. I stayed hidden for what felt like hours, waiting for him to leave. When I finally heard his car drive away, I made a run for it. I ran through the woods, branches scratching my face and arms, until I reached a neighbor's house. I banged on the door, breathless and scared. They let me in and called the police. The police came and took my statement. They told me that Mark had a history of abuse and that several women had filed restraining orders against him. I felt sick to my stomach, realizing how close I had come to becoming his next victim. They helped me get a restraining order and find a safe place to stay. I moved out of town and started over again, this time more cautiously. The experience left me shaken, but it also made me stronger. I took a job at a gas station in a deserted area of Nevada. It wasn't much, but it was work. The station was old, and the nearest town was miles away. I liked the quiet at first, the isolation. But that changed fast. It was a late shift, around midnight, when I first noticed him. A man, maybe in his 40s, with a scruffy beard and clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in weeks. He came in for gas and stood by the counter for a long time, just staring at me. His eyes were dark, empty. Need anything else? I asked, trying to sound friendly. He shook his head and left without a word. I watched him drive off, a beat-up old truck disappearing into the night. Something about him unsettled me, but I shrugged it off. An hour later, I went outside to take a break. That's when I saw the spray paint on the side of the building. Big, red letters spelling out something I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. My heart sank. Vandalism was the last thing I needed. I went back inside, grabbed a flashlight, and took a closer look. It was a mess of symbols and words, none of it making any sense. I felt a chill. Who would do this? And why? I decided to call my boss in the morning and report it. For now, I just wanted to get through the night. Around 2 a.m., I heard a noise from the back of the station. It sounded like metal scraping against metal. I grabbed the flashlight and went to check it out. My hands were shaking. As I turned the corner, the beam of light caught a glimpse of movement. Someone was there. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. I took a few steps closer, and that's when I saw him. The same man from earlier, crouched by the storage shed, a crowbar in his hand. "What are you doing?" I shouted, fear creeping into my voice. He stood up slowly, a menacing grin spreading across his face. "Just fixing things," he said, his voice cold and mocking. "Get out of here, or I'm calling the cops," I threatened, but he didn't move. Instead, he took a step towards me. "I don't think you'll do that," he said, and I realized he was right. The nearest police station was too far, and there was no way they'd get here in time. I backed away slowly, keeping the flashlight trained on him. He laughed, a low, chilling sound, and turned back to the shed. I ran inside, locked the door, and grabbed the phone. My hands were trembling so much I could barely dial. When I finally got through to the police, they told me to stay put and they'd send someone as soon as they could. Hours passed, each minute stretching into an eternity. I kept watching the security monitors, but he was gone. I hoped he'd given up and left. But the damage was done. I knew he wasn't just some random vandal. He was targeting me. Around 4 a.m., the phone rang. I jumped, my heart pounding. It was my boss. I explained what happened, and he promised to come by in the morning. I hung up, feeling a little better, but I still couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The sun started to rise, casting long shadows across the desert. I was exhausted, but I knew I had to stay alert. Just as I was starting to relax, I heard a loud crash from the front of the station. I ran to the door and looked outside. The man's truck was back, and he was smashing the windows with a tire iron. "Stop it!" I shouted, but he ignored me. I ran back inside and grabbed the only weapon I had, a baseball bat I kept behind the counter for protection. My hands were sweating, and my breath was coming in short gasps. When I got back outside, he was standing by the pump, the tire iron hanging loosely from his hand. "You should have left when you had the chance," he said, his voice eerily calm. "I don't want any trouble," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Just leave, and we can forget this ever happened." He shook his head slowly. "It's too late for that," he said, and lunged at me. I swung the bat, but he was faster. He knocked it out of my hands and shoved me to the ground. Pain shot through my arm as I landed hard on the concrete. He stood over me, the tire iron raised, and I knew I was out of options. "Please," I begged, "just go." He paused, and for a moment I thought he might actually listen. But then he smiled, a cruel, twisted smile, and raised the tire iron higher. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. Just then, I heard the sound of sirens in the distance. His smile faltered, and he looked around, panicked. The sirens grew louder, and he took a step back. "You got lucky," he spat, and ran to his truck. I lay there, watching as he sped off, the sound of the sirens chasing him into the desert. The police arrived moments later, finding me bruised and shaken but alive. They took my statement, and I watched as they drove off in pursuit of the man. I knew they'd probably never find him. He was just a shadow in the night, a reminder of how vulnerable we really are. I quit my job the next day. I couldn't stay there, not after what happened. The station was just a building, but it held too many memories of fear and pain. I packed up my things and left Nevada, hoping to leave the terror behind. But even now, in the safety of my new home, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there, watching, waiting. I don't think I'll ever truly feel safe again. I was babysitting in a wealthy neighborhood, a house I'd been to a few times before. It was a large, old home with lots of rooms and hallways that seemed to go on forever. The kids were easy to look after and usually went to bed without much fuss. This time was no different. By 8:30, they were both asleep. After they were in bed, I settled on the couch in the living room with my laptop to watch a movie. It was quiet, almost too quiet, but I was used to the eerie stillness of big houses. Around 9:30, I heard a faint noise coming from the basement. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or maybe the kids moving in their sleep. But the noise came again, this time louder and more distinct, like something being moved. I tried to ignore it, but my curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and headed towards the basement door. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended, and the air grew colder with each step. When I reached the bottom, I shone the flashlight around the room. There were the usual items you'd expect: old furniture, boxes, and a washing machine. But then I noticed a door at the far end of the room, one I hadn't seen before. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see a faint light coming from inside. My heart was racing as I approached it. I pushed the door open slowly, revealing a hidden room. It was small, with shelves lining the walls filled with documents, cash, and what looked like drugs. My stomach dropped. This was clearly something illegal. As I stepped further into the room, I saw a table in the center with even more documents spread out. There were photos of people, some of them looking like surveillance shots. I realized I was in way over my head. Just as I was about to back out, I heard the front door open upstairs. The homeowner was back, much earlier than expected. Panic set in. I quickly turned off the flashlight and tried to quietly close the hidden door. I hoped he wouldn't come down to the basement, but my luck ran out. I heard his footsteps on the floor above, heading towards the basement stairs. I had nowhere to hide except behind some boxes near the washing machine. The footsteps grew louder as he descended. He was talking to someone on his phone, saying something about the package being ready for pickup. I held my breath, trying to stay as still as possible. He walked past my hiding spot and went straight to the hidden room. I could hear him moving things around, probably checking on whatever illegal operation he had going on. My mind raced, trying to figure out how to get out without being caught. The only way out was past him, up the stairs, and out the front door. I had to wait for the right moment. After what felt like an eternity, I heard him muttering to himself and then heading back towards the stairs. He paused for a moment, and I feared he might hear my frantic heartbeat. He finally went upstairs, and I heard the front door close behind him. I waited a few minutes to make sure he was really gone. Then, I crept out of my hiding spot and dashed up the stairs as quietly as possible. I checked on the kids to make sure they were still asleep and unharmed. They were fine, oblivious to the danger I had just encountered. I knew I couldn't stay in the house. I called the parents, trying to sound calm, and told them there was an emergency and they needed to come home. I didn't give any details over the phone. They said they were on their way. I packed up my things and waited by the front door, ready to bolt if anything else happened. When the parents arrived, I quickly explained what I had found in the basement. They were shocked but thanked me for letting them know. I left as soon as they were back, still shaken by the experience. The next day, I heard from a mutual friend that the homeowner had been arrested. The police had raided the house and found all the evidence in the hidden room. I felt a sense of relief, knowing that I had done the right thing by reporting it. But the fear and adrenaline from that night stayed with me for a long time. I never took another babysitting job in that neighborhood again. I was volunteering at a disaster relief site after a massive flood had hit our town. People lost their homes, and some lost everything. It felt good to help, to hand out supplies, and to see the relief on people's faces when they got something they needed. I was working long hours, but it was worth it. One evening, I was organizing donations in the back of the warehouse. It was getting late, and most of the other volunteers had gone home. I was about to leave when I heard voices coming from the office. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something in their tone made me stop and listen. "We can't keep hiding this," one voice said. It was tense, almost frantic. "Relax," another voice replied. "No one will find out. We have everything under control." I recognized the second voice. It was the head of the relief organization, Mr. Dawson. He was well respected in the community, known for his charity work. Hearing him sound so cold sent a shiver down my spine. I waited until the voices stopped and the office door opened. I quickly hid behind a stack of boxes and watched as Mr. Dawson and another man I didn't recognize walked out. They were carrying a small, heavy-looking box. Once they left, I crept into the office. My heart was pounding, but curiosity got the better of me. Inside, I found documents spread out on the desk. I saw spreadsheets, invoices, and bank statements. Something caught my eye, a list of donations that didn't match the supplies we had been giving out. It looked like a significant amount of money and goods were missing. I took a few photos with my phone, my hands shaking. As I was about to leave, I heard footsteps. I barely had time to eye behind the door when it opened, and Mr. Dawson walked back in. He was talking on his phone. "Yes, we moved the funds. No one suspects a thing," he said. "We'll make another transfer tomorrow." I held my breath, praying he wouldn't see me. After what felt like an eternity, he left again. I slipped out of the office and ran to my car. My mind was racing. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just ignore what I had found, but I was scared of what might happen if they found out I knew. The next day, I decided to confront one of the other volunteers I trusted, Sarah. She had been there as long as I had and seemed like someone who would know what to do. I showed her the photos, and her face went pale. "This is bad," she whispered. "We need to go to the police." We agreed to meet at the police station after our shifts. That day at the relief site felt like it dragged on forever. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting someone to figure out what I had done. Mr. Dawson was there, acting normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew something was up. Finally, my shift ended, and I met Sarah outside. We drove to the police station together. We told the officer on duty everything, showed him the photos, and handed over the documents. He took it seriously and assured us they would investigate. I thought that would be the end of it, but things took a darker turn. The next day, I noticed a black car following me. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, but then I saw the same car outside my house that night. I called Sarah to warn her, but she didn't answer. Panic started to set in. I decided to stay with a friend for a few days. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My phone rang, and I saw it was an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered it. "You're in over your head," a voice said. It was Mr. Dawson. "Stay out of this, or you'll regret it." I hung up, my hands trembling. I called the police again and told them about the threat. They promised to send someone to check on me, but I didn't feel safe. The following day, I heard that Sarah had gone missing. Her family was frantic, and the police were involved. I knew it was connected to what we had found. I felt guilty, terrified, and helpless. Desperate, I went back to the relief site to look for more evidence. I needed something concrete to bring these people down. As I was searching through the office again, I heard footsteps. This time, I couldn't hide in time. Mr. Dawson and the other man from before caught me. They grabbed me, and I tried to fight, but they were too strong. They dragged me into a back room and tied me to a chair. Mr. Dawson leaned in close, his face twisted with anger. "You should have stayed out of it," he hissed. "Now you're going to disappear, just like your friend." I was terrified, but I couldn't give up. I remembered the silent alarm button I had seen near the entrance earlier. If I could just get free and reach it, maybe I had a chance. They left me alone for a moment, probably to figure out what to do with me. I struggled against the ropes, and finally, I managed to loosen them enough to slip one hand free. I quietly worked on the other hand, my heart pounding in my chest. I heard them coming back, and I knew I had only seconds. I freed my other hand and ran for the door. They saw me and shouted, but I didn't look back. I sprinted to the front of the building and slammed my hand on the silent alarm button. The alarm rang out, louder than I expected. Panic set in as I heard them closing in. I grabbed a heavy wrench from a nearby table and swung it at the first man who reached me. He went down, and I kept running. Sirens wailed in the distance, and I felt a glimmer of hope. The police arrived just as Mr. Dawson lunged at me. They pulled him off and handcuffed him, along with his accomplice. I collapsed on the ground, shaking and exhausted. The police took my statement and reassured me that I was safe now. They found Sarah alive, though shaken, and arrested several others involved in the corruption. It took me a long time to recover from that night. The relief site was shut down, and the community was outraged when the truth came out. I never volunteered there again, but I learned to trust my instincts and stay vigilant. I still think about that night sometimes, about how close I came to disappearing. I've been working the night shift at St. Andrew's Hospital for nearly a year now. It was quiet most nights, the halls echoing with the occasional soft beep of machines and distant chatter of nurses. My job as a janitor was to keep the place tidy, emptying trash bins, mopping floors, and making sure everything was in order for the day's shift. One night, around 3 a.m., I was making my rounds on the third floor when I noticed something odd. Samantha, one of the nurses on duty, was acting strangely near the supply closet. She kept glancing around nervously, checking over her shoulder as she fumbled with the door lock. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached quietly, trying to see what she was up to. To my shock, Samantha was carefully removing vials of medication from the closet and stashing them in her bag. My mind raced with disbelief and concern. This couldn't be right. Nurses were supposed to administer medication, not take it. I stepped back, my heart pounding. I needed to think carefully about what to do next. Samantha was a big woman, tough and known to be a bit volatile. Confronting her directly seemed risky, but I couldn't just ignore what I had seen. Patients' lives could be at stake. I decided to keep an eye on her, observing from a distance while I continued my duties. Samantha moved from room to room, administering medications as if nothing was amiss. But every now and then, she would slip something into her pocket or purse when she thought no one was looking. As the night wore on, my anxiety grew. I couldn't let this go on. But how could I expose her without putting myself in danger? I knew I had to gather evidence, something concrete to prove what she was doing. I made a mental note to keep a close watch on her movements and document anything suspicious. Around 4 a.m., Samantha disappeared into the supply closet again. This time, I followed at a safe distance, making sure to stay out of sight. She emerged a few minutes later, carrying a small bag filled with vials of medication. My suspicions were confirmed. I needed to confront her, but I had to be smart about it. I waited until she was alone in the break room, pouring herself a cup of coffee. Taking a deep breath, I approached cautiously. "Samantha," I said quietly, trying to keep my voice steady. "I saw what you were doing in the supply closet." She froze, her eyes narrowing. "What are you talking about?" she snapped, her tone defensive. "I saw you taking medication," I replied, keeping my distance. "You're smuggling drugs out of here." Her face turned red with anger. "You don't know what you're talking about," she hissed. "Mind your own business." I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. Samantha was unpredictable, and I knew I had to tread carefully. "I'm not going to let this go," I said firmly. "I have to report it." Before I could react, Samantha lunged forward, grabbing me by the collar of my uniform. "You're not going to say anything," she growled, her grip tightening. "If you do, I'll make sure you regret it." Fear gripped me like a vice. Samantha was much stronger than I had anticipated. I struggled against her grip, trying to break free. "Let me go," I gasped, my heart racing. She hesitated for a moment, studying me with narrowed eyes. Then, without warning, she shoved me backward, sending me crashing into a nearby table. Pain shot through my back as I hit the ground, the wind knocked out of me. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Samantha was advancing toward me, fury etched on her face. I knew I had to get out of there, find help before things escalated further. I bolted from the break room, ignoring the pain in my side. My mind raced as I searched for a way to expose Samantha's illegal activities without endangering myself. The hospital was eerily quiet, the night shift staff occupied with their duties. I needed someone I could trust, someone who could help me without putting themselves at risk. As I rounded a corner, I nearly collided with Dr. Patel, one of the senior physicians on duty. He raised an eyebrow at my disheveled appearance. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I could trust him. But time was running out. "I need to talk to you," I said urgently, glancing over my shoulder. Dr. Patel led me to a quiet corner of the hallway, away from prying eyes. "What's going on?" he asked, his brow furrowed. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "It's Samantha," I began, my voice trembling slightly. "She's smuggling drugs out of the hospital." Dr. Patel's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you sure?" he asked, his tone serious. "I saw her with my own eyes," I replied, desperation creeping into my voice. "She threatened me when I confronted her. I don't know what to do." He nodded thoughtfully, weighing his options. "We need to report this," he said finally. "But we have to be careful. Samantha is dangerous." I nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief that someone believed me. Dr. Patel led me to the hospital administrator's office, explaining the situation in hushed tones. The administrator listened intently, her expression grave. "We'll launch an investigation immediately," she said, her voice firm. "Thank you for bringing this to our attention." As the hours passed, the hospital buzzed with activity. I stayed close to Dr. Patel, afraid to be alone after what had happened with Samantha. Nurses and staff whispered among themselves, casting wary glances in my direction. By morning, Samantha was escorted from the hospital by security. She fought and screamed, her rage echoing down the hallway. I watched from a safe distance, feeling a mixture of fear and relief. The danger was over, but the memory of her threats lingered in my mind. In the days that followed, the hospital tightened security measures, implementing stricter protocols for handling medications. I was commended for my bravery, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Samantha had made it clear that she would stop at nothing to protect her secret. I continued to work the night shift, my senses on high alert. Every sound made me jump, every shadow seemed to hold a threat. But as time passed, the fear slowly faded, replaced by a sense of pride. I had stood up to a dangerous criminal and helped expose her illegal activities. But the experience had changed me. I no longer saw the hospital as a place of healing and safety. I had been searching for a unique piece of jewelry for months, something special that I could wear on my birthday. After browsing countless stores and websites, I found a beautiful necklace on Craigslist. It was a vintage piece, gold with a delicate design, and the price was surprisingly reasonable. The seller, a woman named Karen, seemed polite and responsive through our emails. We arranged to meet at a cafe in downtown Phoenix. The cafe was busy when I arrived, bustling with people enjoying their Saturday morning coffee. Karen was already there, sitting at a table near the window. She looked normal, mid-30s, dressed casually. We exchanged pleasantries, and she handed me the necklace. It was even more beautiful in person, and I couldn't believe my luck. After a bit of small talk, I handed her the cash, and she left with a friendly wave. Feeling thrilled with my purchase, I wore the necklace that evening. It drew compliments from friends at my birthday dinner, and I felt a special connection to it. Over the next few days, I noticed a few strange things. Once, I thought I saw someone following me while I was out shopping. Another time, my car alarm went off in the middle of the night, but there was no sign of forced entry. I dismissed these incidents as coincidences, not thinking they were related. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise outside my apartment window. I lived on the ground floor, and the sound was distinct, like someone trying to open the window. My heart raced, and I grabbed my phone to call the police. Before I could dial, the noise stopped. I peeked through the blinds but saw nothing. It took me hours to fall asleep, my mind racing with possibilities. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I decided to stay home from work and keep an eye on my apartment. Around noon, I saw a man loitering across the street. He was wearing a hoodie and sunglasses, standing too casually for too long. I watched him from behind the curtains, and after what felt like forever, he walked away. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but the fear lingered. That evening, I received a message from an unknown number. It said, "Enjoying the necklace?" My blood ran cold. How did they know? I replied, asking who it was, but got no response. I decided to call Karen, thinking maybe she had given my number to someone. The phone rang, but no one answered. I left a message, explaining the situation and asking her to call me back. Hours later, I heard a knock on my door. It was Karen. She looked different, more anxious than the cheerful woman I met at the cafe. She said she needed to talk. I let her in, and she immediately asked if anyone had contacted me about the necklace. I showed her the message, and she sighed, looking terrified. Karen explained that the necklace wasn't just a piece of jewelry. It belonged to a dangerous man she had once been involved with. She stole it from him to escape their relationship and sold it to me to cover her tracks. Now, it seemed he had found out and was coming after both of us. My fear turned into panic as she spoke, realizing the danger I was in. We decided to go to the police. At the station, We explained everything, from the sale of the necklace to the threatening message. The officers took our statements seriously and advised us to stay somewhere safe. They would investigate, but there was no guarantee they could catch the man quickly. Karen and I left the station, feeling a bit more secure but still on edge. She suggested we stay at her friend's place out of town for a few days. We packed our essentials and drove to our friend's house, a small, secluded place in the desert. The isolation was eerie, but we felt safer away from the city. The first night was restless. Every sound outside made us jump. In the morning, we discussed our next steps. Karen remembered a safe deposit box where she had hidden some documents that might help the police track down her ex. We decided to retrieve them, despite the risk. Driving back to the city, we were cautious, checking for anyone following us. At the bank, Karen retrieved the documents without issue. As we left, I noticed a familiar figure in the parking lot, the man in the hoodie. My heart pounded as we hurried back to the car and sped off. Back at the house, we handed the documents to the police. They assured us they would use them to locate the man and urged us to stay hidden. That night, the isolation of the desert felt more like a prison. We barely slept, every creak and groan of the house setting us on edge. Early the next morning, we were jolted awake by the sound of breaking glass. He had found us. We ran to the back door, but he was already inside, his face twisted with rage. Karen screamed, and I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a heavy lamp, and swung it at him. He staggered but didn't fall. In the chaos, Karen managed to grab her phone and call 911. We barricaded ourselves in a bedroom, pushing furniture against the door. He pounded on it, shouting threats. The minutes felt like hours until we heard the distant wail of sirens. The man's shouts turned to curses, and then silence. We stayed put, trembling, until we heard the police announcing themselves. They found him hiding in the house and arrested him. The officers escorted us out, assuring us we were safe now. The relief was overwhelming, but the trauma of the experience lingered. Karen and I decided to part ways for our safety. I moved to a different apartment, changed my number, and tried to rebuild my sense of security. Months later, I still have the necklace, a reminder of the ordeal. I was traveling through the remote woods of Siberia, a place I'd always wanted to see. The untouched wilderness had a sort of haunting beauty to it, and the isolation was a strange mix of peaceful and unnerving. My trip was supposed to be an adventure, something to break the monotony of everyday life. I was alone, which added to the thrill. The weather was cold, as expected. Snow blanketed the ground, and the trees stood tall and silent. It was easy to get lost in thought while walking through those woods, and that's probably why I didn't notice them at first. When I did, it was too late. I stumbled upon a clearing, and there they were, 3 men, rough-looking, dirty, and clearly not supposed to be there. I froze, realizing my mistake. They saw me immediately. One of them shouted something in Russian, and before I could react, they were on me. They grabbed me, their hands rough and unforgiving. I struggled, but it was no use. They were too strong. They dragged me to their camp, a makeshift setup hidden deep in the forest. There was a fire burning, and around it were more men, all looking as rough as the ones who had captured me. I recognized the look in their eyes, desperation and danger. I had heard stories about escaped convicts in Siberia, but I never thought I would encounter them. Now, I was their prisoner. They tied my hands and pushed me to the ground near the fire. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, started talking to me in broken English. He demanded to know who I was and what I was doing there. I tried to explain that I was just a traveler, but he didn't seem to care. He laughed, a harsh, cruel sound, and said something to the others. They all laughed too. I realized then that my survival depended on keeping calm and finding a way out. I watched them carefully, noting how they interacted and who seemed to be in charge. The leader was the one to focus on. He was the key to my escape. They kept me tied up, giving me just enough food and water to keep me alive. Days passed in a blur of fear and planning. I pretended to be more helpless than I was, hoping they would underestimate me. They mostly ignored me, which gave me time to observe. I noticed that the leader kept the key to my restraints on a cord around his neck. I would have to get that key. One night, after they had drunk themselves into a stupor, I saw my chance. The leader was passed out near the fire, the key just within reach. I quietly shuffled over to him, my heart pounding in my chest. I managed to grab the key without waking him and quickly freed myself. I knew I had to act fast. I took a knife from one of the sleeping men and slipped into the darkness of the forest. The cold air hit me like a wall, but I didn't stop. I ran as fast as I could, the snow crunching under my feet. The forest was disorienting in the dark, but I couldn't stop. I had to put as much distance between them and me as possible. I stumbled and fell several times, but I got back up, driven by the fear of what would happen if they caught me. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I saw lights in the distance. It was a small village, barely more than a few houses and a store. I made my way there, exhausted and freezing. I banged on the first door I came to, desperate for help. An old woman answered, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of me. I tried to explain what had happened, but I was so cold and tired that the words wouldn't come out right. She called for help, and soon I was surrounded by villagers. They took me in, giving me food and warmth. I learned later that the convicts had been caught not long after I escaped. The villagers had alerted the authorities, and they were captured without much resistance. The leader was the last to be found, hiding in a nearby cave. They told me I was lucky to be alive. I stayed in the village for a few days, recovering from my ordeal. The villagers were kind, and they helped me get back to civilization. I never thought I would be so grateful for simple things like a warm bed and a hot meal. The experience left me shaken, but it also made me appreciate life in a way I never had before. I learned the hard way how fragile our existence can be, and how quickly things can change. Last summer, some friends and I decided to go camping in the Ozark Mountains. We wanted a break from the city and thought a few nights in the wilderness would be perfect. There were 5 of us: Mike, Sarah, Jake, Lisa, and me. We set up camp in a secluded spot, far from any trails. The first day was great. We hiked, swam in a nearby creek, and cooked dinner over a campfire. By nightfall, we were exhausted and went to bed early. I woke up in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure why. It was pitch black and dead quiet, except for the usual sounds of the forest. I looked around our campsite and noticed something strange. Mike, Sarah, Jake, and Lisa were all gone. Their sleeping bags were empty, and there was no sign of them. Panic started to set in. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it around, hoping to see them coming back from a late-night bathroom break or something. But the light caught something else. There were figures, at least 6 of them, standing at the edge of our campsite. They were armed with rifles and wore dark clothes. My heart pounded in my chest. I froze, not sure what to do. One of the men stepped forward and told me to stay quiet. His voice was cold and calm. I didn't recognize him, and he didn't look like he belonged to any search and rescue team. He told me to get up slowly and follow him. I had no choice. I got out of my sleeping bag, trying not to make any sudden moves. The other men surrounded me, their rifles pointed at me. They led me away from the campsite, deeper into the woods. We walked for what felt like hours, but it was probably only about 20 minutes. They took me to a small clearing where there was an old, beat-up van. They opened the back doors, and inside I saw Mike, Sarah, Jake, and Lisa. They were tied up and gagged. Relief washed over me for a second, knowing they were alive, but then fear took over again. They shoved me into the van and tied my hands behind my back. One of the men stayed in the back with us while the others got into the front and started driving. The man in the back kept his rifle trained on us, his eyes cold and hard. No one spoke. The tension was thick, and my mind raced with thoughts of what they wanted and where they were taking us. I tried to think of a way out, but with my hands tied and a rifle pointed at us, there was nothing I could do. After what felt like hours, the van finally stopped. They dragged us out and led us into a small, abandoned cabin. The place looked like it hadn't been used in years. They tied us to chairs and then left us alone, locking the door behind them. We were in the middle of nowhere, with no way to escape. We sat in silence, listening to the men talking outside. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it didn't sound good. Every minute felt like an hour. My mind kept going to dark places, imagining the worst. Eventually, one of the men came back in. He looked at us and smirked. He told us we were going to be fine if we just did as we were told. He didn't say what that meant, but his tone made it clear that not obeying was not an option. Hours passed, maybe even a full day. We had no sense of time. They didn't feed us or give us any water. My mouth was dry, and my stomach was in knots. All we could do was wait and hope for a chance to escape. Then, late in the night, we heard yelling outside. It sounded like a fight had broken out among the men. This was our chance. Somehow, in the chaos, they had left the door unlocked. Mike managed to free himself and then the rest of us. We were shaky and scared, but we knew we had to move fast. We slipped out of the cabin and ran into the woods. We didn't know where we were going, just that we needed to get as far away as possible. We could hear the men shouting behind us, but the darkness was on our side. We stumbled through the forest, tripping over roots and branches, but we didn't stop. Eventually, we found a small creek and followed it. We hoped it would lead us to safety. After what felt like hours, we saw lights ahead. We stumbled into a small campsite where a family was vacationing. They looked at us, confused and scared, but when they saw our condition, they quickly called for help. The authorities arrived, and we told them everything. They searched the area but didn't find the men or the cabin. We were taken to a nearby town, given food and water, and eventually reunited with our families. The police continued their search, but as far as I know, they never found those men. I still think about that night often. The fear, the helplessness, it's all still so vivid. I was driving through rural Georgia, rain pouring down so hard I could barely see the road ahead. My windshield wipers were on full speed, but it didn't help much. I was tense, gripping the steering wheel tightly. It had been a long day, and all I wanted was to reach my motel and get some rest. Up ahead, I saw a car on the side of the road, hazard lights flashing. A woman stood next to it, waving her arms frantically. She looked drenched and desperate. I hesitated for a moment, but then I decided to pull over. It didn't feel right to leave her out there in the storm. I rolled down my window a crack. "Do you need help?" I shouted over the sound of the rain. "Yes, please," she called back. "My car won't start. Can you give me a ride to the nearest gas station?" I nodded and unlocked the passenger door. She climbed in, dripping water all over the seat. I noticed she was shivering, and her clothes were soaked through. I felt a pang of sympathy. "Thank you so much," she said, her voice trembling. "I've been out there for almost an hour." "No problem," I replied, trying to be reassuring. "Where's the nearest gas station?" "Just a few miles down the road," she said. "It's not far." I put the car in drive and pulled back onto the road. The rain was relentless, hammering against the roof and windows. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the tension in the car palpable. Suddenly, I noticed movement in my rearview mirror. A dark figure appeared from the shadows, running towards my car. I barely had time to react before the back door was yanked open, and a man climbed in, brandishing a gun. "Don't move," he snarled, pointing the weapon at me. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at him, fear gripping me. "Keep driving," the woman ordered, her tone now cold and commanding. "Do exactly as we say, and you won't get hurt." I nodded, my hand shaking on the wheel. I felt trapped, panic rising as I realized I had fallen into a trap. They had planned this, using the woman as bait. "Where do you want me to go?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Turn left up ahead," the man instructed. "There's a dirt road. Take it." I did as I was told, my mind racing. I had to find a way out of this. The dirt road was muddy and slick, making it hard to keep control of the car. We drove for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. "Stop here," the woman said abruptly. I brought the car to a halt, my heart pounding. The man kept the gun trained on me as the woman got out, motioning for me to follow. "Get out," she commanded. I slowly opened my door and stepped into the rain, the mud sucking at my shoes. They led me to a small clearing, where two more men were waiting by an old, beat-up van. "Hand over your keys," the man with the gun ordered. I fumbled in my pocket, pulling them out and tossing them to him. He caught them and handed them to one of the other men. "Take his car," he said. "We'll deal with him here." Panic surged through me. I knew I had to act fast. As they turned towards the van, I made a split-second decision. I bolted, sprinting into the trees. Shouts erupted behind me, and I heard the sound of footsteps chasing after me. The forest was dense, branches scratching in my face and clothes as I ran. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the rain making everything slippery. My lungs burned, but I didn't dare stop. I could hear them behind me, getting closer. I spotted a large fallen tree up ahead and dove behind it, trying to catch my breath. I listened, my heart pounding in my ears. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped. I heard them cursing, their voices angry and frustrated. "Spread out," one of them shouted. "He can't have gone far." I stayed as still as possible, praying they wouldn't find me. I could hear them moving through the forest, searching. I knew I couldn't stay hidden forever. I needed a plan. I noticed a small creek nearby, its water rushing from the rain. An idea formed in my mind. If I could follow the creek, maybe I could lose them and find my way back to the road. I waited until their voices faded a bit, then carefully crept towards the water. I moved as quietly as I could, the sound of the creek covering my footsteps. The cold water soaked through my shoes, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. I followed the creek for what felt like an eternity, my senses on high alert for any sign of my pursuers. Finally, I saw a break in the trees up ahead. I picked up the pace, hoping it was the road. As I emerged from the forest, relief washed over me. The road was just a few yards away. I scrambled up the embankment and onto the pavement, looking around frantically. There was no sign of the carjackers. I started running down the road, not sure where I was going, just needing to put as much distance between myself and them as possible. After what felt like hours, I saw headlights approaching. I waved my arms, praying it was someone who could help. The car slowed down and stopped beside me. An older man rolled down the window, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. I was attacked." "Get in," he said, unlocking the door. "I'll take you to the nearest police station." I climbed into the car, my body shaking with exhaustion and fear. As we drove away, I couldn't help but look back, half expecting to see the carjackers emerge from the darkness. But the road remained empty. At the police station, I told them everything. They took my statement and assured me they would search for the criminals. I knew it would be difficult to catch them, but I was grateful to be safe. That night, as I lay in a cheap motel room, I couldn't stop thinking about how close I had come to losing everything. The rain still pounded against the window, a reminder of the terrifying encounter I had survived. We were on a road trip, just my wife, our 2 kids, and me. It was supposed to be a fun family vacation, driving through the countryside and stopping in motels along the way. We were on our way to visit some relatives we hadn't seen in a while. Everything was going great until that night. We pulled into a small, run-down motel on the outskirts of a quiet town. It was the only place around for miles, and it was getting late. The sign flickered, and the paint was peeling off the walls, but we were tired and just needed a place to sleep. The manager was an older man, friendly enough, who gave us a room key with a smile. Room 12. Our room was at the end of a long hallway. It smelled a bit musty, but it seemed clean enough. The kids were excited, jumping on the beds while my wife and I unpacked. After a quick dinner of takeout, we settled in for the night. I turned on the TV, trying to find something for the kids to watch while my wife got ready for bed. Around 10 p.m., we heard a knock at the door. I thought it was odd, but maybe it was the manager checking if we needed anything. I opened the door a crack, and before I knew it, 3 men barged in, pushing me back. They had guns and were shouting, telling us to be quiet and not to move. My heart was pounding. One of the men grabbed my wife and pushed her onto the bed with the kids. The other 2 forced me into a chair and tied my hands behind my back. My kids were crying, and my wife was trying to comfort them while keeping herself calm. The men were dressed in dark clothes, their faces covered with ski masks. They looked desperate and dangerous. "We're not here to hurt you," one of them said, though his voice didn't reassure me. "We just need a place to lay low for a while. Do as we say, and you'll be fine." The leader, the one who had spoken, seemed the most level-headed. He kept glancing at his watch and out the window. The other 2 were more jittery, pacing back and forth. They kept the guns trained on us, watching our every move. We sat there for what felt like hours, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. My mind was racing, trying to figure out a way to get my family out of this alive. I could hear my kids whispering, scared, asking my wife what was going on. She kept telling them it would be okay, but I could see the fear in her eyes. I tried to talk to the men, to reason with them. "Please, we won't cause any trouble. Just let my family go, and you can stay here." The leader looked at me, considering. "Shut up," he finally said. you're not in a position to make demands. Time dragged on. The men were getting more nervous. They talked among themselves in low voices, making plans. I caught bits and pieces about a getaway car and meeting someone. They were waiting for someone to come get them. I realized then that they weren't just hiding out, they were on the run. I needed to do something. I couldn't just sit there and hope they'd let us go. I started to work on the knots binding my wrists, trying to loosen them without drawing attention. My wife noticed and gave me a subtle nod, understanding what I was trying to do. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. The men tensed up, their guns aimed at the door. The leader motioned for us to be quiet, and we all held our breath. There was a knock, and then a voice calling out. It was the motel manager. "Everything okay in there?" he called. "Just doing a check." The leader swore under his breath and motioned for one of the other men to open the door. The manager's eyes widened when he saw the guns and us tied up. Before he could react, the man at the door grabbed him and pulled him inside. The situation was getting worse. The manager was now a hostage too, tied up next to me. The men were arguing, their nerves fraying. I knew we had to act soon or things could get deadly. I finally got my wrists free. I kept my hands behind my back, waiting for the right moment. The men were distracted, yelling at each other about what to do next. I glanced at my wife and gave her a look, hoping she'd understand. In a split second, I jumped up and tackled the nearest man, wrestling for his gun. My wife grabbed a lamp and swung it at another, hitting him on the head. The kids were screaming, and chaos erupted in the small room. The man I tackled was strong, but I was fighting for my family's life. I managed to get the gun and pointed at him. "Drop it," I shouted. "Everybody, drop it." The men hesitated, but seeing the gun in my hand, they slowly put their weapons down. The leader cursed and glared at me, but they complied. I kept the gun trained on them while my wife untied the manager and the kids. We backed out of the room, the manager leading us to the office where he called the police. The men didn't follow. They knew they were caught. The police arrived quickly, surrounding the motel and arresting the 3 men. They were wanted for a string of robberies and had been on the run for days. They'd chosen our room by chance, a random act that could have ended tragically. We were shaken but safe. The manager apologized repeatedly, offering us a free stay, but we declined. We just wanted to get out of there, away from the nightmare. We drove to a nearby town and found another motel, one with better security. That night, none of us slept well. The kids had nightmares, and my wife and I stayed up, holding each other and thanking our luck. It was a trip we'd never forget, but for all the wrong reasons. I was home alone with my infant son, just relaxing in the living room, when I heard footsteps coming from the nursery. My heart started pounding in my chest, and I felt this cold chill run down my spine. I rushed to investigate, fear clawing at my chest. The nursery was dark, with only the soft glow of the night light illuminating the room. But when I got there, I found the crib empty. Panic set in as I realized my son was gone. I felt like my world was crumbling around me, like I was trapped in some kind of nightmare. I searched the room frantically, tears streaming down my face. But there was no sign of him. He was just gone. That's when I noticed it. The window was open, despite it being securely locked just moments before. My blood ran cold as I realized someone had taken him. I felt sick to my stomach, like I was gonna throw up. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to scream, to run outside and search for him. But I knew I had to stay calm, to think clearly. I called the police, my hands shaking as I dialed the numbers. I tried to explain what had happened, but I could barely get the words out. I was so scared, so helpless. I searched the house from top to bottom, but there was no sign of him. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. The police arrived soon after, but they couldn't find anything either. They said they'd do everything they could to find him, but I knew it was too late. He was gone, and I was left alone with this unbearable grief. I felt like I was suffocating, like I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, to cry out in agony. But I couldn't. I was numb, trapped in this never-ending nightmare. Days turned into weeks, but there was still no sign of him. I felt like I was losing my mind, like I was trapped in this never-ending cycle of grief and despair. But then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I heard it, the sound of a baby crying. My heart leapt into my throat as I rushed to investigate. I found him outside, in the arms of a stranger. Relief washed over me as I scooped him up, holding him close like I'd never let him go. The stranger explained that they found him abandoned in a nearby park. I didn't care about the details. All that mattered was that he was safe, that he was back in my arms where he belonged. I thanked the stranger profusely, tears streaming down my face. They said they were just glad they could help, then disappeared into the night. I held my son close, feeling like the luckiest person alive. I didn't know who had taken him, or why. But none of that mattered now. All that mattered was that he was safe, and that we were together again. Me and my husband were on this road trip along the California coastline, just trying to enjoy some quality time together after our wedding. We're driving along these winding roads, the ocean stretching out beside us, and everything's going great. I mean, the scenery is stunning, the weather's perfect, and we're both feeling really happy. But then, out of nowhere, we see this guy on the side of the road, hitchhiking. Now, normally I wouldn't think anything of it, but there's something about this guy that sets off alarm bells in my head. He's got this wild look in his eyes, like he's not all there, you know? And he's waving his arms around like he's trying to flag us down, like he's desperate for a ride. My husband, being the kind-hearted guy he is, he pulls over to see if the guy needs help. But as soon as the guy gets in the car, I can tell that something's not right. He's fidgeting in his seat, looking around like he's expecting something to jump out at him. And then he starts talking in this low, raspy voice that sends shivers down my spine. He's saying all kinds of crazy stuff about how he needs to get to the next town because he's being chased by some people who want to kill him. And I'm just sitting there, frozen in my seat, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in my stomach. But then things start to get really weird. The guy starts reaching into his pockets, pulling out these knives and other weapons, and my heart starts pounding in my chest. I can see the fear in my husband's eyes, but he's trying to stay calm, trying to reason with the guy and get him to put the weapons away. But it's like the guy's not even listening to us. He's just ranting and raving, waving his weapons around like he's ready to use them at any moment. And that's when I know that we're in serious danger, that this guy isn't just some harmless hitchhiker looking for a ride. He's a threat, a real threat, and we need to get away from him as fast as we can. I start pleading with my husband to drive, to get us out of there before it's too late. And finally, thank God, he listens to me, slamming his foot down on the gas pedal and speeding away from the crazy hitchhiker as fast as the car will go. I can hear the guy yelling behind us, screaming threats and curses as we disappear into the distance. But I don't care. All I care about is getting as far away from him as possible, and making sure that me and my husband are safe. We drive for what feels like hours, the adrenaline pumping through our veins as we put as much distance between us and the hitchhiker as we can. And finally, When we're sure that he's nowhere near us anymore, we stop the car and catch our breath. We sit there in silence for a while, both of us trying to process what just happened. And then my husband turns to me, his eyes filled with concern, and he asks me if I'm okay. And I nod, because even though I'm still shaking with fear, I know that we're safe now, that we made it out of that nightmare alive. But even now, weeks later, I still can't shake the memory of that deranged hitchhiker, and the terror of knowing that our lives were in his hands. It's a road trip I'll never forget, for all the wrong reasons. So, I'm this guy who's always looking for adventure, you know? I love getting out into the great outdoors and exploring new places. That's why I decided to take a trip to the Pacific Northwest, where I heard there are some amazing hidden gems just waiting to be discovered. One day, I stumbled upon this remote mountain road that seemed like the perfect place to explore. The scenery was breathtaking, with towering trees and rugged cliffs stretching as far as the eye could see. As I drove deeper into the wilderness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was like I could sense someone or something lurking in the shadows, just out of sight. Suddenly, I heard the sound of gunshots echoing through the trees, sending a chill down my spine. I knew I had to be careful, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that washed over me. That's when I saw them, a group of rough-looking men emerging from the forest, their faces twisted into sinister grins. It was clear from the looks in their eyes that they viewed me as nothing more than prey in their deadly game. With adrenaline pumping through my veins, I knew I had to think fast if I wanted to survive. I floored the gas pedal, my heart pounding in my chest as I raced down the winding mountain road, desperate to escape the hunters hot on my trail. But no matter how fast I drove, it felt like they were always one step ahead of me, their shouts and laughter echoing in the distance. It was like they were toying with me, enjoying the thrill of the chase as they closed in for the kill. As I rounded a sharp bend in the road, I saw a steep drop-off looming ahead, with jagged rocks waiting to greet me below. I knew I had to make a split-second decision if I wanted to survive. With no other options left, I slammed on the brakes and swerved off the road, my car careening over the edge of the cliff in a cloud of dust and debris. As I plummeted towards the ground below, I braced myself for impact, praying that I would make it out alive. Miraculously, I survived the fall, though my car was left a mangled wreck at the bottom of the cliff. With adrenaline still coursing through my veins, I stumbled out of the wreckage and into the dense forest, desperate to put as much distance between me and the hunters as possible. For hours, I trudged through the wilderness, my muscles aching and my heart pounding in my chest. Every rustle of leaves and snapping twigs sent me into a panic, fearing that the hunters were still hot on my trail. But as the sun began to dip below the horizon, I finally stumbled upon a clearing where I could catch my breath and collect my thoughts. I knew I couldn't stay in one place for long, but I needed a moment to rest and gather my strength before pressing on. As night fell and the forest grew cloaked in darkness, I huddled beneath the shelter of a towering tree, my eyes darting nervously to and fro in search of any signs of danger. I knew I couldn't let my guard down for a second if I wanted to make it out of this alive. Hours passed in agonizing silence, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant howl of a wolf. I felt like I was teetering on the edge of madness, my mind racing with thoughts of the horrors that awaited me if the hunters found me. But just as I was about to lose hope, I heard the distant rumble of an engine in the distance, growing louder with each passing moment. It was the sound of salvation, the promise of rescue from the nightmare that had consumed me. With a newfound sense of determination, I rose to my feet and followed the sound of the approaching vehicle, my heart pounding with anticipation. And as the headlights pierced the darkness and bathed me in their warm glow, I knew that I had finally made it out alive. In the end, I may have escaped with my life, but the memory of that harrowing encounter will haunt me forever. It's a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk in the wild, waiting to ensnare unsuspecting adventurers like me in their deadly trap. I was out camping by a remote lake in Minnesota, seeking some peace and solitude away from the hustle and bustle of city life. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue across the water, and I had just finished setting up my tent for the night when I heard footsteps approaching. I turned to see a man standing at the edge of my campsite, his expression stern and his eyes piercing. He insisted that I leave immediately, warning me that it wasn't safe to stay here alone. I was taken aback by his sudden appearance and his urgent tone, but I brushed off his concerns, assuming he was just a local trying to look out for me. But as the night wore on and darkness fell over the lake, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. I couldn't help but wonder why the man had been so insistent that I leave, and what dangers he thought lurked in the wilderness around us. I tried to put his warnings out of my mind and focus on enjoying my camping trip, but as I lay in my tent listening to the sounds of the night, a sense of foreboding crept over me like a cold shadow. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that I was now alone out here in the wilderness. As the hours passed, I drifted in and out of sleep, my dreams haunted by visions of shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. But every time I woke, the campsite was silent and still, and I told myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then, in the dead of night, I was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps outside my tent. I lay frozen in fear as I listened to the sound of someone moving around my campsite, their footsteps heavy and purposeful. I strained my ears, trying to catch any clue as to who or what was outside, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart in my chest. I knew I had to act fast if I wanted to survive the night, so I reached for my flashlight and prepared to confront whoever was out there. But as I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, I was met with a sight that chilled me to the bone. The man from earlier was standing just a few feet away, his eyes gleaming with malice as he advanced towards me. I stumbled backwards, my heart racing in terror, as the man's threats became all too real. He brandished a knife in his hand, his movements quick and precise, and I knew that I was in grave danger. I tried to reason with him, to plead for my life, but he was beyond reason, consumed by a rage that seemed to emanate from the very depths of his soul. He lunged at me with the knife, his eyes wild with fury, and I knew that I had to fight for my life. I dodged his blows as best as I could, my mind racing with fear and adrenaline, but it was clear that he was much stronger and more experienced than I was. I knew that I was no match for him in a physical fight, so I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I sprinted through the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest, as I fled into the wilderness, desperate to escape the man who was trying to kill me. I stumbled and fell several times, my body bruised and battered from the rough terrain, but I refused to give up. I ran for what felt like hours, the sounds of pursuit echoing in my ears, until finally, just as dawn was breaking over the horizon, I stumbled upon a ranger station deep in the heart of the forest. I collapsed on the doorstep, my breath coming in ragged gasps, as I pleaded for help. The rangers listened to my story with grave concern, their faces grim with determination as they set out to apprehend the man who had tried to kill me. They assured me that I was safe now, that they would not rest until the man was brought to justice. And as I lay there, shaken but alive, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of relief wash over me. I had survived the night, escaped from the clutches of a madman, and lived to tell the tale. I packed up my old sedan, filled it with snacks, water, and some camping gear, and hit the road. The desert was vast and empty, the perfect place to be alone with my thoughts. I had been driving for hours when I saw a figure on the side of the road, thumb out, looking desperate. At first, I was hesitant to stop. You hear so many stories about picking up strangers, but something about this guy made me pull over. He looked rough, dirty, and scared. He got in the car without saying much. Just thanked me and asked if I could take him as far as I was going. I nodded and we drove in silence for a while. His name was Jake, and he was jumpy, constantly looking over his shoulder. After about an hour, he started to open up. He told me he was running from a gang. He had gotten involved with them, and now they wanted him dead. I could see the fear in his eyes. He didn't give too many details, but it was clear he was in serious trouble. We drove for a few more hours, and as the sun started to set, I began looking for a place to camp for the night. I found a small, deserted rest stop with a few picnic tables and an old, rundown bathroom. It seemed as good a place as any to stop. We set up a small camp, and I shared some of my food with Jake. He seemed more relaxed, but I could tell he was still on edge. As night fell, the desert became eerily quiet. We sat by a small fire, the only light in the vast darkness. Around midnight, I heard the sound of engines in the distance. Jake's face went pale. "They're coming," he whispered. "We need to hide." We quickly put out the fire and grabbed our stuff. There was an old building nearby, maybe an abandoned service station. We ran inside and hid behind some rusted equipment. The engines got louder, and soon I saw headlights sweeping across the desert. A few trucks pulled up to the rest stop. Men got out, armed and looking angry. They started searching the area, shouting Jake's name. My heart was pounding so hard I thought they might hear it. Jake was shaking beside me, his eyes wide with terror. One of the men kicked over the picnic table we had been sitting at. "He can't be far," he growled. They spread out, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they found us. We needed a plan. I whispered to Jake that we should try to make a run for the car. He nodded, and we waited until the men were on the other side of the rest stop. We moved as quietly as we could, slipping out of the building and heading towards the car. We were almost there when one of them spotted us. "There they are," he shouted. We sprinted the last few yards to the car, bullets whizzing past us. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, but managed to get the door open. We jumped in, and I started the engine, flooring it as we sped away. The trucks gave chase, their headlights glaring in my rearview mirror. The road was rough, and the car bounced and swerved as I tried to keep control. Jake was shouting directions, telling me to take turns onto smaller roads, hoping to lose them in the maze of desert trails. We drove for what felt like hours, the trucks slowly falling behind. Finally, we found a narrow, rocky path that the trucks couldn't follow. I kept driving until we were sure we had lost them. We stopped in a secluded spot, hidden by rocks and scrub. Both of us were panting, drenched in sweat. We stayed there until dawn, too scared to move. When the sun rose, we cautiously made our way back to the main road. We didn't talk much after that. I drove Jake to the nearest town, where he said he had friends who could help him. He thanked me, genuinely grateful, and disappeared into the crowd. I continued my road trip, but the rest of the journey felt different. The desert wasn't as peaceful anymore, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I got back home, I realized how close I had come to something truly dangerous. I still think about Jake sometimes, wondering if he ever found safety or if the gang caught up to him. I had always loved camping, especially in remote places where you could really feel away from it all. This time, my friends and I decided to camp in a secluded area of the Adirondacks. We wanted a real adventure, away from the usual spots crowded with tourists. We set up our tents near a quiet lake surrounded by dense woods. The first couple of days were perfect, just us and nature. We hiked, fished, and enjoyed the peace. On the third night, we decided to split up to gather firewood before it got too dark. I wandered off, figuring I knew the area well enough. As I walked deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to close in around me, I lost sight of the camp, but I wasn't worried. I had my flashlight and plenty of time to get back. After gathering a decent pile of wood, I realized it was getting darker faster than I expected. I turned to head back, but the forest seemed different. I tried retracing my steps, but nothing looked familiar. I kept walking, hoping to find a landmark, but it was like the woods were shifting around me. Panic started to set in. I yelled for my friends, but my voice seemed to vanish into the trees. After what felt like hours, I saw a small cabin through the trees. Relief washed over me. Maybe someone there could help. I approached the cabin, noticing it looked old and run down. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I tried the door, and it creaked open. Inside, it was dark and smelled musty. I called out, but still no response. I was about to leave when I heard a noise behind me. I turned and saw a man standing in the doorway. He was tall, with a wild look in his eyes. He didn't say anything, just stared at me. "I'm lost," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can you help me get back to my camp?" He didn't answer, just stepped closer. There was something off about him. His clothes were dirty, and he had a hunting knife strapped to his belt. I took a step back, my heart pounding. "I didn't mean to intrude," I said, inching toward the door. "I'll just go." Before I could move, he lunged at me. I ducked and ran out the door, dropping the firewood. I could hear him behind me, crashing through the underbrush. I didn't know where I was going, just that I had to get away. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they would give out. The woods were dark now, and every shadow seemed to hide him. I found a large tree and crouched behind it, trying to catch my breath. I listened for any sign of him, but all I could hear was my own heartbeat. After a while, I started moving again, slowly and quietly. I needed to find my way back to camp. I thought about my friends and hoped they were okay. The fear of that man kept me moving. I stumbled onto a narrow path and decided to follow it, hoping it would lead somewhere safe. As I walked, I kept looking over my shoulder, terrified he would appear out of the darkness. The path twisted and turned, and I felt like I was going in circles. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I heard voices. Familiar voices. I followed the sound and burst into a small clearing. There were my friends, gathered around a fire, looking worried. They jumped up when they saw me, bombarding me with questions. I tried to explain what happened, but I was too shaken to make much sense. All I knew was we had to leave, now. We quickly packed up our camp, not wanting to risk another encounter with the man. As we hiked out, I kept looking back, half expecting to see him watching us. The feeling of being hunted stayed with me long after we were safe. Back home, the experience haunted me. I couldn't shake the image of his wild eyes and the feeling of being trapped in those woods. Camping, something I once loved, now filled me with dread. I still think about that night and wonder who he was and what would have happened if I hadn't escaped. I'm grateful I got out, but the fear lingers, a reminder that sometimes the real danger is just a heartbeat away, hidden in the quiet places we least expect. I moved to a small town in Texas with my family a few years ago. It was supposed to be a fresh start for us, a place where we could build a peaceful life away from the chaos of the city. The neighborhood was quiet, everyone seemed friendly, and we quickly settled in. Our next-door neighbor, Mr. Thompson, was a bit of an oddball. He kept to himself mostly, rarely spoke to anyone, and his house was always closed up tight. At first, I thought he was just a private person, but over time, I started to notice strange things. There were people coming and going at all hours of the night, and sometimes I'd hear loud noises from his house that didn't make sense. One evening, I was out in the backyard when I saw Mr. Thompson meeting with a group of men. They were huddled together, talking in low voices. It struck me as odd, and I began to suspect that something illegal was going on. I decided to keep an eye on things, just to see if my suspicions were correct. Over the next few weeks, I noticed more and more strange activities. Cars with out-of-state plates would pull up to his house, stay for a few minutes, and then leave. There were also nights when I'd hear what sounded like arguments or fights coming from his place. I started to feel uneasy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. One night, I decided to gather some evidence. I told my husband what I was planning, and he thought I was being paranoid, but I couldn't ignore my instincts. I waited until it was dark, then grabbed my camera and snuck out to the side of our house, where I could get a clear view of Mr. Thompson's place. As I watched, a car pulled up, and a man got up carrying a large bag. He knocked on the door, and Mr. Thompson let him in. I snapped a few photos, trying to stay as hidden as possible. After a few minutes, the man left without the bag, and I managed to get a picture of his license plate before he drove off. I went back inside, feeling a mixture of excitement and fear. I finally had some proof that something shady was happening. The next day, I decided to call the local police and report what I'd seen. They took my information and said they'd look into it, but I could tell they weren't taking me very seriously. A few days later, I noticed a black car parked across the street from our house. It was there when I left for work, and it was still there when I got home. I started to get a bad feeling, like someone was watching us. That night, I heard noises outside, and when I looked out the window, I saw someone in our yard. I woke up my husband, and we called the police, but by the time they arrived, whoever it was had disappeared. The next day, things got worse. I found a threatening note taped to our front door. It said that I needed to mind my own business or there would be consequences. My heart pounded as I read it. I realized that Mr. Thompson or one of his associates must have found out that I was watching them. I was scared, but I couldn't let it go. I decided to go to the police station and show them the photos I'd taken. The officer I spoke to was more interested this time and promised to investigate further. I hoped that would be enough to put an end to the threats, but deep down, I was still worried. That night, my worst fears were realized. We were woken up by the sound of breaking glass. Someone had thrown a brick through our living room window. I called the police again, but I knew they wouldn't be able to catch whoever did it. My husband and I stayed up all night, too scared to sleep. The next day, we decided to stay with my sister in the next town over until things calmed down. I felt safer being away from the house, but I couldn't stop thinking about what was happening. I kept checking my phone, waiting for updates from the police, but there was nothing. After a few days, we returned home, hoping that the worst was over. But that evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise outside. I looked out the window and saw the black car parked down the street again. My heart sank. They were still watching us. I called the police once more, and this time they sent a patrol car to keep an eye on our house. It was a small comfort, but I was still terrified. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were in real danger. A few nights later, things escalated again. We were woken up by the sound of our front door being kicked in. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 while my husband grabbed a baseball bat. We barricaded ourselves in the bedroom, listening to the sounds of footsteps and things being thrown around downstairs. The police arrived quickly, and we heard shouting and the sound of someone being taken down. When we finally opened the door, an officer told us they had caught one of Mr. Thompson's associates in our house. He was armed and had a list of our names and addresses. They also found a hidden room in Mr. Thompson's house with drugs and weapons. The police assured us that Mr. Thompson and his associates would be taken care of, but the experience left us shaken. We decided to move away from that town, hoping to leave the nightmare behind us. It took a while for us to feel safe again, but eventually, we found a new place to live, far away from where it all happened. I still get nervous whenever I see a car parked outside our house for too long, but I try to remind myself that we're safe now. The experience taught me to trust my instincts and to be more cautious. I hope that by sharing my story, others will be more aware of the signs of illegal activity and know that it's important to speak up, even when it's scary. It was supposed to be a simple stopover. I had been driving for hours along the California coast, heading south to visit my sister. The sun was setting, and I decided to find a place to stay for the night. I pulled into a small, nondescript motel off the highway. It looked a bit run down, but I was too tired to be picky. The manager at the front desk was a middle-aged woman with tired eyes. She checked me in with minimal conversation and handed me a key. My room was at the far end of the building, away from the road noise. It seemed quiet enough, and I was grateful for that. After settling in, I decided to take a shower. The water pressure was weak, but the hot water felt good. I wrapped myself in a towel and looked out the window. The parking lot was almost empty, just a couple of cars scattered around. One of them, a black SUV, stood out. It was parked at an odd angle, and I couldn't see anyone in or around it. I shrugged it off and got dressed. My plan was to grab some food from the vending machine and call it a night. As I stepped out of my room, I heard voices coming from the room next to mine. The walls were thin, and the voices were loud and angry. I hesitated for a moment, considering whether I should knock on their door and ask them to keep it down, but decided against it. Walking towards the vending machine, I saw a man standing by the black SUV. He was on his phone, speaking in a low, urgent tone. His eyes darted around nervously. Something about him made me uneasy, so I kept my head down and moved quickly. As I reached the vending machine, I realized I had forgotten my wallet in the room. I turned back, annoyed with myself. As I passed the SUV again, the man was no longer there. The voices from the adjacent room had grown louder, and I could now make out a few words. They were arguing about money and something that sounded like shipment. Back in my room, I grabbed my wallet and paused. I heard a door slam and then a muffled thud. Curiosity got the better of me, and I peered through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but I could hear the sound of footsteps coming from the room next to mine. My heart pounded as I slowly opened my door and stepped out. I walked past the neighboring room, trying to be as quiet as possible. The door was slightly ajar, and I couldn't help but take a peek inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. There were two men in the room. One was on the floor, lying motionless in a pool of blood. The other man, the one I had seen by the SUV, was standing over him, holding a bloody knife. He looked up and our eyes met for a brief second. I quickly stepped back, hoping he hadn't recognized me. Panicked, I hurried back to my room and locked the door. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I knew I had to get out of there, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I could hear the man moving around in the next room, and I knew I didn't have much time. I grabbed my things and quietly opened the door. The hallway was still empty. I moved swiftly towards the exit, praying I wouldn't run into anyone. As I reached the parking lot, I saw the man again. He was loading something into the trunk of the SUV. I ducked behind a car and watched, my heart pounding in my chest. He finished what he was doing and got into the SUV. I waited until he drove off before making a run for my car. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I started the engine and sped out of the parking lot, not caring about the speed limits. I drove for miles, not daring to stop until I reached a gas station on the outskirts of a small town. I parked in a well-lit area and sat there, trying to calm down. I knew I had to call the police, but I was terrified the man might find me. What if he had seen my license plate? What if he knew who I was? I finally mustered the courage to call 911. The dispatcher took my information and assured me that officers would be sent to the motel. They advised me to stay put and wait for the police to arrive. Minutes felt like hours as I waited in the gas station parking lot. Eventually, a patrol car pulled up, and 2 officers approached me. I explained everything I had seen, and they took my statement. They told me to stay in town for the night and check into a different motel. They would keep me updated on the situation. I barely slept that night, jumping at every sound. The next morning, I got a call from one of the officers. They had found the man's body in the motel room, but the suspect was still at large. They assured me they were doing everything they could to find him and keep me safe. Days turned into weeks, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I moved in with my sister temporarily, too scared to stay alone. The police kept in touch, but there were no new leads. The suspect had vanished without a trace. It took a long time for me to feel somewhat safe again. I installed security cameras at my sister's place and never went anywhere without checking my surroundings. The fear never completely went away, but I learned to live with it. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, more aware of the dangers that could be lurking around every corner. Working the night shift at the distribution center in New Jersey was usually uneventful. The warehouse was massive, with aisles stretching out in every direction, filled with boxes and crates. The silence of the night was only broken by the hum of forklifts and the occasional chatter on the walkie-talkies. I liked the quiet, the monotony. It was easy money, and I didn't mind the hours. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 10 p.m., grabbed my checklist, and started my rounds. It was just me and a handful of other workers spread out across the facility. Most of them kept to themselves, and I didn't know them well. Just nodded in passing and kept to my tasks. Around midnight, I was doing inventory in one of the far aisles when I heard hushed voices coming from the loading dock. It struck me as odd because the dock was supposed to be closed and locked up at this hour. Curiosity got the better of me, so I crept closer, staying in the shadows. I peeked around a stack of crates and saw a small group of my coworkers huddled together. There was Tony, the shift supervisor, and a couple of guys I recognized but didn't know by name. They were unloading boxes from a truck that wasn't on any of the manifests. The way they moved, fast and furtive, set off alarm bells in my head. I strained to hear what they were saying. "Make sure everything's accounted for," Tony said. "We can't afford any mistakes tonight." One of the other guys nodded. "Yeah, the boss won't be happy if anything goes missing. You know how he is." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My heart started pounding. It was clear they were up to something illegal, and I was in way over my head. I thought about just walking away, pretending I hadn't seen anything. But as I took a step back, my foot hit a loose piece of wood, and it made a loud crack. The conversation stopped abruptly. Tony's head snapped up, and his eyes scanned the area. I ducked behind the crates, holding my breath. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice hard and suspicious. I didn't move a muscle. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud in my ears. After a moment, Tony seemed to dismiss it. "Probably just a rat," he muttered. "Let's get this done." I waited until they were back to work before I slowly backed away and made my way to the break room. My mind was racing. What should I do? Report them? But to whom? Tony was the shift supervisor, the one person I'd normally go to with any issues. And what if they found out it was me who snitched? They could make my life hell, or worse. I decided to play it cool for the rest of the shift. I went about my tasks, avoiding the loading dock and keeping to myself. But the images of them unloading those boxes kept flashing in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. When the shift ended at 6 a.m., I clocked out and headed to my car. The cold morning air felt good against my skin, but it didn't clear my head. I drove home in a daze, barely registering the familiar sights along the way. All I could think about was what I'd seen and what I should do next. That evening, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, my thoughts a jumbled mess. Around midnight, I got up and decided to do some research. I looked up drug trafficking operations and the penalties for getting involved. It was serious stuff. People went to prison for years for what Tony and the others were doing. The next night at work, I kept my head down and did my job, trying to act normal. But every time I saw Tony or the other guys, I felt a surge of anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that they knew I'd seen something, that they were watching me. A week passed, and I was a wreck. I barely slept, and I was constantly looking over my shoulder. One night, as I was finishing my shift, Tony cornered me in the break room. "Hey, got a minute?" he asked, his tone casual but his eyes hard. "Sure," I replied, my heart racing. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it. "You've been acting strange lately. Everything okay?" I forced a smile. "Yeah, just tired, I guess." He stared at me for a long moment, and I could feel the sweat on my forehead. "You know, it's important to stay focused on the job. Distractions can be dangerous." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Good," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "Keep it that way." After he left, I sat down, my legs feeling weak. It was a warning, plain and simple. I knew then that I had to do something. I couldn't keep living like this, in fear every day. But I had to be smart about it. The next night, I waited until Tony and the others were busy with their illicit activities. I snuck into the office and used the phone to call the anonymous tip line for the police. I kept my voice low, giving them all the details I could without revealing my identity. I hung up, my heart pounding. I hoped I'd done the right thing. All I could do now was wait. The following night, the warehouse was raided. Police swarmed the place, arresting Tony and his crew. I stayed out of sight, my heart in my throat, as they were led away in handcuffs. It was over. In the days that followed, I was questioned by the police. I played dumb, pretending I had no idea what was going on. They seemed to buy it, and eventually, things started to return to normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling of paranoia. Even though Tony and the others were gone, I kept looking over my shoulder, afraid that someone would come after me for what I'd done. It's been a few months now, and I finally started to feel like I can breathe again. But I'll never forget those nights in the warehouse, the fear, and the sense of danger that hung over me. I learned a lot about myself through this ordeal. About courage and fear, and the lengths I'd go to protect myself. I hope I never have to go through something like that again. But if I do, at least I know I can handle it. It was just another quiet night at the dispatch center. The shifts were long, but I was used to them. There wasn't much to do in our small town in Idaho, especially during the night shift. Most calls were about lost pets or occasional minor car accidents. I settled into my chair, coffee in hand, ready for another uneventful night. The clock showed 1 a.m. when the phone rang. I picked it up, expecting the usual. 911, what's your emergency? There was a pause, then a man's voice. He sounded calm but strange. I can see you, he said. I looked around the room. Excuse me? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. It wasn't unusual for prank calls, but something about his tone was unsettling. I'm outside your building. I've been watching you for a while now, he continued, his voice chillingly even. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I glanced at the monitors, showing live feed from the security cameras around the building. Everything looked normal. Sir, this is not funny. If you have an emergency, please state it. He laughed softly, the sound sending a wave of fear through me. No emergency. Just enjoying the view. I decided to alert the on-duty officer, Jake, who was out on patrol. I pressed the button for the radio. Jake, you there? His voice crackled back. Yeah, what's up? We've got a strange call. Guy says he's outside watching the building. Can you check the perimeter? On my way, he replied. I turned back to the phone. Sir, the police are on their way. If this is a joke, you're in serious trouble. The man chuckled again. I'm not joking. I see you've called for backup. Smart move. I felt my heart racing. I tried to keep him talking. Why are you doing this? There was another pause. I like seeing the fear. You have a lot of it right now. I swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. What do you want? Just to watch. For now, he replied. Jake's voice came through the radio again. Perimeter's clear. No sign of anyone. I looked at the cameras again. Jake, he says he's watching me. Can you check the blind spots? On it, Jake responded. I turned my attention back to the call. The police are checking the area. They will find you. Maybe. Maybe not, he said. It's a big building. I heard Jake's footsteps outside, and he came through the front door a moment later. He gave me a nod and started checking the rooms. Sir, this is your last chance. Identify yourself or face arrest, I said, trying to sound authoritative. The man was silent for a moment. Then he whispered, I'll be closer soon. The line went dead. I felt a wave of relief but also dread. Jake came back into the room. Nothing. Place is empty. I explained the call to Jake in detail. He frowned. Probably some local idiot messing around. Still, I'll stay here for a bit. We sat in silence, the tension heavy in the air. Jake kept an eye on the monitors while I tried to focus on my work. Time passed slowly. It was almost 3 a.m. when the phone rang again. I answered it, heart pounding. 911, what's your emergency? Miss me? It was the same voice. I motioned to Jake, who immediately started looking at the cameras. Where are you? I demanded. Closer, he said, almost whispering. Jake grabbed his flashlight and headed back outside. I stayed on the line, trying to keep the man talking. Why are you doing this? To feel alive, he replied. Don't you feel it? The rush of fear? I heard a noise behind me and turned, but it was just Jake coming back in. "Still nothing," he said quietly. "Sir, the police are inside now." "You will be caught," I said, hoping to scare him off. He laughed again, softer this time. "You think you're safe, but I can see you." The line went dead again. I looked at Jake, panic in my eyes. "He's playing with us." Jake nodded. "Stay here. Lock the door. I'm going to check the roof." I watched him leave, then locked the door behind him. I felt trapped, my eyes constantly scanning the monitors. Minutes felt like hours. The phone rang again. 911, what's your emergency?" I said, my voice shaking. "Look outside," the voice said. I hesitated, then slowly moved to the window. There, in the darkness, I could barely make out a figure standing by the fence. He was holding something, a phone, I realized. I quickly called Jake on the radio. "He's by the fence. South side." "On my way," Jake responded. I watched the figure as Jake approached from the side. But then, the figure disappeared into the shadows. Jake ran to where he had been but found nothing. I slumped in my chair, the fear overwhelming. The phone rang once more. 911, what's your emergency?" "I'll be back," the voice said, and then the line went dead for the final time. Jake returned, shaking his head. "He's gone. But we'll find him." The rest of the night was a blur of fear and anxiety. When my shift ended, I couldn't leave fast enough. The experience haunted me for days, the voice echoing in my mind. But I was safe. And I was determined never to let my guard down again. I had been studying wildlife in the Florida swamps for about 3 weeks. It was part of a project for my degree, and I had always loved being out in nature. The swamp was dense and full of life, but it was also easy to get lost if you weren't careful. I had a map and a GPS, though, so I felt pretty confident. One morning, I decided to explore a part of the swamp I hadn't been to yet. The sun was just coming up, and the air was thick with humidity. I packed up my gear and set out. The further I went, the quieter it got. The usual sounds of birds and insects started to fade, replaced by an eerie silence. After about an hour, I noticed something odd. There were tracks on the ground that didn't look like they belonged to any animal. They were deep and uniform, like from heavy boots. Curious, I followed them, thinking maybe I'd find another researcher or a lost hiker. The tracks led me to a small clearing. My heart sank when I saw what was there. Hidden behind some thick brush, there were several camouflage tents and crates stacked high. I moved closer, staying low, and my worst fears were confirmed. The crates were full of drugs and weapons. I had stumbled upon a drug cartel's hidden operation. Panic set in. I knew I needed to get out of there, but as I turned to leave, I heard voices. Men were coming back to the camp. I froze, my mind racing. There was no way I could outrun them if they saw me. I spotted a thick cluster of bushes and crawled into it, hoping they wouldn't notice me. From my hiding spot, I watched as 4 men walked into the clearing. They were heavily armed and looked dangerous. They started unloading more crates from a boat that was docked nearby. I tried to stay as still as possible, barely breathing, praying they wouldn't come near me. One of the men stopped suddenly and looked around, his eyes scanning the area. My heart pounded in my chest, so loud I was sure he could hear it. He said something in Spanish to the others, and they all looked tense. I knew I had to get out of there before they started searching the area. As they continued with their work, I slowly began to inch my way back, trying to put as much distance between me and them as possible. Every movement was painstakingly slow, and every rustle of leaves sounded deafening. I managed to get a few yards away before I heard a shout. They had found my footprints. I broke into a run, not caring about the noise anymore. I could hear them shouting behind me, the sound of gunfire echoing through the swamp. I didn't know if they were shooting at me or just trying to scare me, but I wasn't going to stick around to find out. Branches whipped at my face, and I stumbled several times, but I kept going. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I pushed on, driven by sheer terror. I couldn't let them catch me. I remembered a thick patch of mangroves I had passed earlier and headed for it, hoping it would provide some cover. I dove into the dense foliage, crawling through the mud and roots. The shouts grew fainter, but I didn't stop until I was sure I had lost them. I found a small hollow under a large tree and squeezed myself into it, trying to calm my breathing. I stayed there for what felt like hours, listening for any signs of the men. The swamp had returned to its usual symphony of sounds, but I couldn't relax. I knew they were still out there, looking for me. When night fell, I decided to move again, hoping the darkness would help cover my escape. I navigated by the stars, heading towards what I hoped was the direction of the main road. Every sound made me jump, every shadow looked like one of the men. After what felt like an eternity, I finally saw the lights of a small town in the distance. Relief washed over me, but I knew I couldn't let my guard down yet. I made my way to the nearest building, a rundown gas station, and stumbled inside. The clerk looked at me in shock as I gasped out a request for help. The police arrived quickly, and I told them everything. They organized a search of the area, but by the time they got to the clearing, the men were gone, and so were the drugs and weapons. They assured me they'd keep investigating, but I knew it was unlikely they'd find anything. I left Florida the next day, still shaken by what had happened. The swamp, once a place of beauty and wonder, now held a sinister memory. I needed to clear my head and just drive, see where the roads would take me. I had everything packed in my old car: clothes, snacks, a few books, and a tent in case I wanted to camp out somewhere. I loved the freedom of the open road, the endless possibilities. After a long day of driving through the Arizona desert, the sun was setting, and I started looking for a place to stay. I was tired and didn't want to set up the tent. I saw a sign for a motel just off the highway. It looked old but decent enough for one night. I pulled in and went to the office. The man behind the counter, who I assumed was the owner, smiled too much. His name tag said Sam. He looked me up and down before handing me the key to room 7. The whole place had a weird vibe, but I was too tired to care. I thanked him and headed to my room. The room was small and smelled musty. I tried to ignore it and settled in, locking the door and double-checking the windows. After a quick shower, I lay on the bed, scrolling through my phone. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. Around midnight, I heard a noise outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard voices, hushed but urgent. I crept to the window and peeked through the curtain. There were 2 men talking near a van parked a few rooms down. One of them was Sam. They were looking at something in the back of the van, but I couldn't see what. My heart started racing. I decided to stay awake and keep an eye out. I turned off the lights and sat in the dark, listening. The voices faded, but my unease didn't. I was about to try and get some sleep when I heard footsteps approaching my door. My stomach dropped. There was a soft knock, followed by Sam's voice. "Everything okay in there?" he asked. I didn't respond. He knocked again, louder this time. "I just want to make sure you're comfortable," he said, his voice almost mocking. I held my breath, praying he would go away. After what felt like an eternity, he did. I heard him mutter something before his footsteps retreated. I waited a few minutes, then quickly packed my things. I needed to get out of there. Just as I was about to unlock the door, I heard a scraping sound coming from the window. I turned and saw a man trying to pry it open. Panic set in. I grabbed my phone and called 911, whispering my location and the situation. The operator told me to stay on the line and find a place to hide. I shoved the dresser against the door and crawled under the bed, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The window finally gave way, and I heard the man climb in. He moved slowly, his footsteps heavy on the old carpet. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure he could hear it. He walked around the room, opening drawers and looking under the bed next to mine. I watched his feet through the gap, praying he wouldn't check my side. He stopped right in front of me, and I held my breath. Then, suddenly, he turned and left. I heard him talking to someone outside. I stayed under the bed until I heard the sirens. The relief was overwhelming. The police arrived and found me still hiding. They caught Sam and his accomplice trying to flee. The officers told me that the motel was a front for a human trafficking ring. They had been watching the place for weeks but hadn't expected to find someone in immediate danger. I gave my statement and was taken to a safe place for the night. The next day, I continued my road trip, but I was more cautious, more aware of the places I chose to stay. That night haunted me for a long time. The fear, the close call, it all felt too real, too raw. But I was alive, and for that, I was grateful. I was driving through the Pacific Northwest at night, the road lit only by my headlights. It was a long stretch of highway, surrounded by dense forest. I had been on the road for hours, enjoying the solitude and the hum of the engine. I was heading to visit some old friends, needing a break from the routine of work and life. Around midnight, I saw her. A young woman, standing by the side of the road, waving frantically. She looked terrified. I slowed down and pulled over, rolling down the window. She ran up to the car, her face pale and eyes wide. "Please, can you help me?" she asked, her voice shaky. "I need to get away from here." I unlocked the door, and she climbed in quickly, glancing over her shoulder as if expecting someone to appear out of the darkness. As I pulled back onto the highway, she kept looking behind us, her hands trembling. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "There's a man," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He's after me. I escaped from him, but he's coming." My heart pounded. I didn't know what to say. I just kept driving, hoping to put some distance between us and whoever she was running from. She introduced herself as Sarah. She told me she had been staying at a nearby campground when she met this man. At first, he seemed friendly, but soon his behavior turned threatening. She managed to run away when he wasn't looking, but she was sure he would come after her. I drove faster, glancing at the rearview mirror, expecting to see headlights behind us. The road was empty, but the tension in the car was thick. Sarah was still looking back, her fear palpable. "Do you think he'll find us?" I asked. "He always finds me," she replied, her voice hollow. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the hum of the tires on the road. Then, out of nowhere, I saw headlights in the mirror. They were far back, but they were there, growing closer. "Is that him?" I asked, my voice tight. Sarah turned to look and her face went white. "Yes," she whispered. "That's him." I pressed down on the gas pedal, my car speeding up. The headlights behind us grew brighter. My mind raced. What did this guy want? Why was he so determined to catch Sarah? I didn't have time to think. I just knew we had to get away. The car behind us got closer, almost blinding in the mirror. I swerved into the other lane, trying to keep ahead. Sarah was gripping the seat, her knuckles white. The other car swerved too, matching our speed. "He won't stop," Sarah said, her voice cracking. "He won't stop until he gets me." I needed a plan. Just driving faster wasn't going to work. I looked around, trying to find a way out. Up ahead, I saw a side road, barely visible in the dark. Without thinking, I veered off the highway and onto the narrow road. The car behind us followed. The side road was rough, full of twists and turns. Trees loomed on either side, their branches reaching out like claws. I drove as fast as I could, my car bouncing on the uneven ground. The other car was still behind us, getting closer. "Where does this road go?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we can't stop." The road got narrower, the trees closer. I could barely see. The other car's headlights were right behind us now, almost touching our bumper. I had to do something. Up ahead, I saw a clearing. I turned sharply, skidding into the open space. The other car followed, but I hit the brakes, spinning the wheel hard. My car turned, and the other car shot past us, missing by inches. I floored the gas pedal, driving back the way we came. The other car took a moment to stop and turn around. That gave us a few precious seconds. I sped back down the narrow road, branches scraping the sides of the car. In the mirror, I saw the other car struggling to catch up. "We need to hide," Sarah said, her voice urgent. I nodded, looking for a place to pull off. Up ahead, I saw a small trail leading into the forest. I turned sharply, the car bouncing over the rough ground. We drove a short distance into the trees, then I turned off the engine and lights. We sat in silence, listening. The other car roared past, not seeing where we had gone. We waited, the darkness around us thick and silent. My heart was pounding, my breath shallow. Sarah was shaking, her eyes white with fear. "We can't stay here," I whispered. "He'll come back." Sarah nodded, and we got out of the car, moving deeper into the forest. We stayed low, trying to be as quiet as possible. Every sound seemed magnified, every crack of a branch making us jump. We found a small hollow, hidden by thick bushes. We crouched there, listening. Minutes passed, feeling like hours. Then we heard it, the sound of footsteps, crunching through the underbrush. He was coming back. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't find us. The footsteps got closer, then stopped. We could hear him breathing, just on the other side of the bushes. Sarah's hand was gripping mine, her nails digging into my skin. The footsteps moved on, getting fainter. We stayed where we were, too scared to move. After what felt like an eternity, the forest was silent again. "We need to get back to the road," I whispered. "Find help." Sarah nodded, and we started moving again, keeping low and quiet. It was slow going, every step careful. The forest was dark and confusing, but eventually, we found our way back to the road. We stayed hidden at the edge, watching for the car. After a few minutes, I saw headlights in the distance. I waited, my heart in my throat. The car passed without slowing down. It wasn't him. We ran to the road, waving our arms. The next car slowed down, and I explained what had happened. The driver, an older man, let us in and drove us to the nearest town. We went straight to the police, telling them everything. The police took our statements and sent out a patrol to look for the man. We never heard back about what happened. Sarah was reunited with her family, and I continued my trip, though I couldn't shake the fear that had settled in my chest. Every time I drive at night now, I'm more careful. I watch my mirrors, and I never pick up strangers. The memory of that night stays with me, a reminder of how quickly things can go from normal to terrifying. We were driving late at night, heading through a remote area when we decided to stop at a small, rundown motel. It was the only place for miles, and we were exhausted. The neon sign flickered, and the parking lot was nearly empty. We checked in and got our key from the old man at the front desk, who barely looked up from his book. Our room was shabby but clean enough. As we unpacked, I heard a faint noise outside. At first, I thought it was a cat or some other animal. But then I heard it again, a soft, muffled cry. I looked at my partner, Mark, and he nodded. We both went outside to investigate. In the corner of the parking lot, near a broken-down car, we found a small bundle. It was an infant, wrapped in a dirty blanket. The baby was crying softly, its little face red and scared. My heart sank. Who would leave a baby out here like this? We picked up the baby and hurried back to our room, trying to calm it down. We needed to call the authorities, but there was no cell signal in this remote area. The only option was the phone in our room. I dialed the front desk, but there was no answer. Mark decided to go to the office to get help. I stayed in the room, rocking the baby and trying to keep it calm. Minutes passed, and I started to worry when Mark didn't come back. The baby's cries grew louder, and I felt more and more uneasy. Finally, I couldn't wait any longer. I wrapped the baby up again and went to find Mark. The hallway was dimly lit, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I reached the front desk, but it was empty. The old man was gone, and there was no sign of Mark. I heard a noise coming from behind the desk, like something being dragged. I walked around and saw a door slightly ajar. Inside, there was a staircase leading down. I hesitated but then heard a muffled cry for help. It was Mark. I descended the stairs, holding the baby close. The basement was cold and dark. I saw a light under a door at the far end. I moved quietly, trying not to make any noise. When I reached the door, I peeked through the crack. What I saw made my blood run cold. There were several children, all locked in cages. Mark was tied to a chair, and the old man from the front desk was talking to another man. They were discussing the shipment and how they needed to move the children soon. I realized with horror that we had stumbled upon a child trafficking ring. I backed away slowly, trying to think of a plan. I had to get Mark and the children out, but I couldn't do it alone. I decided to go back to our room and look for something that could help. On my way back, I found a fire extinguisher in the hallway. It wasn't much, but it was something. I returned to the basement door and waited for the right moment. The old man and his partner were busy, so I quietly opened the door and slipped inside. I went to Mark first and used the extinguisher to break the ropes binding him. He was weak but managed to stand. We moved quickly, opening the cages and freeing the children. We had to be quiet, but some of them were so scared they started to cry. The men heard the noise and turned around. I raised the extinguisher and sprayed it in their faces, buying us a few precious seconds. We ran up the stairs, the children following closely. I slammed the door shut behind us and jammed a chair under the handle to buy us more time. We ran out into the parking lot, desperately looking for help. Just then, a car pulled in, and I waved frantically. The driver saw us and stopped. We explained the situation quickly, and he called the police. It felt like an eternity before they arrived, but when they did, they swarmed the motel. The 2 men were arrested, and the children were taken to safety. Mark and I were shaken, but we stayed to give our statements. The police thanked us for our bravery and told us that the traffickers had been wanted for a long time. They had been using the remote motel as a front for their operations. That night, as we finally drove away from that horrible place, we held hands tightly, the baby's cries still echoing in our ears. We knew we had done the right thing, but the memory of those terrified children would stay with us forever. We promised each other that we would always be vigilant and never ignore a cry for help, no matter how small. I decided to spend a few days in my family's beach house. I wanted some time alone, away from the chaos of the city. The weather forecast said there'd be a storm, but I didn't mind. I liked the sound of rain and waves crashing. It felt peaceful. The first night, the wind started picking up. By the time I went to bed, the rain was hitting the windows hard. I could hear the ocean roaring. I pulled the covers up and tried to sleep, but the storm kept me awake. Around midnight, I heard a loud crash outside. I got up and looked out the window. Through the sheets of rain, I saw a small boat had washed ashore. 2 men were stumbling out of it. They looked soaked and desperate. I wasn't sure what to do. Part of me wanted to help, but another part was cautious. I decided to go downstairs and see what was happening. I grabbed a flashlight and opened the back door. The wind almost knocked me over. The men saw my light and started waving. "Please, we need help," one of them shouted. I couldn't hear him well over the storm, but his voice sounded desperate. I waved them over. They ran to the house, shivering and soaked. I let them in and shut the door behind them. "Thank you," one of them said, catching his breath. "Our boat got caught in the storm." "Do you have a phone we can use?" the other man asked. "No service out here," I said. "But you can dry off and warm up inside." They nodded, looking around the house. Something about their gaze made me uneasy, but I tried to shake it off. I got them some towels and let them dry off by the fireplace. As they warmed up, I asked them what happened. "We were out fishing," the first man said. "Got caught in the storm and couldn't make it back." "Yeah," the other man added, "then our boat hit something and started sinking. We barely made it to shore." I nodded, but something felt off. Their story seemed too simple. They were looking around the house too much, like they were casing the place. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to keep things calm. "I'm Mike, and this is Jeff," the first man said. "I'm Chris," I replied. "You're welcome to stay until the storm passes." They thanked me again, but the tension was thick. I offered them some dry clothes and food. As they changed, I noticed they both had tattoos that looked like prison ink. My unease grew. We sat in the living room, the storm raging outside. I tried to make small talk, but they were evasive. They kept glancing at each other, like they were silently communicating. I excused myself to go to the bathroom. I needed to think. Something wasn't right. I decided to call the local police station. There was a landline in the house, and I hoped it still worked. As I dialed, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to see Mike standing in the doorway, watching me. "What are you doing?" he asked, his tone cold. "Just checking on something," I lied, hanging up the phone. Mike's eyes narrowed. "You're not calling anyone, are you?" No, I said quickly. "Just checking if the phone works." He didn't look convinced but stepped back. I knew I had to be careful. I went back to the living room, trying to act normal. Jeff was looking through the kitchen cabinets. "Got any booze?" he asked. "No, sorry," I said. "Just water and soda." He grunted, clearly annoyed. The atmosphere was getting worse. I could feel their hostility growing. The storm outside was relentless. It felt like it would never end. I needed to find a way to get these guys out of my house. I decided to try and reason with them. "Look," I said, trying to sound calm. "You're welcome to stay until the storm passes, but I need to know you're not going to cause any trouble." Mike and Jeff exchanged glances again. Mike smirked. "We're not here to cause trouble. Just needed a place to stay." His tone was sarcastic, almost mocking. I didn't believe him. I needed a plan. I decided to try and get them to leave voluntarily. "If you're not comfortable here, there's a small town a few miles down the road," I said. "They might have a place you can stay." Jeff laughed. "You really think we're going out in this storm?" I felt trapped. The tension was thick, and I knew I had to be careful. I decided to try and keep them distracted until the storm passed. I suggested we play a game to pass the time. They agreed, but their interest seemed fake. As we played, I kept thinking about how to get out of this situation. I needed to stay alert and ready to act if things went south. The hours dragged on, the storm showing no signs of letting up. Suddenly, Mike stood up. "I need to check something outside." I felt a surge of panic. "What do you need to check?" "Just something with the boat," he said, heading for the door. I knew I couldn't let him go alone. "I'll come with you," I said. He turned, a cold look in his eyes. "No need. Stay here." I followed him anyway, grabbing my flashlight. As we stepped outside, the wind almost knocked us over. I could barely see through the rain, but I followed Mike to the boat. When we reached it, he turned to me. "Why are you really out here?" "I told you, I wanted to help," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He stepped closer, his expression menacing. "I don't believe you." Before I could react, he lunged at me. I dodged, the flashlight slipping from my hand. We grappled in the mud, the storm raging around us. I managed to push him off and ran back to the house, slamming the door behind me. Jeff was waiting inside, his expression cold. "Where's Mike?" "He's staying with the boat," I lied, trying to catch my breath. Jeff didn't look convinced. "You're hiding something." I needed to act fast. "We should wait for the storm to pass, then you can both leave." Jeff's eyes narrowed. "We're not going anywhere." I knew I had to get help. I moved towards the phone, but Jeff blocked my way. "You're not calling anyone," he said, his voice low and threatening. I felt a surge of fear. These men were dangerous, and I was trapped. I needed a plan. I decided to try and lure Jeff outside, away from the phone. "I think there's something wrong with the boat," I said, trying to sound convincing. "Mike might need help." Jeff hesitated, then nodded. Let's go. I followed him outside, my heart pounding. As we neared the boat, I saw Mike struggling in the mud, trying to get up. Jeff rushed to help him, and I took my chance. I ran back to the house, grabbed the phone, and dialed the local police. My hands were shaking, but I managed to explain the situation. They said they'd send someone right away. I locked the doors and waited, my heart racing. I knew it was only a matter of time before Mike and Jeff came back. I needed to stay hidden until help arrived. I heard footsteps on the porch, followed by banging on the door. "Let us in," Mike shouted. I stayed silent, hiding in a closet. The banging grew louder, more desperate. I heard the sound of glass breaking and knew they were inside. I held my breath, trying to stay calm. The minutes felt like hours. I prayed the police would arrive soon. Suddenly, I heard sirens in the distance. Mike and Jeff stopped searching, their footsteps growing frantic. They knew their time was up. The police arrived, bursting through the door. They found me hiding and quickly apprehended Mike and Jeff. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The officers took my statement and assured me I was safe. Mike and Jeff were taken into custody, their plans thwarted. I spent the rest of the night at the police station, grateful to be alive. The rain started just after we arrived at the cabin. Jenny, Alex, Rachel, and I had planned this weekend getaway for months. It was supposed to be a break from our hectic lives, just a couple of days to relax, play games, and catch up. The cabin was cozy, tucked away in the woods, perfect for what we needed. By nightfall, the storm had turned fierce. The wind howled, and the rain hammered the windows. We had a fire going in the fireplace, the only light in the room since the power had gone out. We huddled around, telling stories and laughing, trying to ignore the weather outside. Around 10 p.m., there was a knock on the door. It was so unexpected that we all jumped. I exchanged a look with Jenny, then got up to see who it could be. Through the peephole, I saw a man, soaking wet, shivering. He looked desperate. I cracked the door open, keeping the chain on. "Can I help you?" "I'm sorry to bother you," he said, his voice shaking. "My car broke down a mile back. Can I come in and use your phone to call for help?" My gut told me something was off. "There's no phone service up here, and the power's out." His eyes darted around, like he was thinking. "Please, I just need to get out of the rain." Jenny came up behind me. "Maybe we should let him in, just for a bit." Reluctantly, I unchained the door. The man stepped in, water pooling on the floor around him. He looked around the cabin, and I noticed his eyes lingered on each of us a bit too long. "Thank you," he said. "I'm Tom." We introduced ourselves, though I felt uneasy. He sat by the fire, warming his hands. "It's really coming down out there," he said, trying to make small talk. "Yeah," Alex replied. "We're lucky we got here before it started." Tom nodded, then looked at me. "You sure there's no phone service? Not even a landline?" "No, nothing," I said. "We're pretty isolated here." Rachel, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. "What happened to your car?" Tom hesitated, then said, "Hit something in the road, maybe a branch. Engine just died." Rachel looked at me, her eyebrows raised. I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. His story didn't add up. I walked through a storm to a cabin with no guarantee of help. I decided to test him. We have a radio in the back. Maybe you can get a signal and call for help." Tom's face twitched, but he smiled. "That would be great, thanks." I led him to the back room, where we kept the old radio. As he fiddled with it, I noticed something sticking out of his coat pocket. It looked like a piece of paper, but I couldn't make out what it was. "Weird that your car died so suddenly," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Where are you heading?" "Just passing through," he replied, not looking up from the radio. His answers were too vague. I needed to talk to the others without him hearing. "Let me check on the others," I said, and quickly left the room. Back in the living room, I whispered to Jenny, Alex, and Rachel. "Something's wrong. His story doesn't add up." Rachel nodded. I thought the same thing. He seems too calm. "What do we do?" Alex asked, glancing nervously at the hallway. "We need to stay together," I said, "and watch him closely." Tom came back out, shaking his head. "No luck with the radio. Looks like I'm stuck here until the storm passes." We nodded, trying to act natural. But the tension was thick. We played a game of cards, Tom joining in. Every time he looked away, we exchanged worried glances. Something about him was definitely off. After a while, Tom excused himself to use the bathroom. As soon as he was out of earshot, Rachel leaned in. "We need to search his stuff. See if we can find anything." "Agreed," I said. "Alex, keep an eye on him." Rachel and I slipped into the back room. We found his coat and searched the pockets. There was a piece of paper, folded up. When we opened it, our blood ran cold. It was a map of the area, with our cabin circled in red. There were notes scribbled on it, timing, how many people, the layout of the cabin. "This isn't random," Rachel whispered. "He planned this." We heard footsteps and quickly put the paper back. Tom reappeared, looking at us suspiciously. "What are you doing?" "Just checking something," I said, trying to stay calm. Tom's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, fine," I replied, moving past him. "We should get back to the others." Back in the living room, I discreetly showed Jenny and Alex the map. Their faces went pale. We knew we had to act fast. Tom was dangerous, and we were trapped with him. We needed a plan. I whispered to Jenny and Alex, telling them to follow my lead. Rachel distracted Tom with questions while we gathered supplies, anything we could use as weapons. A heavy flashlight, a kitchen knife, a fireplace poker. Tom was getting impatient. "What's taking so long?" he asked, eyes narrowing. "Just a minute," I said, trying to sound casual. "Rachel wanted to show you something." Tom followed Rachel to the back room, and we seized the moment. We barricaded the front door and windows, then hid near the hallway, weapons in hand. When Tom realized Rachel had tricked him, he stormed back out, furious. "What's going on here?" he demanded, his face twisted with rage. "Get out of our cabin," I said, stepping forward with the flashlight raised. Tom's eyes darted to the door, then back at us. "You don't understand. I need this place." "No, you need to leave," Jenny said, holding the knife steady. Tom lunged at us, but we were ready. Alex swung the poker, catching him in the side. He stumbled, and Jenny jabbed the knife forward, not enough to injure him seriously, but enough to make him back off. "Get out!" I shouted again. Tom looked at us, breathing hard. Then he turned and bolted for the back door. We didn't chase him, just locked it behind him and collapsed in relief. We spent the rest of the night on high alert, but Tom didn't come back. When morning finally came, the storm had passed. We packed up quickly and left the cabin, reporting the incident to the local authorities as soon as we got to town. They found Tom's abandoned car, but no sign of him. It was clear he had been planning something bad, and we were lucky to have escaped unharmed. That weekend getaway turned into a nightmare, one we wouldn't forget. I was on assignment in a remote village, tasked with capturing the essence of its ancient culture through my camera lens. It was an exciting opportunity, but little did I know that it would lead me to the most terrifying experience of my life. As I wandered through the village, snapping photos of its quaint buildings and bustling marketplace, I stumbled upon a hidden entrance tucked away behind a crumbling stone wall. Intrigued, I pushed aside the overgrown vines and peered inside, my curiosity getting the better of me. To my surprise, I discovered a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. It was like something out of a movie, a hidden underground bunker, forgotten by time. Without thinking, I grabbed my camera and descended into the depths. The air grew stale and musty as I descended further into the bunker, my footsteps echoing off the damp walls. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that there was something lurking in the shadows just out of sight. But I pushed aside my fear and pressed on, my curiosity driving me forward. As I explored the bunker, I stumbled upon ancient artifacts, pottery shards, ceremonial masks, and intricate carvings that spoke of a civilization long gone. But as I reached the deepest chamber of the bunker, I discovered something that chilled me to the bone, a stone altar, adorned with strange symbols and surrounded by flickering torches. It was like something out of a nightmare, a relic of a darker time. And then, without warning, I felt a presence in the room, a malevolent force that seemed to seep from the very walls themselves. I tried to flee, to escape the depths of the bunker, but it was too late. The force had awakened, and it had no intention of letting me leave. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I realized that I was now alone in the bunker. There was something else down there with me, something ancient and powerful, something that wanted me dead. I tried to run, but the walls seemed to shift and close in around me, trapping me in the darkness. I could hear whispers echoing through the chamber, voices from another time calling out to me with promises of doom. Panic surged through me as I struggled to find a way out, but the bunker seemed to stretch on forever, its depths endless and unfathomable. I was lost, trapped in a labyrinth of darkness with no hope of escape. But even in the face of certain death, I refused to give up. With every ounce of strength I had left, I fought against the darkness, clawing my way towards the surface with a desperation born of fear. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw it, a glimmer of light shining through a crack in the wall. With renewed determination, I pushed myself towards it, ignoring the whispers and the shadows that reached out to grab me. And then, finally, I burst through the surface, gasping for breath as I emerged into the daylight. I collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and shaken, but alive. I had escaped the depths of the bunker, but the memory of that malevolent force would haunt me for the rest of my days. It was a reminder of the darkness that lurks in the most unexpected of places, waiting to ensnare those who dare to venture too close. I'm just an average guy who loves spending time with my family. So, when we decided to go on a cross-country road trip, I was thrilled at the prospect of making memories together. Little did I know, our journey would soon take a terrifying turn. As we drove through the heartland of America, the open road stretched out before us, promising adventure at every turn. But as night began to fall, we found ourselves in need of a place to rest for the night. That's when we stumbled upon a small town in the middle of nowhere, its streets eerily quiet in the darkness. We pulled into the nearest motel, hoping to find shelter for the night. But as we checked in, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this place. The motel manager eyed us with a suspicious glare, his demeanor cold and unwelcoming. Ignoring my unease, we settled into our room for the night, hoping to get some rest before hitting the road again in the morning. But as we drifted off to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the air. In the dead of night, we were awakened by a loud banging on our door, sending shivers down my spine. I cautiously approached the door, my heart pounding in my chest as I peered through the peephole. To my horror, I saw a group of menacing figures standing outside, their faces obscured by the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, I bolted the door shut, desperate to keep my family safe from whatever lurked outside. But as the night wore on, the banging only grew louder and more insistent, filling the air with a sense of dread. I knew we had to get out of there, but I had no idea how to escape the nightmare that had engulfed us. With no other options left, I made a split-second decision to break through the window, shattering the glass with a loud crash. As we scrambled out into the night, I could hear the sound of footsteps echoing behind us, growing closer with each passing moment. We ran as fast as we could, our hearts pounding in our chests as we raced through the deserted streets. But no matter how hard we tried, it felt like the town was closing in on us, trapping us in its sinister grasp. Just when I thought we couldn't go on, we stumbled upon a gas station on the outskirts of town, its neon sign flickering in the darkness like a beacon of hope. With renewed determination, we sprinted towards the safety of the station, praying that we could find help before it was too late. As we burst through the doors, gasping for breath, the attendant eyed us with a mixture of surprise and concern. Without hesitation, I pleaded with him to call for help, desperate to escape the nightmare that had consumed us. Thankfully, the attendant didn't hesitate, immediately dialing 911 and summoning help to our location. As we waited for the authorities to arrive, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of relief wash over me. In the end, we were lucky to escape with our lives, but the horrors we witnessed in that small town would haunt us forever. I was working as a lifeguard at a beach in Florida last summer. It was a hot day, and the beach was crowded with families. The sun was shining, kids were playing in the sand, and people were swimming in the clear blue water. It seemed like just another typical day. Around midday, I noticed a group of men sitting on the beach. There were 4 of them, all in their late 30s or early 40s. They looked out of place. While everyone else was enjoying the sun or splashing in the water, these men were just sitting there, not talking much, just watching. At first, I thought they might just be friends hanging out, but something felt off. They weren't looking at the ocean or the scenery. They were watching the children. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, but I couldn't. I kept an eye on them, pretending to scan the beach as part of my usual routine. As the day went on, their behavior got stranger. They would whisper to each other, point subtly, and then split up, each man taking a different position around the beach. It was like they were forming a perimeter. My heart started to race. I had never seen anything like this before. I decided to get a closer look, so I walked down the beach, making it seem like I was just patrolling. When I got near one of the men, he glanced at me, then quickly looked away. I tried to stay calm, but the look in his eyes was chilling. It was like he knew I was onto him. I went back to my lifeguard stand and grabbed my binoculars. I scanned the beach, focusing on the men. They were definitely watching the kids. One of them even had a camera, pretending to take pictures of the ocean but clearly aiming it at the children. My stomach churned. I needed to do something, but I wasn't sure what. I couldn't just accuse them without proof. I decided to call the beach security. I explained what I had seen and my concerns. They said they would send someone over to check it out, but I could tell they weren't taking it as seriously as I was. Minutes felt like hours as I waited. I kept my eyes on the men, my heart pounding. They were getting bolder, moving closer to the kids. I saw one of them approach a group of children playing by the water. He knelt down, pretending to be friendly, talking to them. The kids didn't seem to sense any danger. Finally, I saw the security officer approaching. I waved him over and pointed out the men. He nodded and started walking towards them. As he got closer, the men noticed and began to scatter. My pulse quickened. They were trying to get away. The security officer managed to stop one of them, asking questions. The man was calm, too calm, like he had done this before. The other three were moving quickly, heading towards the parking lot. I knew I had to act fast. I grabbed my whistle and blew it, loud and sharp, to get everyone's attention. People looked up, startled. I shouted, "Watch your children. There are men trying to take them." Parents immediately gathered their kids, pulling them close. The beach was in chaos. The security officer called for backup, and more guards arrived. They managed to catch two of the other men before they reached their cars. The last one got away, running into the nearby streets. The police were called, and soon the beach was swarming with officers. The men were arrested and taken away. I later found out they were part of a child trafficking ring. The police said my quick thinking might have saved several children that day. It was a terrifying experience, and I couldn't shake the image of those men watching the kids. I was praised for my actions, but it didn't feel like enough. The thought of what could have happened still haunts me. I'm more vigilant now, always watching, always ready. That day changed me forever. I'm grateful those children were safe, but I know there are others out there who might not be so lucky. I decided to take a solo backpacking trip in the Black Forest in Germany. It was a place I'd always wanted to visit. I started my hike early in the morning, excited about the adventure ahead. The forest was beautiful, dense with trees and full of the sounds of nature. I felt free and alive, enjoying every step of the way. Around midday, I stopped for a break near a small stream. While I was eating, I noticed a man on the trail. He looked like he was also hiking, carrying a backpack and dressed in outdoor gear. At first, I thought nothing of it. People hike all the time, right? But as I resumed my hike, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was following me. I kept moving, trying to stay ahead. Every time I looked back, he was there, keeping pace with me. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that it was a coincidence. But the unease grew as the hours passed. By late afternoon, I was sure he was following me on purpose. My heart started racing, and I quickened my pace. As the sun began to set, I decided to set up camp. I found a small clearing, hoping he would just pass by and leave me alone. But as I was pitching my tent, he appeared at the edge of the clearing. He didn't say anything, just stood there watching me. I forced myself to stay calm, finishing my tent and pretending not to notice him. He finally approached, a smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes. He asked if he could share my campsite since it was getting dark. I didn't want to seem rude or scared, so I agreed, but my gut told me this was a mistake. He set up his tent a little too close to mine for comfort. We sat by the fire, making small talk. He said his name was Klaus and that he was also backpacking solo. But something about his story didn't add up. His eyes never seemed to leave me, and his smile was unsettling. The tension in the air was thick. I barely touched my dinner, too nervous to eat. When it was time to sleep, I crawled into my tent, every instinct telling me to stay awake. I heard him moving around outside, the sound of footsteps circling my tent. My heart pounded in my chest. I held my breath, hoping he would just go to sleep. But the sounds didn't stop. Instead, they got closer. Suddenly, my tent zipper started to open. Panic surged through me. I grabbed the only thing I had for protection, a small camping knife. I didn't want to use it, but I was terrified. Klaus's face appeared in the opening, his expression twisted with something like anger or frustration. He said he wanted to talk, but his tone was menacing. I yelled at him to get away, holding the knife out in front of me. He laughed, a cold, hollow sound, and told me I was overreacting. But I could see the shift in his eyes, the way his smile faded. He wasn't going to leave me alone. My hands were shaking, but I knew I had to do something. I lunged at him with the knife, hoping to scare him off. He jumped back, surprised, but then his face twisted with rage. He grabbed my wrist, trying to wrestle the knife away from me. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, desperate to get him away. In the chaos, I managed to cut his arm. He yelled in pain, loosening his grip. I took my chance and bolted out of the tent, running into the dark forest. I didn't know where I was going, just that I needed to get away. The trees seemed to close in around me, branches scratching my face and arms. I could hear him crashing through the underbrush behind me, cursing and shouting. I ran until my lungs burned, and I couldn't hear him anymore. I found a thick cluster of bushes and crawled inside, trying to catch my breath. I stayed hidden, listening for any sign of him. Hours seemed to pass, the forest eerily silent. I was too scared to move, too scared to sleep. Eventually, the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. I cautiously emerged from my hiding place, my body aching and exhausted. I knew I had to find help, get back to civilization. I retraced my steps as best as I could, constantly looking over my shoulder. It took most of the day, but I finally found my way back to a main trail. I flagged down the first hikers I saw, a group of friends who were startled by my appearance. They helped me to the nearest town, where I told the authorities everything. They took my report and assured me they would look for Klaus. I was shaken, but relieved to be safe. It was really late at night, and my girlfriend and I were driving on our way home. As we rounded a bend in the road, our headlights illuminated a scene that sent a chill down my spine, a makeshift roadblock manned by a group of shifty men, their faces obscured by dark masks. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowed the car to a stop. Oh my God, I thought, my mind racing with fear and uncertainty. I could feel my girlfriend's hand trembling in mine as we stared at the masked figures blocking our path. We were completely at their mercy, feeling helpless, at the mercy of a group of strangers whose intentions were unknown to us. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the sound of our breath. And then, one of the masked men stepped forward, his voice low. We couldn't move as he spoke to us through the closed window of our car. He demanded that we hand over our belongings, threatening us with violence if we refused. My mind raced as I tried to think of a way out of the situation, but it was no use. We were trapped, with nowhere to run and no one to help us. With trembling hands, I reached for my wallet and phone, handing them over to the masked men as my girlfriend watched in silence beside me. I could feel the weight of their gaze, their eyes boring into our souls with a chilling intensity. As the masked men disappeared into the darkness, leaving us alone on the deserted highway, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me. We had escaped with our lives, but it could have been worse, but the memory of that night would haunt me for years to come.